Then all players ready for the OP. Welcome to Manchester. Today we are playing 10-16 double, 10-16 double. With the break every 3 levels, 15-minute break with an extended 16-minute break at the end of level 4 in which the team will be divided. You are playing 2 games to this round and 2 games to this round.
Oi, oi! We are ready. We are ready to rock and roll. There we go from last night. Good morning. Welcome to day 1B.
Good morning, everyone.
I'll tell you what, walked in this morning, there was a queue. There was a queue walking in when I walked in. Oh, God, I got in before you. Obviously walked in when the people sat down playing. I walked in, they were queuing. We have chip counts from last night. Well done, Tom Hall, 198. Did you get to speak to Tim Chung?
No, I didn't see him last night. I think he was gone already, so don't know what happened with Tim's stack.
And 130,000 at the last, they ended up with 23. And we think that was a re-entry. So yeah, pick out your names from there all the way down to Usman Ul Haq with 11.4. Rich Kelly, 100,000. Some good names on there. We're here now until the end of the day. Another 12-hour full live session. We've got 10 levels plus the breaks. We finished at 12:30. Friday will be busy. Who have we got?
Feature table for the first session. In 1's going to be Colin Paddington. In 3 is Jatinder Purewal. 4 Oliver White. 5 Thomas McNamara. 6 Robbie Ball. 7 Henry Ride. And in 9 is Richard Lazarus.
Henry used to work for Grosvenor. He used to work the floor for the GUKPT. Been years gone by. Worked at the Vic, and is now living the dream on his bullet. He maxed out last night, unfortunately.
Oh,
he didn't do very well, and he walked in today. He said, "Tower, I've got to start again." I went, right, okay. Good luck.
Morning, Spand. Just tuning in. Bagged up yesterday.
The Spand, well done.
Day off for you.
He said he got lucky. So you didn't get lucky. I said, when we see how you get unlucky. I said, so it's just part of the day. He never complains when he loses, never complains, and he just gets it quietly and just sits to the bar and then reciprocates every hand if you want to. If you want 6 hours at the bar with Spand, he'll tell you every hand. That's what he does. He gets it quietly. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my days, let's go back to the table. What's happening here?
So Rich,
fireworks.
10s, jacks and ace queen. Rich opening to 200. Colin 3-betting a hijack to 500. JP.
Oh my days, Thomas!
Saw Thomas yesterday and sitting here with ace king in the small blind, and this is really early on here.
What, second hand? Is that early?
Yeah, it's just like
it's not level 4.
Gonna see a 4-bet pot.
Makes it 2.2.
A really big sizing. Don't usually see 4-bets going into the 4x remit, but this is huge from Thomas. And it's going to be coming back to Colin with the jacks. Not going anywhere. Happy to make the call this deep, even if we are up against aces or kings or queens. Potential to make a set and win a huge pot early on.
Yeah, on JP coming in.
I think JP can fold now. Tower with the ace queen.
Looks like a Dallas Cowboys top, to be fair.
Once his 4-bet comes in, we're just with 2 players in the pot. Never going to be good here of ace queen, unless it's like up against jacks and 10s specifically. I'd be surprised if he made the call, but no, it makes the good lay down. But we got 52 bigs in the middle. Second hand of the day.
10s folded, ace queen folded. Jacks against ace king, king in the window as well. Boom, king 8-4.
Yeah, lovely flop for Thomas here. Not worried about anything. 8s and 4s not going to be in there in this 4-bet situation, we don't think. So effective nuts for us, assuming our opponent isn't slow playing aces. So we happily continue here with the ace king. Don't need to go large, could go as small as 20% here. On the king 8-4 rainbow, really dry board, and does opt for the small size in 1.8 into 5.2, so around 30%. And Colin here with the jacks. Bit of a predicament, may choose to just let this go now after seeing the flop. Like, we're obviously behind to all the value 4-bets now. Ace king getting there, already losing to queens, kings and aces, but he's going to take one off. Does have position.
Queen on the turn.
So only thing this changes for Thomas here now, queens does get there. If queens are going to be peeling once on the flop, could definitely have queens here, Colin. in his range where this hand played pre-flop. So that's why Thomas has checked this over to him. Just expect to see a check behind, but in Colin's mind, like, what do we beat here in this 4-bet situation early on? There's no hand I can really come up with unless Thomas is just completely airballing. Wow, he's going to fire tower. So effectively turning his jacks into a bluff here in a 4-bet coup. Thomas just can't go anywhere. We literally lose to the 3 combos of pocket queens, and that's all I can really come up with. Maybe some king queen suited in there, but there's only 1 combo of that because we hold the king of diamonds. So really struggling to find hands that we're losing to here as Thomas. So have to just call. Keep some bluffs in there with Colin. That looks like
That's not a 10.
No, it looks pretty clean.
Oh, it's a 9.
9 at hearts. Well, backdoor hearts does come in now, tower. So we do go behind ace king of hearts here as well. Both players had ace king. Wow, Colin shoved.
He's ripped the lot.
Oh wow.
And a snap shove as well. Trying to show a lot of strength.
You just don't expect anyone to ever bluff here. This early on in the day, it's the second hand of the day. And Colin just turning his jacks into a bluff, and like value-wise, we don't beat anything here as Thomas, and you usually make the assumption in these spots, second hand of the day, that no player is capable of having a bluff here. And what bluffs have they ever got once they pull on the king 8-4 rainbow? There's not many. Like ace king of hearts we lose to, set of queens we lose to, but that's about it, Tower. Maybe the 1 combo of pocket kings that just chose the flat pre. But this is a tough spot here for Thomas. Prefer to have the ace or king of hearts in our hand. I think could just see him fold here, Tower. I think I'd like the fold because don't know anything about Colin, and I'm just going to make the assumption that he's never bluffing here, and I'm just going to give him credit for ace king of hearts, pocket queens, or maybe that 1 combo of pocket kings, and it's a horrible spot. And maybe like king jack.
Would you not 5-bet with kings pre?
I think this deep, I'm happy to just pill the 4-bet, because if we 5-bet and get 6-bet, it's horrible. We hate our life, especially with position. I think I would have been happy flatting kings to the 4-bet.
So in that scenario, you're also flatting queens as well.
Yeah. Like this deep tower when we just start the day. I'm not going to want to get 200 odd big blinds in, even with pocket kings pre-flop level 1. This is a sick move by Colin.
Will you show ever fold? Colin just said, take your pick. I love it.
Looks fairly comfortable as well, Tower. Like he looks like comfortable, just the way he's sitting there and talking.
He's edging towards the fold.
Yeah, it's horrible, Span. I can't see how we can call unless, as I usually say, some significant live read.
Right, he makes the pass.
He does make the fold, shows him the jacks, and well played, to be fair, from Colin. Very unorthodox line with the jacks there, but gets the job done and takes a just sub 30k pot, second hand of the day.
Wowzers.
Let's hope the day goes like that.
Absolutely. Have we said good morning to anybody?
No, we haven't. Concentrating on the hand. Morning, Acifo. Good morning, Steetles, Mr. P-Man, Dark JF. Tuning in, Roy, Football HD.
Well, it's already started like that, Roy, hasn't it? Roy Cyphers, already started like that. 14 Football HD. Hi, guys. Good afternoon to you. Afternoon, Spand. Oh, my days, I tell you. Good morning, Mum.
Good morning, Mum.
How's Gail? What a start. What a start.
I just can't fault Thomas for folding though, Tower. I think if I'm in his shoes, I fold there just because you make these assumptions when you don't have no information on players. You go with like a population line, let's say, that against most of the population, what their like they're just not going to bluff there, not going to start turning hands like jacks into a bluff, and more often than not they're going to rock up with the set of queens, the one combo of kings, or ace king of hearts, maybe sometimes king jack or king ten of hearts, but it's just usually always going to be weighted towards value and never a bluff. But fair play to Colin, happy to put his tournament life on the line, second hand of the day. As a bluff, you just don't see it. Sifo's happy now today. He won a satellite after the stream cut last night.
Oh my days.
He's alright now.
We wouldn't have heard the last of it if he hadn't have won something. 5 into 44 into 523. How do you do it, man? Just how do you do it?
Oliver with the pocket eights in the hijack raises to 300.
Raise to 900.
Fine from Henry. Happy to free bet the ace queen here. Obviously flat and perfectly fine as well. All about that mixture. And Oliver not going anywhere with the eights. Happy to call for 6 BBs more. And flops best on 5-4 deuce. 2 clubs with the overpair here. Henry with 2 overcards will draw. Looks like he's happy to continue. Not going to work because Oliver not going to be folding the eights. And check calls 700.
King of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, and this is a very nice double barrel candidate for us as a bluff here, as Henry is a card that shouldn't really hit Oliver after he pills on the flop, unless it's like a king queen, king jack of clubs. So we can start going to town on all the like 6s through 10s here, start applying the pressure on that part of Oliver's range, as well as maybe fold out some floats like some ace jack of hearts. Well, that's not going to fold now, but floats on the flop like some ace heights with backdoors. But like the choice to double barrel this one is Henry. This king's just going to be a lot more favourable for us after the flop goes check back call than it is for Oliver, and gets the best hand to fold. Can't fault Oliver for folding there. Probably do the same. We're just a bit handcuffed on that board in the free bet situation as the flatter.
So good afternoon everybody, just tuning in for the early stages of day 1B. Day 1C tonight is flight C. It's the turbo starting at 9 o'clock, no side events as such. Tomorrow there's a 200, and then on Sunday there's the seniors and the bounty. JP back with us, face covering on, Dallas Cowboy top on, that's why he's wearing a face covering so nobody knows who he is. Because he's got a Dallas Cowboys top on. It's like supporting Halifax.
Oh, okay.
Nobody does.
Okay.
You know, if you know who's your football team?
I
Liverpool,
thought you
Man
meant
United, Halifax.
I thought you meant that when you said that he was like a professional NFL player.
Oh,
or
JP.
something. Yeah, no, okay. Decides to donk this spot on 3-4-5.
Yeah.
Don't mind a donk on this board at all. Going to be really good for us in the big blind range. Don't mind this at all here from JP.
Yeah.
But Oliver up and down himself, backdoor nut spades, not going anywhere, and gets the jing card here.
Absolutely.
And potentially going to get paid as well, because this is a very nice double barrel spot for us here as JP. With the deuces, we're going to have a whole host of 6x here in the big blind, whereas Oliver's under the gun opening range isn't going to contain too many, so we're going to have that advantage. But Oliver does have one of the few hands that does contain the 6x here, and if I'm Oliver for that reason, I know we got the spade redraw and we can potentially free roll a 6, but this is a board we need to be aware that JP probably going to be over bluffing on, going to have lots of bluffs on, so this is what I'd like to see, just a call tower, keep them bluffs in his range. We've also got that redraw to the nut spade. 7 of clubs. on the end. And this may slow JP down. The club's definitely going to be a hand Oliver can have, especially with the clubs on board. He's got all the Broadway holdings through like Jack 10 of clubs through to like Ace 10 of clubs, Ace King of clubs, King Queen of clubs, all the hands that will probably play in this manner. So now JP just slams the brakes on and Oliver gets the check mark. Now just weighing up whether to go for value. What are we trying to get called by? What sizing choice? And decides to check behind, doesn't think he's getting called by anything worse. And the good thing about it as well, we get to see JP's hand, last aggressor to show first. But maybe just thought that shouldn't have too much 7x and wasn't getting paid off by a 5 and didn't want to be faced with a check raise from the big blind, who can have all the boats and some backdoor flushes there, front door flushes, sorry. How are we doing, a seafolk? Berry New Road has samosa, please. Are you there now, a seafolk?
Well, strangely enough, JP is GDPR, but he's actually called JP. A bit like JP Kelly, but he is actually known as JP. So we'll stick it to JP, and that's what we'll do. But he is actually GPDR, which is why he might be wearing the hood and the scarf, and he might be wanted by the police. I'm not sure, but he is actually GDPR, but he is actually known as JP. So. Queen 4 deuces the flop.
Set for JP. Overcard to the 8s of Richard. Firing for 200 here. And JP choosing to raise. And just a quick fold from the pocket 8s.
So a decent start. A decent start. A couple of people sat at the table thinking, well, what's just happened? Is that it? It's 10 to 1. What a job. See you later, Jay. Well, if these are the hours for most people, well, I'm off. I'm off. Main event. Half a main event, obviously. We will see you soon.
Should be called event travel.
We will see you soon. Be in touch. Yeah. Nice one. Cheers, Mark.
How we doing, Mehmet? Watching from Northern Cyprus. Getting warm now. He says it's lovely here today, Mehmet. It must be in the, what, 20s today?
Apparently it was 20 this morning.
Yeah, it's lovely outside.
It was 18 degrees at 9:30. What's just happened? Is that a misdeal? We just had a misdeal. Awesome. Unique PK's water.
I saw it here and I come in. I just assumed it was mine. We've had a bottle each day, and I just assumed it was mine. I thought you'd brought one for me, Tao, to start the day.
I did.
Keep the vocal cords moist.
I did, and then PK says, "Where'd you get that bottle of water from?" I said, "In the fridge." He went, "Oh, that fridge we can't go into." I went, "Yeah." So I'll get one in a minute.
How are we doing, Gary?
Afternoon, Gary. How did Bristol go last night? How is Bristol? Bristol's nice in the sunshine. Everywhere is. Sunshine's great. Makes you feel happy wandering around. But not being funny, it was definitely shorts weather this morning. Good idea about streaming later, so you can stream later in the night. Yeah, we'll come up with some. We'll come up with some agreements regarding Edinburgh and the live stream for the cash, and we will let everybody know in advance what the plan will be.
got a set here versus middle pair and guttable. Not much of Henry with the ace king. Good to see him not choose to continue on this board. It's a board where we're going to be happy to check multi-way, no need to continue the ace king. Now Oliver leading out in the small blind, and action going to be on Thomas here with his set. And decides to raise now, trying to get some value from the bottom set here. Makes it 1.8. And Oliver makes a good laid out, gets out of the way correctly, and Robbie comes to the table. Coffee and water at the ready.
Robbie Bull.
And then Sam Webb on Facebook. Everyone just starting to tune in. This is level 1, day 1A. We are here until midnight. Open from Colin, chooses to open the ace-3 4x in the hijack, and Thomas happy to call suited wheel ace in the small, heads up. Both players flopping the top pair. This one going to end up in a chop more often than not, assuming it gets the showdown. 600 from Colin, and Thomas should just be calling here with the ace-4. Nine of clubs on the turn. Turn you expect to go check check now fairly often. And they will chop this one up. Always going to be a chop after the 9 rolled off on the turn.
So we chop it up. What's the projection for runners and prize pools, says Gary. 104 are sat down in the mix at the minute. £268,000 in the prize pool. 244 so far. I think if it gets over 400, I think they've done very, very well. 309 the last time we did Manchester pre-pandemic. 309. Obviously last year when we came out of the pandemic, everybody wanted to play in the world and there was nowhere else you could play at all. Nothing else was open, but now, as we know, things are starting to open up, so we do expect obviously a drop from what it was last year.
I think it's the only time you'll see Dominic Nietzsche in Luton like as of last year.
Absolutely.
So come over to Luton.
Absolutely.
One of the world's best in Luton town.
Yeah. So 244 in it at the minute. I think they'll get to about 400. If they get to 400, I think they've done very well. But don't forget, 309 was the number in 2019, or 2020, as we just about locked down.
What was the number in 2022 last year?
2021.
2021, yeah.
600 and something. But you couldn't do anything. You couldn't.
No,
You couldn't go
just
anywhere.
can't even get close to it. It's
I think it was 580, and then Coventry went to 607, which was mad. Exactly 2 years today, is it? Lockdown. It's been a struggle for a lot of people. And some places still implement restrictions. Three, 4, 6. Robbie Bull in seat number 6, checking his option. Goes check, check. 70 diamonds on the river. Sambo! How are we doing, Sam? Sam all edge.
how are we doing, Sam?
Getting tight at the top of the Premier League for old Liverpool.
Yeah.
Very tight. Do you think they can overturn Man United? No, Manchester City? Do you think they can? Oh, it'll be tough.
They've still got to play Spurs, so 3 points drop there. He finished
58th, wasn't it?
yeah, between 40th and 50th, I think it was.
Yeah, he finished 58th. But it's Dan Moran that was.
Yeah, Dan Moran
in
was
the same one.
was the longest lasting Brit. Got down to 2 tables. And then Preston Pixie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's, JP with the 10s, choosing to limp in under the gun. Just going to fire on the ace high board and take this down. All good, thanks. Big run in now. Be tough in the league, although guaranteed 3 points against Spurs will help.
Start to play well, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Spurs starting to play
Could
well.
catch us at the wrong time, Sam. Could catch us at the wrong time.
Did you hear the argument on TalkSport the other day? I'm sure they just say things to make people ring in and make interaction.
Yeah.
Because I can't even remember who it was. Is it Jason Cundy who is?
Yeah,
who was
Jason Cundy.
and the other guy?
Andy Goldstein.
Yeah. Saying that Harry Kane was a better crosser of a ball than David Beckham. Like ever. That's like saying I'm better at poker than you are. It's just like, inconceivable. Them two names are collected together for crossing the ball. But I'm sure they just say it just for interaction. I'm sure they do.
Guy says wasn't crosser, was passer.
Ah, okay. Same thing. Harry Kane can score a goal.
He can pass though as well. He's probably one of the best passers in the Premier League. He's up there with KDB for sure when he's got the ball.
Yeah, I'm sure they just say it for interaction. Henry getting involved. Henry Ride used to work in the Vic in London. Ran the floor for the GUKPT back in the early days of 2011, 12 and 13.
He must have been young. How old's Emery? What, like 30? Late 20s?
Yeah, he was pretty young. I think he came from Southampton.
Oh.
And he came on to do... He might have done Portsmouth when we went to Portsmouth, and they did the floor there, and then it was really good at the job, and they decided to bring him on the tour. And then he got offered the job in the Vic to run the card room in the Vic, so he decided to do that. Then had a couple of other ventures and decided to leave the card room and travel the world, which is what he's doing. Yeah, see, Sam, TalkSport, the ultimate bait station. It's true, it's true. They're just saying things.
So Rich with the ace queen raising to 200. And JB happy to peel the jack 6 suited in the small for 1 BB more. And Oliver comes along with a 5 deuce of hearts, 3 to the flop. Ace 8-8, 2 heart board. So flush draw for Oliver. Top pair, decent kick out for Richard. So it should just be bet call. Oliver no need to raise this one on the ace 8-8 board that's meant to be good for Richard's opening range. Well, he is going to raise. I guess he's just targeting all the king highs, the broadways, the queen highs, these type of holdings. Makes it 1.1. As well, we are going to have the 8x, so it does make sense on that factor, but got to know that we're not folding out an ace with the check raise. We're going to have to apply some heat later on down the streets, and now checks it over to Richard, who fires. And just a quick fold from Oliver with the 5 deuce of hearts. Tried it on the flop, didn't work out.
Chip count from last night. If you missed them early doors, John Adley, John Mooney, Gilly Black, Kev Allen, Yanni Yanev, all got decent stacks. Rich Kelly as well. Tanley. We're a Tanley and a Twanley. Darren Clark, is that the golfer?
Could be.
Could be. Eddie Swales making it through. Barney down to 13,000 at the bottom. Great story with Wendy Watson sat at Barney Boatman's table yesterday.
Yeah.
Sat talking. He says, "Oh, I've not played in years. I've only just getting back into the game. I've not been in the country. I've not been playing for years." And she's, go on, you're all right. You can start playing. Just enjoy yourself. Have a good time. Keep it nice. Have a good time. And somebody says at the break, "Do you know who he is?" She went, No idea. So he's won a bracelet. He's part of the Endemol. He's like one of the most recognisable poker players. Been on TV for 20 years. She went, "Is he?" And they had a bit of lunch together, and that was it. It was a great story. A great story. Oh man, I hope he is. Is Chun playing today?
So JP loose opening the cut off. Oliver happy to flat the 8-9 of clubs, and Robbie in the big blind ace 10 suited happy to call.
King Jack 8.
Bottom pair here for Oliver. Robert with the Broadway draw. JP with just 4 high, happy to start firing here. 600, 60%. He gets 2 better hands to fold.
Early stages, Manchester Day 1B. Welcome on board, everybody. Hope you are well. Watching level 1 of the day. Live stream all the way through until 12:30 tonight. Every 2 levels there'll be a break. I'm guessing it'll be 20 minutes today. All the way through, and an hour dinner break. It's a lot busier in the building today. Yeah, they've been good lads. Barney and Ross. Ross back acting now on a regular basis in EastEnders. Been in a good Netflix mini-series as well.
So Thomas King 8 on the button and Robert in the small here with the 9s. Happy to bump this up versus a button open. Should work. Thomas should just let this one go. Offsuit King 8.
Well, speaking to Colin Tate in the hotel this morning, he comes down. He's got shorter hair than me. He says, "Can I have an hairdryer?" And I looked round, I went, "What do you want an hairdryer for?" He said, "I've got and I'd not noticed he'd got a great big wet patch on his jumper, so he's obviously spilt coffee or tea or whatever and washed it. So he got the hairdryer whizzing round it. He says, "Oh, quick mention, Tower." I said, "What's up?" He says, "Well, I final tabled the Mini, came 4th, cashed in the G400, won the Omaha. When I bust out of the Mini, jumped into the cash out satellite and won a seat in 22 minutes. It's the quickest time ever anybody has sat down and won a seat in a cash out satellite."
Yeah, I think that breaks Wadey's record back at the Vic.
22 minutes, because they were talking about having a leaderboard over the course of the season on who was the quickest to win a seat. So he sat down at 9:30 and at 9:52 he got a seat. It's not a bad week then.
No, it's not.
Not a bad week. I said, "You want?" I keep saying this, and he says when I'm watching the stream, he says every now and again he's just mentioned it's a form game. I said, "Yeah, you're right." I says, "Well, keep that form going." It's right, you never know.
Yeah, Gallimath, stay close.
Stay close. Yes, it was really good. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it. Finished Squid Game the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there's another season, but yeah, it was interesting.
Just 6 months too late, but you got there.
Oh, has it been out that long? Is it?
Yeah, well, we probably got there. It was like when it come out, when we was in Luton, I think it come out. There'll be another season of that though, won't there?
Alright. Well, I've just started watching a thing called Only Fools and Horses. I think that'll be a really good season. I think that'll be good. I think that'll be one of the best comedies ever. Two to JP, seen a flop with Thomas as 7s and Richards 10-9.
$853 Rainbow.
Yeah, the 7s stay in front.
Yeah, probably happily bet this as Thomas once checked to us, just the 1 overcard here. A little bit of protection, the 9 equity versus overcards. Richard going to float here, 3 to a straight flush, plausible backdoors.
Talking of EastEnders, he used to write for EastEnders.
Did he?
Richard Lazarus. He was one of the story writers. It was his fault. Ian Beale had the affair. And Cindy Beale gave it. It was his fault.
And Span says, think we're going to see some light 3 bets from Oliver when he finds out how light JP is opening. Richard bluffing at it, but going to get the bad news. Boat for Thomas on the river.
So blinds 100, 100, 10 levels of poker. Last blinds tonight will be 500, 1000. The end of level 10. Afternoon, Jim. Got it right on a Friday. Another day not work, doing no work and listening to us. Love it. After all, it is Friday.
So ace king for Oliver, raising to 300. Thomas flat in the 3s, and looks like decision in the cutoff hit. And Henry with the ace queen suited. 3 bets to 1.2. And back to Oliver here. This deep could go either way. Obviously 4 bet, definitely an option to around 3k, or we can put in the flat and just call, and opts for the flat, and that's going to bring Thomas in here with his 3s for sure this deep, well over 100 bigs times we make a set. Potential to win a big pot versus overpairs. How are we doing? Ricky Kebabs on Twitch, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How is it up in the northeast this morning? It was absolutely glorious in Manchester. Went for a wander into town and a nice coffee, sat outside a pub. Like oldie worldy pub, really nice. Tables and chairs outside, very busy. It was lovely.
So checking through on the flop, 7 of spades on the turn, so the 3s of Thomas, best hand here. And Oliver with the ace king. Checking it over to Thomas. And this is probably just going to check through. Henry thinking about taking a stab here. Thinks better of it, checks.
Jack of diamonds on the river.
So the 3s, if it does get to showdown, I'm going to take this one. But Oliver might not let that happen. Fires for 2.3 into 3.8.
Yeah, that should do it for the hand.
Yep.
I don't think Henry's calling with ace high.
Ah, nice, gets the 3s to fold. Nice little pick up.
Afternoon, Johnny. Johnny Kelly.
How then, John?
Don't play him for money at pool. Used to be one of the best in the country.
Did it?
Yeah, still got the eye. No, it wasn't the Oyster Bar. I don't know what it was. It was a pub. I don't know what it was called. Very nice though. Near the church. That stunning church in the middle. Near where all the shops are. The big shops next and all that. Nice. Really nice. Just outside having an Americano. Really nice. No, JP's his name. JP is his name. He is actually GDPR, but he is known as JP. So that'll do it. Not sure if he's GDPR, which is why he's got the mask and the hood on. Not sure. Maybe that's just a look. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice to see for. Nice to get out into town, walking around in t-shirt. It was really nice. Lovely weather this morning here in Manchester.
And a lovely flop for Colin. Pulls a 9-8 off in the small and flopping trips it. Got Henry checking back with the 10s. 3 of spades on the turn. Now Colin going to try get some value. You notice after the second hand of the day, Colin played tail, you know, the jacks hand when he bluffed the jacks for his tournament life. It's quite interesting because he showed the table that he was bluffing, and it was like free advertisement for the table, and since then he's really just been really quiet, so aware that everyone at the table saw that bluff, so maybe now just going to veer more on the tighter side, just start betting when we've got value instead of bluffs, and potentially get paid for it because of the free advertisement for the table. Second hand of the day when we ran the bluff with the pocket jacks. And look, just snapped off by Henry there, didn't even think about it, and obviously that hand from before going to be in Henry's mind.
Yeah.
But he played versus Thomas. Always keeping in mind when you're making decisions about the dynamic at the table, how you are perceived from the other opponents, how you think they're perceiving you.
Up to 124 in the room as it stands in the first level. Price pool up to £290,000. Here's screen for Anthony. Rich gets out of the way, folding all the way around to JP, who gets out of the way as well.
Limp from Anthony. Under the gun +1, the ace-9 off, then Colin raising to 300. Oliver happy to peel the jack-9 of clubs on the button. Thomas out of the way, and action, and Robert folds the big blind. Anthony going to limp call the ace-9 off, freeway to the flop. What a beautiful flop for Oliver here, flopping straight flush draw with the jack-9 of clubs. And Colin up and down himself, being the opener on the king-high board. Potentially just going to be continuing here with the jack-10. But opting to put in a check, maybe wary about Oliver's button. Calling range will contain hefty amount of kings and queens. But we're not checking to fold here as Colin, that's for sure. Happy to check call. Seven of clubs on the turn. Lovely card for Oliver. Second nuts completing. And now Colin will get out of the way, faced with the second barrel here. Once his third club rolls off, we are still up and down, yes, but we do lose 25% of our outs because it would bring the fourth club. There's the fold. Ten minutes to go for the first level. Haven't seen too much other than the second hand of the day. That was a good one. Thank you.
T-boy's here. Good lad. Seems ever so quiet in the card room. There's 125 in. Nice one, Fletch. Late one in the late one in the White Lion. People taking liberties ordering a pre-pizza. Pot Watcher Senior had to rebuy, and after the first hand, really. Oh, Paul Maguire. After the pub door of the Fletch Junior finally emerging victorious. We will make a trip over to the White Lion this year. We'll come over on the Thursday. We'll bring the sticks with us, and we'll have a night on the Thursday night in the old £2 rebuy. We'll sort something out, Fletch. Great to have you with us on the live streams on a regular basis. Any of the White Lion thinking of coming down to play Goliath in late August? They'll come down with the White Lion t-shirts on.
Yeah.
I wonder if pub leagues run events like that, or for tokens, for tickets to Goliath and stuff like that. It's a good idea. The local games have got very popular. Oh, I ended my streak on Wordle. I forgot to do it one day. And it cancels your streak, doesn't it? I was up to 66 and I cancelled it, so now I'm on 2. I was devastated when I realised what I'd done. I forgot about it completely. My streak was 66 and I'm now on 2. Amazing. I like that one. Quordle.
Yeah, have you done Decordle, the one I sent you?
I couldn't find the link. I've done the Octodal one.
Yeah, there's a
the 8 one. Done the 8 one. That was good.
Yeah, it's a 16 one.
16.
Yeah, 16.
Wow.
I was bored one day and I thought I'd give it a go.
16?
Yeah, it's called Decordal.
Decordal. D-E-C-O-R.
They ought to put D-O in front of it. Decordal.
Why? A dodecahedron is a 12-sided shape. Ever got Wordle in 2? I've got it in 1. I've got it in 1 once, I've got it in 2 8 times, I've got it in 3 13 times, I've got it in 4 29 times, I've got it in 5 12 times, and I've got it in 6 5 times.
Sorry, Circadordal. Obviously, yeah, 16. Not 12, it's 16 guesses, isn't it? 16 words. Sedicordal, it's called.
Oh, great.
Keep you busy for 20 minutes if you're bored.
20 minutes?
Very good flop here for Thomas. Flopping top pair, top kicker. Henry going to come along with his Broadway draw, backdoor nut clubs. And Anthony should be folding here, Tower, but going to overcall with bottom pair here out the big blind when we're faced against 2 much stronger ranges. And should just be a clear fold with the bottom pair here as Anthony. Like these are the spots where you see like recreationals potentially leak some chips, like what should be a fold because he's caught a pair. Happy to see if he can snag 2 pair or trips, but we get ourselves in a lot of trouble. Sometimes a 5 can roll off and we can still be drawing dead versus sets or drawing thin versus a better 2 pair. Thomas going for the second street now. I'm guessing that's going to be job done. Doubt Henry's going to be peeling here with just the gutter ball overcard, unless he's peeling to rep clubs on club rivers. Perhaps could be the thought process. Should be 2 quick folds.
Yeah, indeed it work. Right, what was it called?
Sedicordal. S-E.
Let's have a look at this. Get on to me october one. S-E.
Decordal.
Sedicordal. That one.
That'll keep you busy on the dinner break.
if we go quiet for an hour.
Queen 10 for Henry on the button, raises to 300. Going to be the last hand of level 1.
There's a Wordle one that gives you an outline of a country. Your geography needs to be pretty decent on that, let me tell you. Good, keeps the old grey matter ticking over. It's good for your stuff like that.
Queen 10 gets set, turning the king high straight. which is just getting out of the way. Did you not see me post in the chat like a couple of months ago?
I don't read out you post. There you go. Set a caudal. There, wowzers. We'll give it a bash. We'll give it a bash. Welcome to GKPT Manchester Day 1B, 125 in the last time we saw.
Yeah, we've got an hour left of the first session. Blinds have just increased.
For the first time, they've just gone up, as you see in the background, the clock, 59 minutes and 49 seconds. 133 in the mix, 272 in total. Prize pool is one place short of £300,000. Let's see. Here's King for JP. Raises, gets no action.
This is what we got coming up.
Yes, we're right down the bottom now, getting towards the end. There we go, Friday, main event B. Main event C tonight at 9. 20-minute blinds on the turbo.
And then day 2 tomorrow. You can buy in day 2. Be here before 11:45 if you want to get yourself in for a day 2 buy-in. Side event, £200 on the Saturday at 4 as always, and then Sunday we will be here covering the final table. We're out in the poker room. We will have the seniors and the bounty event. Seniors starting at 1 o'clock, nice and early.
Seniors starts at 10 in Vegas. I've already checked. 10 a.m.
That's lunchtime.
Like I said yesterday, people are just going to bed at that time.
Yeah. Poker players' bedtime.
10 a.m. Right, shovel up and deal. What time is it? 10 o'clock. Wowzers.
It was funny, years ago someone posted a picture on Twitter of the super seniors of all the all the
chariots walking down the side.
all lined up.
One of the best pictures in Vegas, that. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh my lord, says there's also a hurdle. It plays you 1 second of a song, then 2 seconds and so on until you guess it. Oh, I might have to try that. As long as it's music from the 80s. I stuck when music finished, when the 80s finished, that was me done.
We've got an interesting flop here. We've gone 5-way after an open from Henry. Been called in 4 spots, both Colin and Richard flopping the flush draw. Club on the turn would be action. It is the 3 of hearts. So ace high still out in front here for Colin.
You can involve the stream on that one. I suppose if you play close to the microphone. Name that tune in one. You won't remember that TV program, will you? Name that tune.
I remember Don't Forget the Lyrics.
Yeah, well, yeah, name that tune. Was you started at 10 and then worked down if you got a little bit of clue as well.
Oh, okay.
So I'll name that tune and there's somebody sat on the piano ready to play the first 10 notes. Ding 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 ding.
Oh,
80 clubs
is
on
a
the
club
river.
on the end.
Back to the board. We got flush over flush.
Yeah, and just easy raise now for us as Colin. Got to choose what sizing to go here. Like get the maximum versus a 6.
Oh. Well, if Colin splashed it in then and didn't mean to min raise. Just a call for 2.2 as well. Didn't fancy another coming over the top, Richard. Richard Lazarus could have lost a lot then.
Yeah, no, Rich can't raise tower. Literally cannot raise that spot.
Is that because it's paired as well?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, what are we getting called by if we want to free bet the clubs? Like even nine high flush draws are going to fold to our free bet. So once you go into that remit of we're never getting a worse hand to call, it's so much better to flat in that spot. Just unfortunate for Rich that the club did roll off for him.
So is this Heardle the same as Wordle, where it's the same tune for everybody in the world and it's one a day? Is that the same thing? Because obviously Wordle, I'm actually amazed and surprised that there's been you don't get spoilers on social media of writing what the word is. You post how many you've done it in with the green and yellow bricks that you've done it in, but you don't seem to get any spoilers, which is good. Right, no spoilers in the group then. No spoilers in the group, and I will have a go at the break. And when the first break comes, I will have a go, and I might even do it live while there's nobody sat at the tables. Just Google Heardle. Is it Heardle or Hurdle? I'm guessing it's Heardle because you hear things, don't you? I'll do it at the break.
Hurdle's the one when you got to guess the amount of sheep.
Hurdle's the one where you jump. There's something stood in the way and you have to jump over it. Yeah, I'll do that in the first break. We'll come back 5 minutes early and we'll stick it on. That's what we'll do. Yeah, I thought Hurdle sounds with Wordle, but I was thinking here because you hear music.
So top pair, decent kick up for Derek. Going to fire, and JP has to fold here with a Jack 5, so not much going on this hand. Do you hear how Wordle come about? Do you know how it started?
Vaguely. Was it a man that did it for his wife?
Done it for his missus, just put it on there, done it like a new word each day, and then obviously just become massive.
Maybe it meant something in the early days, like the 5-letter word that meant something to him. And then he sold it to the New York Times for a mill ball. Set up his life.
Yeah.
We'll be on it, oh my lord, we will be on it. I'm going to do it as we come back from the first break. We're going to come back 5 minutes early. We'll stick the camera on while there's nobody at the table and we'll do it all together. But don't let me know, because if it's only one music song per day, like it is for Wordle, then I don't want anybody letting me know what it is. How many songs can you get in one click of a piano? There's not many.
TV show recently. They did a TV show about that recently.
Oh.
It's amazing though how many, like, after the first one comes out, how quickly people make new ones like around it, based on it, with obviously the Wordle being the...
Yeah, there's the numbers one, isn't there?
Yeah,
as well?
it's
Is
like...
it numberal or something? That's the same kind of thing, really. You even have to guess whether if it's a times or a divide or a takeaway. Takeaway? That's what we used to do at school, you see. We used to do takeaways.
Subtraction.
We didn't do subtractions, we did takeaways. A takeaway now is something you get from a shop.
Wouldn't mind one right now. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Check once more. 8 of spades rolling off on the river. So queen high for JP, going to get the check mark here. Rich not taking a stab with a 9 high, and pop down the way of JP.
Where we're going for the rest of the spring and summer, before we get to Goliath.
Yeah, got plenty coming up. Edinburgh, our next stop in a month's time. We'll be there from... Well, we're going to be there on a Sunday.
We're going up a little bit early because we're taking the sticks. We're going to sort out with Jonathan.
Try a little vlog going as well for you guys.
We're going to try and get some vlogs going. We're going to play a round of golf at a place called Aberdour before we hit the Wednesday for Edinburgh. We're doing the cash game on the Wednesday. We'll let you know what time the cash game is going to be starting, finishing, and then day 1A of the main event. But there's plenty going on. The G400s, Portsmouth, good 25-25 back in Portsmouth, 25-25 back in Newcastle.
They've got PKO in Portsmouth coming up, haven't
Ah,
they?
they have, yes.
Progressive knockout, first ever one. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I hope there's some good reports regarding that. Because they might start rolling them around the country. Back in the Vic for the G400, Coventry has got a deep stack and the 25-25 and a G400. Ah, heck, they like Coventry. And then obviously Coventry for Goliath as well. So there's plenty going on. All those events for the National Poker League as well.
And Ricky's coming to say hello in Edinburgh.
Yes.
On the Thursday night.
Stick a name badge on Ricky. Ricky Kebabs.
We'll be in the broom cupboard in Edinburgh. Have that little room, don't we? Little room in between.
Yeah, we do. It's where the tunics normally get delivered.
Yeah.
And the tablets.
Edinburgh's always a leg where we've just got loads of everything on the table, just sweets and.
Eight, 9, 10 flop.
What we'll do after this hand as well, guys, we're going to have a little look at what's going on in the room. PK's out there with the camera. See who else is in the mix today.
Set of 9s for Derek. Comes to the table in seat 2. Thomas has got the up and down straight draw. And Richard's got the gut shot to the nuts. King Queen gets out of the way.
Yes, don't mind this at all here from Thomas. He is going to have all the straights, Jack 7, Queen Jacks, 6, 7, as well as all the 2 pair combos, 8, 9, 8, 10, 10, 9, and some sets in this scenario here. So we can credibly rep some value, and we've chose a hand that we've also got equity with to get there. The times that our opponent does show some resistance, like Derek has done on this occasion with his set. But now Ace of Spades on the turn. Might see Thomas slam the brakes on, but no, he's happy to go for the second barrel here. $2.2. Yeah, I love this from Derek Tower. Just call him, keeping some bluffs in there. We have some hands like 8, 9, 10, 8, drawing very, very thin, or 8, 9, drawing dead. But the Queen of Diamonds on the river. And Thomas
getting there.
Makes the straight. Now going to be value hunting.
Getting quite a lot of his chips back to the loss with the Ace King. $2,600 snap called with a set of 9s to see the straight. Thomas takes the pot. Unlucky Derek. Maximus says, what happened to the Reading 17th till the 24th of April? It got changed. It moved around a little bit later in the year. It's there, it is the 17th of July. They basically moved it because the first couple of days were on Easter. Easter Sunday and Easter Monday. So the Easter Sunday and Easter Monday, they realised that it was part of the festival and it might not have been too busy, obviously school holidays and what have you. So they decided to move it a little bit later in the year. So Reading changed to July. But it was just one of the decisions that they had to make on whether to change it, and they did. They made the change because the first weekend was going to be Easter weekend, so they decided to change it. And we'll be there, and looking forward to going back to Reading in July.
I'm guessing Ricky's had his teeth done, man. Says you'll recognise him when he smiles at you. Make sure you've got your shades with you. And Mickey says the Pompey PK is on now.
Oh, it's on this weekend, is it? Awesome. Nice one, Mickey. Hope you play it and let us know how it goes. Come in over the weekend and let us know how it's going. I'm also guessing that the PKO, if it's run like it is in Dublin, it always favours the person who knocks somebody out regarding the chips and the splitting of the bounty. So it always works in the favour of the player. I think once it goes round and gets round, I think it'll be really good. It'll be really popular.
Yeah, I think it will.
Mark Davis back on the decking with a fresh case of bud. Nice one, Mark. The sun is still shining. Hope it is where you are. Apparently it's getting very warm in northern Cyprus. Cosmin online says, do you know if there'll be any online day ones for Goliath? No, there will not be any online day ones for Goliath. There'll be hundreds and hundreds of satellites. You can buy into any holding tank as well, buy into any day one you want to, but there won't be any online day ones for Goliath. It is literally a live tournament. Afternoon, John. Derby's finest. Who are Derby County lose? Oh, they're not playing. Derby County will not lose this weekend because they're not playing. 77 buying day 1A in Portsmouth, says Mark Adair.
Wow, that's a great effort for like an event that's not.
Is that
Grosvenor presents?
How many day longs is that then? Where's Pompey on the app?
Yeah, Josh, this tournament's open to anyone.
Yes.
£12.50 buy-in.
Absolutely. Come and join in the fun.
I like you watch it, and some of the stuff you see, you wouldn't think it was a £12.50 some of the time, but great value tournaments, great structure. Yeah, £1,250. What are you looking for? Pompey.
Oh, it's because it doesn't.
Gunwharf Keys.
How am I supposed to know where Gunwharf Keys is? Why doesn't it say Portsmouth? How are you supposed to know every street in the country? How? Why? Why? Tell me.
I don't know.
How am I supposed to know where Gunwharf Keys? Right, developers of the app. I don't know where Gunwharf Keys is. Maybe it should say Gunwharf Keys, Portsmouth. Just saying.
But it's got the postcode underneath.
Oh yeah, PO could be Port Vale.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay.
Postcode, it could be anywhere beginning with PO. How many towns begin with PO? Loads.
What's the first one that comes to your mind though? Surely Pompey.
Port Vale.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mine would be Portsmouth.
So anyway, Gunwharf Keys apparently is in Portsmouth. The GUKPT Gunwharf Keys Spring PKO. Day one, I like it.
Look, what's it say up there, Tower?
Previous tournaments.
If you click on it, it says Portsmouth up the top.
Yeah, but when you've got onto it, when it's took you an hour to find out where Gunwharf Keys is.
Okay.
Oh. Tournaments, previous tournaments, day 1A. Look at that, 77 runners. Who knew that? That's fantastic. I absolutely love that. Well done, everybody. Yeah, but it does say when you click on it, but it's pointless when you clicked on it because you've already found it.
There is no town of Port Vale. Fun trivia fact, it's the only football club not named after a town, village or city.
Oh, well there you go. That's a fun fact. I like that. Port Vale is not named after a place. Ah, well there you go. 77 runners, I like it. Structure's exactly the same, looks like exactly the same as the GUKPT. Runs on a 30-minute clock. And Flight B starts today at 7 PM. Good luck everybody who's playing in Portsmouth.
So 96 rainbow board, bottom pair for Colin, gut shot, backdoor flush draw for Anthony. Thomas, the aggressor, I'm not choosing to continue.
Better coming in from Colin, who's got his stack up to 37,000.
Here he is. I thought the chap was been quiet the last couple of days.
Must have been working. The only person that works. How you doing, Chef? Chef Brad. Hope things are good. Claire Hewlett says it would also be helpful if the app showed the end of day levels. It's not always obvious how many levels are played each day. Good shout. We'll pass all these messages on, you know. We will pass all these messages on. I know Dan, one of the developers of Cardroom Magic, was in the building yesterday, actually. We will pass on the messages. It's a good shout, actually. It would also be helpful to find out how many levels you play. Yeah, I like that. I'll keep that in mind, Claire. Thank you very much. Ah, you see, where is Berry New Road? Does it just say Berry New Road on the app? Does it? See? Where is Berry New Road? You need to let people know exactly where they are. It don't need to be a quiz. We're going to be doing a quiz at the first break.
Tower is.
Yeah, you're right. Berry New Road, Berry New Road. Should say Manchester, Berry New Road. We're on it. Dan will get the email from the tower. He certainly will.
Off this hand as well, guys, we are going to go to one of the outer tables, have a look at some others in the field.
Or gin card on the river, even though it brings up the flush. 2 pair for Derek on the flop. We're going to have seen the bad news, unfortunately. Who we got, Jay? What's happening? Oh, you alright?
There's the
field.
field.
Love it. How busy is this place? Love it. Look at this card room, ladies and gentlemen. Busy, busy, busy. Find out your favourite player in the room and point them out to us.
Our TJ's in the mix.
Oi, oi.
There's Riggy.
It is good to see. Alex Mark.
There's Rene Z. There he is.
Oi, oi.
Chum man.
There's no need to feel down.
Seems like he started alright as well, Tower. Probably 25, 30k there.
Hey, the Mac lad himself. One of the finest poker players in the world.
Dan Charlton.
Yeah, amazing. What a good lad online as well. Follows Macclesfield Town round.
There's Dave Doherty, GUKPT champion last year in Luton. He's in the mix today.
Michael Kane, no Mike.
Is that Ajax top? It is an Ajax top. thought he'd be. Is he Rangers or Celtic, Michael? Do we know?
One of them two. I'm not saying so just in case I get it wrong.
There's Renee.
And Alex. Is that Alex Montgomery?
Yes.
Beefing up now with Alex. Loves his gym. What a lovely pan, thank you very much. Good to see Dan Charlton in the building. Proper top lad. One thing I don't advise is to follow Dan Charlton's jumping into the fountain in Coventry, because you end up not getting in the day after. But he is a top bloke. Old Judge Dredd, he is a geezer. Love him to bits. Would love to do a final interview with Dan Charlton. So the ace of spades are the 4 spades on the river for Robbie in seat number 6. Richard has the 10 of spades. I think it'll just be a call with the 10 of spades. And we see the ace of spades for Robbie. Flop well. Top with the redraw, and the redraw happened. Richard Lazarus down to 6,000. So early stages of Flight B. Flight C will be on at 9 PM tonight. We'll keep you informed with that all night on what will be happening regarding the turbo. Is there any up and coming and Grosvenor events below £100 buy-in? Most of your local card rooms now, I don't know where you live, Josh, but most of your local card rooms, if you've got the Poker Live app, will be advertising tournaments £100 and less. Some are dealer dealt, some are self deal. Obviously at this moment in time still struggling on the staffing issues around the country. Some places are better than others, but eventually it'll all get there. But if you click on the app, it will tell you there's games in most casinos and tournaments, whether it be self deal or dealer dealt. Josh lives in Warrington, so if you were to look in Liverpool at Leo's, which comes under Liverpool, tonight there's a £30 self deal tournament. On Thursdays there is a £70 dealer dealt tournament in Liverpool. So it gives you all the information on what is happening on the app. If you click on next Thursday, it's called the Big Thursday £70. It's dealer dealt. There's 6 tables. Starts at 6 o'clock. £70 in, 15,000 starting stack. Josh went and there were no cash on the night. That's a shame. The usually cash tables running. Berry New Road is in Manchester, where we are now, is usually good for cash. Also Didsbury. Bolton usually has cash tables. Blackpool maybe gets a table every night. Didsbury's supposed to be a really nice place now on that Parswood Entertainment Centre. Supposed to be a really nice casino. Didsbury, we used to do the GUKPT 500s in Didsbury years ago. Always check the app. It is a cracking download and everything related. But we are going to point out a couple of issues regarding the name of the place. It should be the city or the town and then the actual address. We'll point it out, put it forward. And Claire made a good point of tournaments and a line underneath the tournament to how many levels they play. I like that idea.
Yeah, every bit of feedback we get, we'll put it forward to the
Absolutely.
guys. Always working on the app, trying to make it better.
Yeah.
I know most people that
The
watch the
guys
stream,
in the background want to make it a perfect app.
yeah, exactly. And all you guys that watch the stream, I know a high percentage of you do have the app and use the app to check things.
Small pot, ace, 3, queen. Anthony flopping a set. I get called with this queen from Colin. His ability to stack up to near 40,000. And he does make the call with the queen to see the bad news. Yeah, it's a shame Warrington's like bang in the middle of Liverpool and Manchester, isn't it? So you've got Berry New Road in Manchester, you've got Didsbury. There's also a couple of others as well.
Where is Didsbury?
Other side of Manchester.
Oh, other side.
Yeah. And then obviously Liverpool's got got Leo's. Yeah, it's a strange one with Warrington. It's bang in the middle, isn't it? I know it's a little bit closer to Liverpool than it is Manchester, but there's plenty of options around if you don't mind the drive. Bolton usually has cash as well.
Six of hearts on the turn. Brings in backdoor flush draw for Robbie. King high for him, still the best hand in this scenario. Might see him lead here some of the time. Tower out of the big blind, going to be better board for his perceived range. And just a quick fold from Ollie.
Is there rumours down south that they're building a new casino in Southampton?
Yes.
I heard a bit of a rumour that they're supposed to be building a big casino down in Southampton. You never know, Brandon.
Might see a GUKPT down a
We
year or
could be
two.
on our way down there. We used to come to Portsmouth, and I know we do Reading. Reading's not obviously south coast, but
God, that would be your longest trip, wouldn't it? From
well,
Blackpool, yeah?
we've done Brighton in years gone past. But that's unfortunate that the listed building on the seafront in Brighton just can't accommodate a GUKPT anymore, because it's a fabulous place. I love Brighton. I've been to Portsmouth before down south. I've been to Southampton, but only to stop overnight when we went to the GUKPT in Belgium that we did one year in 2011. We stopped off before we went underwater in that tunnel thing.
Yep. Action for Thomas with aces on the button.
But yeah, there's been GUKPTs in Portsmouth and in Brighton before, but Brighton, unfortunately, the card room, you can't make it any bigger. The listed building can't get changed. Bit of a shame, because I love Brighton and I thought it was a great stop. We tried it in January, we tried it in May, we had it in August before. Hiya Maximus, yeah. I think if you listen to the live stream on a regular basis, I've always said that Gala should have sold Harbourside in Bristol to Grosvenor when they had the chance, and we would have definitely had a GUKPT in Bristol, which obviously is not Swindon, but it's close. So yeah, just a shame over the years that Bristol was never sold, because that casino would have been an amazing event for the GUKPT, but never happened, unfortunately.
Got some good news as well.
Oh yeah, I
Little
love
bit of
good news.
Got a couple of tickets.
Does it involve pay rises?
Unfortunately not.
Damn.
It
Damn.
involves...
You get paid endurance, yeah?
Take your break, you.
we're going to have a couple of £110 closer tickets to give away today at
Yes,
some point.
nice
So
one.
what we'll probably do...
Who's told you this?
I've just got my contacts now. haven't I?
Contacts.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
Like,
we've got contacts now, is it?
but probably going to do that when we
You remember
return.
them days, ladies and gentlemen, when we used to have a Towers exclusive? Them days are gone.
So probably after the dinner break, when action heats up a little bit more, probably level 5, level 6, we'll give away one token. Then probably last session of the day, level 9, level 10.
Oh, nice one.
We'll give away
Like
the other
it.
token.
Straight after
So,
the dinner break.
if you are tuned in straight after the dinner break, we will run a competition. We'll have a little think about what we're going to do, how we're going to give them away, and we will come up with something. Big thanks to the guys online. Plenty going on online as well. We've got the closer coming up on Monday, 25k guaranteed, £110 buy-in for that, late reg until 10:30. Satellites every night from £5 and £30. You've got your £5 rebuy and add-on and your £30 freeze out.
Awesome.
And then we've got the Easter Beast Tower coming up in a month.
Yes.
Well, a few weeks now, 11th of April till 18th of April, £110 multi-flight tournament.
Oh, we can do multi-flights now,
Yep.
can we? Oh, brilliant.
All goes towards the National Poker League. Day 1 flights at 8 each day, 11th to the 17th, and a turbo at 3 on the 18th, and day 2 is on Easter Monday. We now have Knockout Sunday as well online. Eliminator progressive knockout tournaments, 8 max, 100 BB, starting stack buy-ins from €5 to €100, guarantees of 3k to
I'm in the
€25K.
I'm in the €5 ones.
And there's also a leaderboard for that, so plenty going on online. I'll let you know about some other stuff going on as well throughout the day. But,
Do we still have online day ones for deep stacks and 25s and G400s?
Yes.
I'm guessing we do.
We do at the moment, yeah.
Awesome. I love the online because I like them because you play the online flight and then you decide where you want to play. Love it. I think it's a great idea. If there's 2 or 3 on the same weekend, you can decide where you want to play. I think it's a great idea. Yeah, Maximus, honestly, Harbourside in Bristol would have been amazing for the GUKPT. It really would. And solve the problem for the Southwest.
What about Bournemouth? What's the casino like there?
Never been.
Never been.
And I've never been to Bournemouth either.
Never been Bournemouth?
No. Not even been to the football ground. I've been to 63, but I've never been to Bournemouth. Can we make calls to get a G400 in Newcastle? Is Newcastle not on the list? Where's Newcastle?
25-25.
25-25 in Newcastle on the 4th till the 8th of May. But is there a G4? No G400 as yet. But that only finishes.
Yeah.
That finishes in September. You never know. After September, there might be a G400 added to Newcastle. So you can see there, Coventry's on the list all the way down. Newcastle wants a G400. Watch this space, I suppose. Obviously, that is only up until Goliath. And there is a 25-25 4th until the 8th of May.
Four clubs for Anthony. Definitely opened this one on the button, but chooses to limp in instead. Gives Rich a chance to check his option, and Colin can do the same with the A7 in the big.
It's 8-2, but it's all clubs.
Lovely flop for
Anthony just
Anthony.
flops it all.
Flops the flush with the redraw to the still wheel. And going to get some action as well, because Colin going to have to put in some chips here with his top pair in this limp situation. That is action killer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Check, check.
And 95 of clubs is a little bit wary as well.
He went for the fire, Anthony, fair enough. Probably a spot we want to check, but happy to just take it down there perhaps. Did have the redraw to the straight flush. It's going to be a pretty good check spot most of the time.
Yeah, and obviously down the southwest we used to do Plymouth as well.
You done what? GUKPT Plymouth?
GUKPT Plymouth was there for 2 years, I think it was.
I'd love to do a GUKPT.
Julian
Plymouth.
Few won the last one.
Oh yeah, of course. I'd love to be able to go down to Plymouth for a GUKPT.
Lovely city to walk around. always remember going to Plymouth. It was on 2 floors, and the casino was up. The card room was upstairs, and as you walked up, we were in there. I think it was a Saturday night, and we were all wondering where to go, because I think it was one of the night. It must have been one of the last events that got to a final table on the Saturday, because the old structure meant that you more or less got to the final table on the Saturday night. And we finished like 10:30, and it was like, oh my days, we finished at 10:30. What do? Everybody like looked and just looking through the windows. The next thing, we like looked through the curtains, and we're looking down onto the main street, and there's this guy being dragged out of the car by the police, and the police surrounded the car and started to strip search him and search the car, and the dogs were there and everything was there. And I thought, maybe not go out tonight. Maybe we'll just stay in. Yeah, but we've done Plymouth on a GUKPT in previous times. But I know what you mean. The southwest is lacking a little bit, but it's tough. And Bristol would have been ideal. "20 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a new table will be coming with us at, well, we need to find out, it's 15 or 20.
So blind on blind here, Oliver raising 4x over the limp. Ace 5 rainbow, definitely one we can mix in a check in with as Oliver, and that's exactly what he does. 5 on the turn. Might even double check this now, try and hope that Derek can catch a piece. Yeah, I love this from Oliver, this is really nice. King of Hearts on the river. Now we will try and go for value, just hope that Derek's hit a queen on the end. Unfortunately, has to let that one go.
So at the end of this session there is a 20-minute break. Thought it'd be 20 minutes on the Fridays, obviously busier, so no dealer rotation as such. What are you buying? Oh, where are you going? Oh, booked it, packed it.
Monday.
On Monday? Unbelievable. Does 5 days work, goes off to Tenerife Monday morning. There's something wrong in our job. Unbelievable techers, this man. You don't see Dave. Dave's in the back down to the right of the screen where you can see putting in all the action. He's the guy that does all the action tracking and puts the graphics on the screen. He'd be the man to ask if you want a late stream for the cash. Dave! Dave, we're thinking of running till 3 o'clock in Edinburgh. What's your thoughts?
We'll get a list up soon.
So Oliver with the best of it here. 3rd pair, gut shot. Checks through, And Oliver gets rivered. 8 of clubs giving Colin the best hand, river and trips.
That's the way to do it. Should be check, check, bet. Oliver White will think about it. I think he'll find the fold. Small pot. We need to get it with the 9. And Robbie will snap. And then that'll be it. Colin will take. Oh, no. And there. Oliver decides to call. Thought he had a fold. But Colin takes another stack. Over 40,000. Yes, Ian Simpson is in the building. He played yesterday as well, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for him. So whereabouts in Tenerife are you going to? Spending all your wages in euros. You don't know. You're just Tenerife. Just Tenerife. You're just going to turn up and that's it.
Friday to Monday, Friday.
Lovely. Lovely. Taking the kids? Oh, we know what kind of holiday that is.
658 quid for the two of us.
Very nice.
All inclusive.
Very nice. Ah, did you know the laws have changed in Spain?
No, not Tenerife. Double check.
Ah, the laws have changed regarding all-inclusive holidays in Spain. Have you not heard?
No.
You're only allowed 3 drinks per day as an all-inclusive holiday. Spanish laws have changed. 100% true. You're only allowed 3 drinks. They're not allowed to have happy hours, and they're not allowed to advertise 2 for 1 drinks. New Spanish laws, check it out. I'm telling you, if you're booking your all-inclusive holidays to Ibiza and everywhere like that, check all the details. Public information service we are, that's us. We're here to help everybody. Get drunk. You're absolutely right.
I only like 2 glasses of whiskey as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to manage it, but that's...
Yeah. Afternoon.
Span, yeah, that probably is Ian Simpson you heard in the background. He's here today, so I know he's got a very predominant laugh.
He has.
So Robbie flopping.
Left Unibet last month. Did Ian?
Did he?
He did.
I never knew that.
Did you not?
Was that because he weren't patched up at the London leg when he was on the featured table?
No, I think they had discussions.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it was 6 years.
Yeah, wow.
6 years, I think he said.
Wasn't it?
6 years as an ambassador for Unibet. Ian Simpson. He has a new role. Good luck to him in his new ventures.
What is he just playing poker now? Or has he got a different?
He has a new deal.
A new deal?
He has a new deal. But I think it's public knowledge. But I'm not going to say anything until I ask him. But I think it's public knowledge to where he is going and what he's going to be doing in the future. But I will ask him just in case. Ah, there you go. C4. He has gone to 888. He got approached and he thought about it for about a month. And he said yes. Good luck on the new venture, Mr. Ian Simpson. That's what we said.
Going to be streaming, I take it, and whatnot.
Absolutely.
I know he's an avid streamer.
Yeah. His cats are more famous than he is.
So Robbie's still with the nuts on the turn here, and firing once more. And I think this is where we should see Thomas fold the top pair here. Robbie check raised into 4 players on the flop, so it's very strong. But Thomas having none of it here. He thinks Robbie's at it. Club on the river. And still expect Robbie to go for value here. We don't want to lose value versus hands like King Jack, King 9 suited, Jack 9 suited. These type of holdings here, we want to eke the value out of those. We are worried about King X and 9X of clubs. However, 9X of clubs going to fold flop after we check raise. The only real worry for us is like the King X of clubs here, as Robbie but I can't see him checking this one behind with the backdoor flush completing, because we just lose the value versus the 2 pair hands that could potentially hero us off. So goes for the 3rd street, which is good to see. And thought Thomas would fold turn, but surely he's got to let this one go now, especially with the backdoor clubs coming in. Not really too many bluffs we're going to have on the King Jack 9 rainbow board. And Steve says it's 3 drinks at lunchtime and 3 drinks with your evening meal.
Ah, there you go.
Surely they're going to lose so much business though.
I think, yeah.
So much. From
how many people order 8 drinks at the last orders and stuff like that, you know. Cheers, Stuart and Stephen, for answering the questions regarding the law changes in Spain. But it will, but like Jay says, I mean, people who look down at all-inclusive holidays and think it's a cheap deal won't be anymore.
You look elsewhere. You'd look elsewhere. If I was always going, I don't. But if I always went on holiday in Spain and suddenly that's changed, I'd be going elsewhere now. They're going to lose so much.
Yeah.
Surely that's going to affect the economy over there. Us Brits like our holidays.
We do. We like his drinks when we're on holidays.
yeah, exactly.
Any watch experts in the house as a C4? I watch telly. Heading towards the break, round about just under 10 minutes to go. It's a 20-minute break. King high flop, King 10-2. Flush draw again. This time Robbie's got the flush draw, and that will be the end of that.
Enjoy our seafoam, leaving us think he's going out on a little bike ride today.
Good lad. Enjoy the bike, enjoying the nice weather as well. Sure we'll see you soon.
How you doing, Yanis?
Hey Yanis.
Long time no see.
Absolutely.
Been too long. Too long.
You are well, my friend. Big cuddles this year for sure.
Feels weird sitting in the bar in the hotel tonight and know Yanis not there with his glass of wine. It's feels weird, doesn't it? It's been too long. It's
Hope you're good, Yanis.
yeah, I hope the new venture's going well.
So we'll get a new table coming for the live stream, which will include Mike Kane, Terry Jordan, Steve Warburton, and champion of the mini, Mr. Ben Makovic.
Very nice table.
Awesome. Chip leader on the table has 30,000, and that's Joseph McLean. Awesome. Look forward to that table. That's coming next at 10-3.
10-9-5, 2-spade board. Not much here for anyone. Deuces of Anthony still actually out in front here. But Thomas, being the opener, just happy to continue here. It's a board like a lot of the time you expect this hand to check, but timing this one to perfection. Everyone getting out of the way. Yeah, it should be a good watch span with Ben and Terry on the table. Ben winning the mini earlier on this week. It's funny as well because the winner's picture, I don't know if you've seen it with Ben, he's got the 10-8 of clubs showing as his winning hand, and because they done a deal with Chop and gave Ben the trophy because he had the most chips, he just chose what hand he wanted for his winner's picture, and the 10-8 of clubs was the hand that he 5-bet called off to bust kings in for a massive pot. So it's he thought he'd needle the guy that he busted with the kings and get the 10-8 of clubs in the winner's picture.
Oh my days!
Yeah, so it was quite funny. I was speaking to him at the bar about it on Wednesday night. But it should be fun to watch Ben and Terry. Good bit of entertainment for the second session of the day. We're nearly there for this one. 5 minutes to go. That's an overkill flop for the King Jack.
And he flops about.
And actually going to get some action.
Here's
as well.
Colin's going to fire.
Because this is blind on blind where ranges should be very wide, and 7 hearts on the turn. Check, check. And 6 of hearts on the river. Now Richard just moves all in.
That's it. And that's the end of
3.5k.
I think Colin might have just called us, you know.
He snapped
No one
it,
knows.
Tower. He snapped it.
Have they snapped
Yeah,
it?
snapped it off.
The way Colin plays. Easy come, easy go, but he's still got 33,000. Last 3 or 4 minutes until the end of the session, and then a 20-minute break.
Bixie has come to the table to
Yeah.
join us for the last couple of hands.
Absolutely, last 5 minutes. We're only going to get to see Bixie for 2 hands.
So we will be back at 10 to 3.
Yes.
God, that looks like Dave G from this angle, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, yeah.
That
C2
looks like
Derek.
Dave G. Bixie sits down and finds ace queen under the gun, raises to 300. Colin making a loose pill here. In the small line with the 10-8 off versus the gun open, and Derek's in with the ace-9 off in the big blind 3-way to this flop.
Jack, 6, Queen, 2 spades.
A really nice flop here for Bixie with the ace queen, top pair, top kicker, backdoor spades for a bit of insurance. So happily going to fire here in this multi-way situation, try and get some value from our top pair. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get caught in either spot. Well, looks like Colin happy to peel one off here with his gut shot, trying to find a 9 on the turn. It's the upside down 9, 6 of diamonds, no help to Colin, and Bixie should be happy to go for another streak here versus small blind range. Versus big blind, it may get a little bit more dicey because they're going to have more 6x, but don't expect too much 6x in the small blind calling range of Colin. So happy to fire there, start getting value from some king queen, queen 10, some jack x that's going to call another streak. So we're going to move into the last hand of the session, and then will be a 20-minute break, guys. So back at 10 to 3.
Just telling all the players where they're going.
No, 6 seconds left on the clock. So this will be the last
Last hand. This will be the last hand.
Thomas raised it to 300 with the pocket tens. Anthony happy to peel the queen jack and the hijack, calls for 300. Looks like Derek's in the small blind, and that Bixie not defending the 8-5 off. She's going to take her 20 minutes.
Well, it's only 2 hands I've done on the feature. Robbie gets out of the way as well. So 3-handed, Thomas with the tens. Going to see the last hand of the session. Jack 6-5 is the flop.
So Queen Jack flopping best here for Anthony. Thomas with the 10, still probably going to see him continue. Just the 1 overcard here, can't instantly give our opponents credit for it. So happy to fire call from Anthony. And wow, Derek's come in here, Tower, with the ace-4, just overcalls with ace-high, no draw. 9 of spades on the turn. This is where we expect the 10s to start checking of Thomas once he's been called in 2 spots here. Obviously now wary of some Jack X being out there. And Anthony putting in a check here with the top pair. And it's going to get him paid on the river here because the 10s of Thomas now going to feel like they've definitely got the best hand once we see this check from Derek. Assuming Derek is going to check, because may just make the assumption that Anthony's going to fire his Jack X three-way here, thin the field down, try and take it heads up to the river or take it down there. So if I'm sitting here as Thomas, the way the hand's played, I might even value bet my 10s here, Tower, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Fires for 700. Going to get the bad news because Anthony going to be bumping this up with his trips.
Well, just calls.
Just calls. Just calls, okay. And
just calls.
That's fair enough.
And that is it. PK must be busy, so the time will be wrong across the top. But we will be back at 2:50. I'm going to be back 2 minutes early because I'm going to be doing Wordle, Weedle, Hiddle, whatever it is, and try and give you a little bit of sound, see if we can get it. So we'll be back just before 10:02. But we know the timing will be wrong. PK will be rushing in very shortly. But we're back in 20 minutes' time. Enjoy, get yourself a coffee. See you back here for Hiddle.
See you then, guys.
When we started an hour with the Tower, Andy from Cardoon Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which is in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him. and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It's certainly strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chen, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember. I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace 10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot, but your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone, there's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. And I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to. I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at I want to say 4 a.m, and I won one at 10:30 at night, and it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in one day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker. There's so much history there, and we've faced this for many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time, and it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. Yeah. So we've heard this hundreds of times, starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table and, maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak. Yeah. And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, you know, I mean, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is, when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have, like, say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. Mm-hmm. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Mm-hmm. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets. Mm-hmm. And it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time.
We got it. Right, I'm going to do it. We've got hurdle. I still want to know how to say it, but I'm sure it's hurdle. We're on. Right, listen to the intro. And I'm going to put my glasses on, this can't read, everything's blurred. Listen to the intro, then find the correct artist and title in the list. Skipped or incorrect attempts unlock more of the intro. Answer in as few tries as possible and share your score. Hoping you can hear this, because I'm going to get this in 2. Don't laugh. How do you play it? Ready? Am I going to play it?
You'll hit play.
Right, hit play. See. Ready? See if we can hear it.
Hi, it's rolling.
Try getting that in 2.
What?
Try getting that in 2.
What was that? Can't play it again. So how do you guess it? Do you type in the answer?
I guess so.
My days, man. Didn't get that. Did not get that at all.
Hi, it's rolling.
Lights rolling. Is that what he said?
Is that what he said?
Was it lights rolling?
Is it? This will be something I've never even heard of.
Hi, it's rolling.
Oh, so it repeats until you put the answer. Yeah. Ready? One more time.
Hi, it's rolling.
Is it? Oh, I'm going to type in.
You've got to skip and plus 1 second. There you go.
All right.
And again,
No, it. Search for the artist and title. Right. I'm going to put in. You can skip as well if you want. Thanks, band. They don't even know that song. Oh my days. No, right, I'm going to have to skip. Right, back to the table shortly. Skip. Ready?
Hi, it's rolling.
You've got some drumsticks in there now. That might help. Come on, you said you'd get it in 2.
But obviously you get less credit. Right, play again.
Hi, it's rolling.
I thought it was going to be Vanilla Ice. An Ice Baby, that's what I thought it was, but obviously it's not.
Hi, it's rolling.
No, skip.
Hi, it's rolling.
Sorry, Charlie Murphy, I was having too much fun.
Ooh. Michael Sophie says Mark Ronson. Is it Valerie? Let's type it in. Is it the Zootons? How do we type it in? We're back to the game shortly. How do we type in? 1 minute. We're coming for cuddles shortly. How do we type in? Know it, right. Val Mark Ronson, Valerie, Submit.
Sorry, Charlie Murphy, I was having too much fun. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water.
Easy!
We're off. What time?
We are off,
Literally
ladies
on
and
the
gentlemen.
first hand.
Get in there. Boom! God, did it up 1 minute.
Towers just popping out for a minute. New feature table. We've got a cracker. Second session of the day. In 1's going to be Radu Lit. In 2, Kavon Hikimi. In 3, Nigel Birch-Jones. 4, Michael Caine. 5, Joseph McLaren. 6, Terry Jordan. 7, Atif Qureshi. 8, Steve Warburton. And then 9 is Ben McKevitt. And that's what we got
Champion.
for the session. Yep, mini main
Splashed in
champion.
a bit of money as well. Thanks, Jim.
Cheers, Jim.
We've passed on the information regarding the app.
Yep.
And also the level endings on the days. Great idea. All information passed over to the man, and he'll relate it to the guys. And we'll improve the app little by little. Love it. Little things like that just mean a lot.
Yeah, so Ben's opened 3.5x here, Tower, and it's been a call and a free bet from Cavon here. Free bet to 4x the open of Ben after a call in between. And Terry's in with the 8-6, just cold calling out the small blind. And Ben with the ace queen here, not going to be loving life, shouldn't be loving life. Once we open 3.5x from +1. And then free bet from the low jack. Not going to be loving the ace queen. I still expect Ben to pill. I think he's the type of player that happily see a flop here.
Raise 7,500.
Decides to 4-bet. So basically going to be going all in because we're going to lose Ben first hand if he doesn't find an ace. Because he's not 4-betting over half of his stack to fold, and once it comes back round to Kaivon here, I'm assuming he's just going to move in himself with the Cowboys.
All in.
And Ben has to call this off now.
And a call. Showdown, please.
How can you not say Kaivon Shabbat? Be like rave on. Kaivon with the Cowboys. Ben is staring down with ace queen. Is all in. Ben McKevitt, champion in the mini. Do you know what Michael Caine's top is? Ajax. Well, you said that.
Yeah, I said it was
You said it was Ajax.
Who's he support, Rangers or Celtic? So just fade in an ace to bust Ben for Kaivon.
Unlucky.
And it's the 7 of diamonds. So
Unlucky,
we do
Ben.
lose mini main champion Ben McKevitt, first hand of this session on the featured table. Kaivon up to over 2x starting.
Do you know what happened since 2:15?
No.
60 binds.
60.
60. We're now up to 177.
1199.
There's some chip counts coming across the bottom of the screen.
Oi, oi, young Mikey. Bad beat jackpot winner. 55,000. Dave Doherty. There was a queue of 30 people at the dinner break, at the last break. 30. Amazing. 60 buy-ins in an hour. Amazing. Michaela. You alright, young man? What's happening? What you looking for? Chairs for another table now. That's what we like. Yeah, Mike's dad was the jackpot winner, and brilliant indeed from young Mikey. And Pops, massive bad beat jackpot. It's 145,000 now. 145. Just gonna We hear a bit of noise in the background. It's just the guys getting another table ready in the room because it's so busy.
Bet 700. Pass. Call. Check. 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 Bet 1,000.
The towel's just helping everyone with the chairs. Guys, some background noise, so just cut the mic off for a second. Good news always, opening another table.
Another table sorted.
No guarantee on this one, Hendo.
No, there's not been a guarantee since lockdown finished. No need. If you want to play, play. Can't expect the organisers these days to put themselves at risk with the guarantee. And if there is a guarantee, it'll be one that's easily surpassed, just to make sure. So since we came out of lockdown last July, there's not been a guarantee on the mains, but the numbers have been incredible.
Kyvon just folding the ace-10 under the gun, taking it back old school.
Pass.
Orbs in the small blind, completes. And Radu 10-7 of clubs checking his option. Radu in the last longer.
Check.
Queen 9 for the flop, so whiff for both players. Not much going on for either. 6 of clubs on the turn does bring in a gut shot for Steve Warburton, and an up and down for Steve Warburton, and a gut shot for Radu. And Steve fires and gets the better hand to fold. I think even more reason, Span. I think with Terry at the table, like he'll pill ace deuce through ace 9 there, so I think like opening ace 10 perfectly fine, and also pill a whole host of 10x that we have dominated.
C2 gone. Table 18 and 6.
I always say as well, like if like you're in a VIP lineup, I know it's not like a VIP lineup, we've got just a Terry here, but always say like you should be comfortable opening like a cut-off range from even under the gun, any position at the table when you're in one of them sort of lineups.
Pass. Pass. Raise 400.
The better the game, the wider you open, the better the table.
Pass.
In this case, we lose Kyvon. It's a balance.
Raise 1,200.
Terry raises to 400 here with the Queen 8 off, and Wards with a Jack 10, free betting to 1.2. So just trying to get heads up with position versus Terry here, but I'm gonna be met with a cold call from Radu in the small blind with the King Queen, and Terry won't be going anywhere with the Queen 8, I can assure you of that.
6-3-6.
Check.
It's just a board where Steve's going to be continuing fairly often here. Maybe a bit wary about Radu's cold call in the small. That will contain a fair amount of pairs in there. We'll have all the pocket pairs like deuces from 10s, but still undeterred. Warb's happy to just continue until he gets out of the way as well. That one going the way of Steve Warburton. Radu, one of our last longer winners. What that is, guys, on the online client, if you do satellite into the main event, there is then a last longer between yourself and the other satellite winners. It's a great little promotion from the guys that they put on for the live stream. And Tom from the Line's actually given us some tickets to give away this weekend as well, so stay tuned for the giveaways. £110 tokens for the client.
All in. Pass.
So Nigel was all in with the Ace King of Diamonds for his 24 big blinds, and Terry calls it off with a 9-7. Classic Jordan.
Classic Terry. 9-7. How's your Ace Kings feeling right now?
Yeah, 60-40, just shy of.
$9-9-4. So, Ace King, see you later.
See you later. Dead to running aces or kings, and that will be that on the turn. And wait for it. I'm waiting for the Terry sent you. I'm waiting for him to say it. 9-7. And Terry takes that one. And we lose Nigel, who has the record for most buy-ins for a GUKPT main event. I'm not sure, Phil. The most you can have is 10. That is the maximum. 3 each day. 3 in day 1A, 3 in day 1B, 3 in the turbo, then the day 2 buy-in. I'm not sure if anyone's ever had the full 10 before.
No. It's something we don't really check, isn't it? I know some people say you always had 3 bullets and stuff like that, but yeah, we're doing something we don't really check. But
Okay, raise 400. Pass. Pass.
Terry under the gun, raising to 400. Like this situation, Radu here with the Jack 9 in a normal circumstance is always going to be hitting the mark, but knows that he's going to have position post versus Terry, so chooses to free bet in position to 1.1. Gets a fairly nice flop, flops the up and down draw on 10-8-8 rainbow, not choosing to continue. And ace of clubs on the turn, and this will be a delayed c-bet, I'm sure, from Radu. And gets Terry's fault the best of it as Ryan Mandara takes his seat at the table. Ryan just flying in, got here today, first bullet for him.
Just straddle.
They said for the card room, yes.
And you get one, then just like that you get another. Another Coventry local, Lee French taking his seat as well, and this just got a bit more spicy, this table, with Terry involved in the mix as well. Hopefully, and Ryan joining us on the feature. Ryan straight into the mix here in the cut-off, opening 4x here into Terry's big, sizing up, knowing that Terry's defending any 2 here. So just eking out more value with a king-queen. And comes to the table, opens king-queen, first flop, jack 10-9. That's how you do it, Tower.
that's how you win out,
That is how you do it.
Is Chompy still playing? I don't know, Phil, to be fair. I don't know. I've not seen Graham for a while. He used to post in the chat box quite a bit as well, did Graham? Massive sports bettor, he was Graham. He used to put loads of bets and tips on social media and forums in years gone by. But I don't actually know. I've not seen him playing around the tables for a while, Graham. one of the old players from the early days when we started.
Play this, if no good, play the other one later.
That's when people were a lot younger than they are now.
Has Shower upset you, Carlo?
I tell you what, Carla's going for it today, isn't she? She must be busy. She must be busy and earning fortunes, you see. That's what it's all about. She's got a smile on her face and she's taking the Michael. Yes. Yeah. Afternoon. Afternoon, Yamo.
Hi then, Craig.
He's in Darwin tonight, DJ. I don't know if it's a party or what, but that's what he's doing tonight. Spinning the discs. Do we still do that anymore?
I don't know. I think it's just all done on the laptop,
The
ain't it? I
DJ
don't even know.
still
I haven't been
discs?
to a nightclub in ages. I'm getting old now.
Carter's just said, what are discs? Exactly.
I don't know what.
Check.
So Terry with the nut low on the river here. Gonna fire for 1.5. Lee here with the 10-8 of diamonds. Might look this one up after flop goes bet call. Like Terry here can have ace-4, he can have 4-6, he can have 4-5, he can have 5-6, he can have just some random float. Like value wise, it's just a queen here really for Terry, so this is what you expect to see, and Lee pays it off and makes the correct decision. It's a good start after just buying in.
Pass. Pass. Raise 600. Pass.
Kings for Ryan makes it 600 to go.
Pass. Pass.
Terry folds on the button and Ward's
Call.
defending here with the Jack 10.
Two, 3, 5, 2 diamonds.
Check. Bet.
Just happy to continue. Should be a fairly prompt fold from Stevie Woods.
Pass.
Is that Les Kearney's head? Yes, it is. Les is back playing poker. Not played for a while, has Les? In 2019, he had 7 tickets for GUKPT main events. One on the Grosvenor client. Karen, is this the table you will be at when you win Goliath? Yes, it is. It'll be in the middle of the floor.
Pass.
It'll be open to everybody, so you can see all the way around it. It'll be a fantastic setup at Goliath.
Pass.
Can't wait for it. And yes, Karen, this will be the table.
Pass. Call. Pass.
Ryan opens to 600. Terry peels the King 5 off in the cut-off. And Lee going to be getting involved in the big blind with the pocket sixes. Not going to be going anywhere here. Happy to defend.
Call.
It's just always going Ryan's way. This one tower, ace high, dry as anything. Really nice backdoors.
Bet 800.
C bet the King 10.
Pass. Pass.
Gets the sixes to fold. Where are we off to next, Tower?
Where are we going? Where would you like to go?
There we go. Edinburgh. Right up north.
Can't wait. Love Edinburgh. Always have. Fantastic city. If you get a chance to wander around it, have a day off and go into the city centre and go up to the castle and the Royal Mile, it's just fantastic.
Perfect.
Go down
time
Princess
as well.
Street for a bit of shopping.
Sun should be out May time.
Be glorious, shorts weather. We'll be doing the live stream in the vest top. The tan will be there. The lines will be straight across. Honestly.
And that is the schedule for Edinburgh. Hopefully to see a lot of you there.
Pass. Pass.
You need the low ones, I need the high ones.
Ace Queen for Ryan. Getting some nice distribution after just sitting down. Raises to 600. Jack 10 2. 2 club board and C-bets, and this one going to go the way of Ryan. Sat 4 out of 5 pots since he sat at the table.
Pass. Pass. Raise 500. All in.
Terry, 8-4 of diamonds, raises to 500, and the teeth with the King Jack shoves for 11 bigs over the Terry Jordan Open. Radu, pocket nines here. Not going to be folding because obviously I don't think he's going to be too worried about Terry's Open here. So it looks like it's just going to be cold call for 11 bigs. Action back on Terry, who makes the call too.
We have 2 active players.
Three, 3, 2.
Check.
A 3-eye flop.
Check.
Don't see that very often.
No, you don't. No. Ace of spades on the turn. So the nines of Radu still best. Check, check. Terry's drawing dead to a 5. 6 of diamonds. So we're going to lose one, assuming Terry doesn't bluff at this. And nines for Radu are good. We lose a teeth.
Unlucky at teeth. Maybe getting himself back into the queue for another buy, because there was a queue, which was amazing. So we're off to Edinburgh next, are we? Shall we take our sticks up there? Shall we?
No, next time.
We'll be there.
Are you going for lessons?
I need to. I haven't played yet this year, Tower. I need to get some practice in, honestly, because I was horrific last year. So can't imagine what I'll be like.
We had a lovely invitation from was it Jonathan Scott?
Yeah, Scott. Yeah.
Lovely lovely invitation to play a course in Edinburgh called Aberdour. So me and Jay are going to take him up on the kind offer. Jonathan Scott from Scotland, and we'll be sorting out today, and we'll let you know. We'll do a bit of a vlog and stick it on the website, I'm sure. The C4's in the building. Is he going to be playing the main event, or just here he comes in a t-shirt that used to fit? What's it say? Oh, he's got the EPT program. Nice t-shirt. No falling off the bike today?
Not yet.
Fell off his bike yesterday.
There's always well, the guy sort of was swerved a little bit, and I swerved to avoid it.
And you fell off.
And yeah, because it still made sense, you know. Yeah. So you probably would have missed me, but
Nice one. You got any friends in the field today?
yeah.
Loads. Seems as though you're local.
It's absolutely packed.
It is. There's been 60 buy-ins.
Such a great atmosphere.
There's been 60 buy-ins since the break.
And there's bad big corner outside, and they're playing blackjack to get back in.
Brilliant. Good to see you, young man.
My friend, what's his name? can't say his name, the French guy who had the Queens,
Guillaume.
Yeah, he's a dealer. He's a dealer at, and
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I had to check check the pronunciation,
yeah,
and it's
usually good
Hume.
at that. I can't pronounce anything.
Yeah. Steve Warburton's not liking this board. Ace 5 on the 3, Ace 5-5 turn. Terry's got the nuts.
The funny thing is he's sitting in the same chair he was in the cash game.
Yeah.
So I said to him, have you not moved?
This is actually a dark shove from Terry Tower. He put the chips in before the river was dealt, so he moved.
Did he?
Yeah, so that's why Steve hasn't snap folded here, because Terry put the chips in before the river was dealt. He said, I'm all in before the river card come down, because he was first to act. And Stevie Wolves with the 10s here. Right, Terry can definitely have a 5. It's a 3-bet pot. We would usually say shouldn't really have any 5x, but need to know your customer. And I think Wolves will find the fold here versus TJ. Brick spades is the main bluff, but Terry's probably not going to shovel in the dark with brick spades. Once Terry does shovel in the dark, you probably guess he's got a made hand already, like trip 5s at the very worst. And I think Wolves is good enough to let this one go. He'd be in a right predicament if he had an ace here, Tower. It'd be a completely different scenario, but I think with the 10s, Stevie Wolves will let this one go.
Are you going to get Jordan, he said. Big cash player Steve Warburton was on our live stream on the Wednesday night.
Very
when he said it when he said he got really juicy afterwards.
Yeah, because I say Berry New Road today. It's a totally different place when it's full.
Yeah, absolutely. See what Steve does. And they're chatting at each other, he's chinning away. I don't think Terry does that if he bluffs.
Oh, he's so comfortable here, talking, pointing at the board. He's just comfort levels are through the roof, and Steve, being a live pro, I think he'll pick up on that tower.
I don't think. Yeah, Terry's just too comfortable, isn't he?
Oh,
he's paid him off. He's paid him off and taps the table. Thought Wolves would have made the fold.
And that's the Terry factor for your tower.
Yeah.
That is the Terry factor. When he does make the hand, sometimes people don't believe him.
That was the thing. He hasn't got an ace off, I'm scared of the jack. Stick a deuce on him. If it was any other card in the article, I'm not faster. You're getting paid. If you ever make a full house against me, you'll always get paid.
So Steve Wolves did not believe Terry Jordan. He did not believe him. Amazing what Terry can do to you. Good afternoon, Emily. Ryan has sat down on the feature. Emily's watching. Jay, don't come home. Alice has bought organic milk. What's the difference? Can anybody tell the difference between organic milk and normal dairy milk? Is there a difference? The problem, obviously, there obviously is. But can you tell the difference? Ian Roberts says Edinburgh is the best piece of architecture in the Grosvenor portfolio. Lovely art deco. I just love Edinburgh. I think it's an amazing place. Amazing place. And we are lucky enough this year we will be playing Aberdour on the Monday or the Tuesday before the event, which is really nice. Something that me and Jay are really looking forward to. and so Alice should. Where would be best to stay for Edinburgh, says Nathan. If you can get into the Marriott, that's the closest, straight across from the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. The Marriott is literally straight across the road. The Ibis is across the road and a little bit to the right. There's also plenty of places around there. As I always say, use booking.com or Trivago or play things like that to find out your closest hotels. There's also the Toby Carvery places that do accommodation as well. Is it a Holiday Inn at the side of the zoo, further up the road? Plenty of places that are pretty close to the casino, within a 10-minute drive of the casino. Plenty of places.
Raise 600. Pass.
Thank you.
Pass. Call. Check. 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 Bet 600. Pass. Pass. Raise 600. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Hendo, is Terry always this unorthodox? Yes, is the answer. His VPIP is normally between 80 and 100%. He wins tournaments, but he will play, and every chip will be in play every single hand, and that's how he plays. But don't be fooled, because when he does get chips, he can play the game.
Check.
How many do we reckon will play the ladies' tournament at Goliath? I think there'll be over 100.
900. Pass.
I think it will be very well attended. I do. I think it'll be very well attended. I think it'll be over 100. So yeah, I'm expecting over 100. Is Katie Swift in the building? Have we not seen Katie this week?
She hasn't even been in the chat, actually.
Ah, she could well be busy. She could well be busy. She's a busy lady. You got Jack as a full-time golfer, running the cafe, doing all sorts. So if Katie's in the building or anything like that, she can answer the questions. Yeah, you need words at home.
Have you seen what she's done with her spice straw, Emily? I'm sure she showed you that. She's very proud of that. Afternoon, Emily. She's at my place watching the live stream while I'm here.
At your gaff. Unbelievable. She's at your gaff. Feet will be on the sofa, legs will be up.
Eating me goodies in the fridge.
Won't be washing the pots. We've just got Cal to the table.
700.
Calogero. Had a nice chat with him on Wednesday night. Really nice chat.
Call. Check.
Karen's playing her first Katie Swift tourney this Wednesday to practice for Goliath. Hotel booked and ready to go. Like it. Nice one, Karen. Good luck.
Call.
So Warp's calling twice here with the deuces. Does have a gut shot.
Check.
For his spades on the end.
Bet 2,500.
Warbles on there. Just get out of the way. 2,500.
It's very value-y, doesn't it, Tower? 40%. I expect him to go larger, maybe, perhaps, with a bluff. Wolves has already paid off Terry once. I'd prefer a shove than a call, but now I like the way he's posturing. He's never shoving.
No.
But there's the fold.
There is a fold from the Wolves. What's happening around the rooms now? It's got so busy. The man in form.
Yeah, it looks like he's already doubled.
Mr. Joe Hendry.
It's like 50k.
Yeah, that's 8 yellows. That's 40,000. Great to see the feature. Look at this room. Look at that. What a view. What a sight. Every single table in use. That is amazing. How's your line look, Florian Duta?
Oh yeah, Florian Duta.
How's your line looking at 515?
Yeah, I'm
You were spending it yesterday. You were spending it all yesterday. They're even using the top table where they don't normally use, with Tom Middleton on it. And Ben.
Ben's in the last longer. Must have won a satellite online. Wearing a shirt today. Don't often see that from Ben.
No.
Dressed for the occasion.
Stu McNally. Is that Chris Howden as well? Sporting a nice beard. Oh, it's the best centre half in the country.
Anthony Gardner.
Anthony Gardner.
There's Trigg. Last year's champion, Rick Trigg, winning this
I
one.
wonder how his Cheltenham went. He was enjoying, thanks for that, and the lovely pan of the room. Stu Rutter's in the background as well.
Don't think he had the best Cheltenham.
You know?
I saw what he posted on Twitter and I thought
I
follow Trigg. I know what he knows his stuff, and I'm not sure.
I know one of the days he went down as well, didn't he? He had a day out at Cheltenham.
Yeah, I had a flutter on some of the pics he put on Twitter. Unfortunately, no luck. But,
All right.
It's hard though in Cheltenham. Like the fields are massive, aren't they? In the races to pick a winner.
And it's the best of the best as well.
Let me check.
It is the best of the best at Cheltenham. Finest week's racing there is.
Raise 600. Pass.
Cards are out.
Pass.
Ryan in seat number 3 comes to the table. Mike Kane in 4.
Call.
This is a decent table, by the way. And Lee French comes to the table in seat number 9. Calogero comes to the table. O'Cal in seat 7. This is
Call.
a
Pass.
table.
Pass. Check. 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 Bet 2,100. Pass.
Teddy flops it again, bets 2.1. Oh, sorry, turns it this time. Flop bottom pair, turn trip 3s. Open down straight draw for Lee French, who's just come to the table.
Faced with his last rising.
And wins again. Teddy Jordan back up to 18.3. Radu chip lead on the table on 32. Since the break, we've had 60 buy-ins. Might even be more now. Wouldn't surprise me if we're getting closer and closer to the 200. Oh, exactly 200 today so far. 338 in the mix at the moment, which beats 2019's record. 200 at this moment in time, with a prize pool at £371,000. Wowzers. There has been an absolute influx of buy-ins today. Amazing.
Raise 1100. Pass.
074 for Terry makes it 400. Cal 3-betting the Queen 9 suited on its direct to 1.1. Trying to get this one heads up versus Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I know. We did see that Katie won a package online, but can you save it, or does it have to be for Manchester?
Save it.
You save it, so if you don't come to Manchester, it can be saved for the next one. So if Katie Swift doesn't play for whatever reason, then it is what it is.
Bet 1000.
No swearing in the chat box, thank you.
Yes, please, Emily. She's probably seen the mess in the bedroom.
Should be tidy, to be fair.
Yeah, Aurelis been cleaning the last few days.
Putting wardrobes up and everything.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. A DIY king.
Yeah.
Gonna have me cooking.
Unless she's meant to say, maybe that's a typo and it's meant to say soppy. Because as she said about the organic milk, I messaged Alice saying, no, that's fine, organic milk, totally fine. We're a little heart at the end of
bless.
it, so could mean soppy, not sloppy.
What's happening? Straight in we go. Are you asking where they played, please? We're asking where they played. There's somebody sat on one of the outer tables in a pair of golf shoes. That's amazing.
Pass. Pass.
Please let us know where they played. So the card room is absolutely full, as you saw on the last pan. There isn't a single table. Hats off to the staff, all the valets, the floor staff. There'll be a complimentary buffet at the end of level 4, which today is chili con carne and rice, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, looking forward to that. Yesterday's chicken delights was lush. Oh, can't wait for that. A little bit of a bite at the end of level 4 for all the players. There'll be a long queue.
Yeah, today there will be.
There will be a long queue today, as every single table in the card room is busy.
Normally a thousand. You normally do 1,000, Terry.
Probably 5 years ago.
You went 1,000, I'm just all in it.
Raise 500.
You wish you did now.
Raise 1,500.
Seems like a fun table, this one. Plenty of smiles, plenty of chat going on. Sometimes you get a table where people just have their earphones in, no one says a word, but lots of banter going on this one. What you want to see in a poker tournament. Not taking it too seriously, early stages of day one, as Cal chooses to overlimp the 10s here after Terry limps in with the 6-5. And we got action because Terry's up and down here, and Cal with the overpair to the board on the 7-7-4 rainbow. Check from Terry, Cal happily fire. Terry not going anywhere with his draw. Okay, it wouldn't have been a limp from Cal. Cal wouldn't have chose 2k sizing into 900. So I'm guessing it was limp open call. Especially because the big blind would be in as well, they're not going to fold when they can check their options. So it must be a graphic error here, guys. Limp from Terry, raise from Cal, call from Terry. takes a pass on the river. Terry checks and Cal checks behind. Terry shows the up and down.
Pass. Raise 500. Pass.
Wolves with the fives.
Pass.
Raises to 500.
Pass. Pass. Call.
Terry and the big happy to come along. 996
Check.
rainbow board.
Check.
Wolves with the best of it at the moment. Three of spades on the turn. If Terry checks again, I think this is where we're going to see Wolves start firing here with his pocket fires. Wolves probably happy to make the assumption that Terry will start leading with some 6 and 9x. Terry just got a check fold with the queen deuce.
The place is absolutely buzzing. At this moment in time, there'll be no place for the table.
Yeah, we'll have one table in here, Tower. That table there, one table in the room of us.
Pass. Pass. Raise 500.
Evening, afternoon, Tony. Tony Bedford watching.
Pass.
Why are you not in Tenerife, Tony?
Pass.
You're always in Tenerife.
Raise 1,500. Call. Pass.
Ready, raising the fives, and Joe happy to 3-bet the queen jack. And Terry cold calling here in the 9-4 of clubs for 25% of his stack.
Get change. 5,000. Check. Check. Bet 1,800. Pass. Pass.
$200 runners just today, and there's a queue. It's amazing. Afternoon, Pesky. Watching on Facebook. How are you doing, Sean? Hope things are good.
Pass. 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 Raise 800. Pass. Pass.
Dad, why is my sister named Rose? Because your mum loves roses. Thanks, Dad. No problem, 3-day bender. You're gonna love it. Oh dear.
Pass.
It's not cold in Tenerife, only the lager. Are you actually in Tenerife, Tony? Watching on YouTube? I know you like the old reef. Oh, Malta next, 21st of April. Good luck when you go over. Good luck when you go over for the first Battle of Malta this year. I think the second Battle of Malta has been announced this week, I do believe, for late October. I do believe. Good luck when you go over. The team will be working in London, which is why we're not over in Malta this year for the first one. But by the time you get to Malta, I think the second Battle of Malta will already have been announced. Enjoy it. It's a fantastic place to play poker. I know Grosvenor last time we were over there did hundreds and hundreds of satellites for the Battle of Malta, hoping they'll do the same again. Terry with the 8-6, Rivers a straight. And Ryan just taps the table. Teddy was all in his last 5.8. He's got 11.1 there.
17.
Honeymoon's in Vegas in 5 to 6 weeks. Is that 5 to 6 weeks time, or are you spending 5 to 6 weeks in Vegas? And when are you getting married? And when are you going to Vegas? Gets around that Tony Bedford, you know. Gets around.
More holidays a year than I have hot dinners.
Absolutely. More holidays than Judith Chalmers.
Don't know.
Ah, fantastic. May the 20th till May the 29th. Very nice indeed.
Raise 600. Pass. 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 Call. Pass. Call.
Pin raises to 600. Terry flats a 7-3 suited. Wards calling with the ace-jack on the button. Lee's probably going to be in the small. Ready out the way in big blind.
Yeah, when I said it, Karen, Jay looked at me as if to say, "Who?"
Yeah.
Check.
Wards flops best here with the ace-jack. Once checked him, wants to fire. In some heads-up situations, may choose to check this hand, but in a four-way queue, when they start betting now, thin the field down, start ranging our opponents, and most of the time, once checked to us as well, we are going to have the best hand. Like Lee in the small, can have 3s and 5s, calling range out the small line, but once he folds, going to feel fairly confident now. And Bin makes a tight laydown with the 10s and the correct laydown as well. I guess he just gives Warps credit for it after firing into the whole field with Terry involved.
Oh, turns a 3.
TJ, how does he do it?
Unbelievable.
How does he do it, Tower? And Warps here. It's going to be left on fumes.
Bet 2,200.
2.2.
Raise 4,500.
Oh, I'm great.
So TJ raises to 4.5. They're tangling again.
Warbs paid him off last time.
Absolutely. Does he snap believing this time?
It's just how are we not bubbling Terry up here? But the thing is, this is such a small raise, and you don't expect Terry to ever do this with a bluff. Like, there's no bluffs.
Wow!
Just makes the lay down.
Top. And he folds.
And Terry shows him the 7 of clubs for good measure.
What a good fold that was. Sometimes he can be right, you know, sometimes he can have it. So Tony Bedford has confirmed he's getting married on the 20th of May. He's going to Vegas on the 29th of May till the 24th of June at this moment in time. Awesome, Mr. Bedford. Denise is a very lucky girl.
You wouldn't play 7-3, would you, Terry? Oh, you wouldn't play that. Biggest one of my life.
Raise 600.
10s again. Ace Jack. Ace Jack.
Raise 1,800.
Right, Mandora says you wouldn't be playing 7-3 there, Terry, would you?
Is that what he said to him?
And he's just told him he's folded Ace Jack. Wow.
All in.
Steve's all in for his 10s.
Oh wow!
Wow,
Look
he's getting
at
active.
this.
Lee French wakes up with the Ace King.
Yeah, but this is a 4-bet rip here from Warbs.
Yeah, it's a small rip to be fair. So
37 big blinds, still a hefty amount, Tower. It's we're not loving our life here with Lee with Ace King. I doubt we expect Warbs to have the Ace Queen, but Lee's just going to ISO himself. And now Michael's going to have an easy fold with the Ace Queen when it comes back round. And Radu had 8s as well. There was some hands out in force there. And Michael knows that this is going to be an easy fold. And it's flip, but should be big favourite here, Warbs, after all those aces going into the muck.
He doesn't fold 10s. I don't fold 10s. What's the last one? What's the 7s? I'm just going to see it in 26 minutes. You didn't have 7s. Why are you lying? No chance.
4, 5, 6 is good for Warbs at the minute. No club on the turn. It's not, it's a 5.
Just no ace or king.
So he needs to fade an ace or a king, and he gets a double.
Oh,
Bit of overkill. Boom, he says. You get a double up. Back to 70. Welcome on board, ladies and gentlemen, at GUKPT Manchester. This will be the next leg. Edinburgh! And for once, that's a fair old gap for the GUKPT to be finishing on the 27th of March and not going to Edinburgh until the 8th of May. The online leg starts on the 7th. That's due to 2 weeks at Easter. Reading being moved because it was on the start of Easter, and they decided that Easter Sunday and Easter Monday might be a bit of a damp squib because it's Easter holidays, so they decided to move it a little bit. There's a big festival in London, there's a massive festival in Dublin for the Irish Open. So April is a busy month anyway, but then we head to May and we head to the GUKPT. But before that, if we look there, all those 25-25s, deep stacks, GUKPT G400s are on in May. Plenty going on, even though there is a gap for GUKPTs.
so Edinburgh's still on the date that it was advertised at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The blinds are up. one more hour, and then we'll be heading out into dinner break. First hour of this session has flown by.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed.
And make sure you're with us when we return after the dinner break, guys, because we've got the first giveaway coming.
No, I'm surprised you said we.
Yeah, we're a team.
I thought it was I. You know, you get all the information.
We'll do a little competition. I'm not sure what we're going to run, how we're going to do it, but we will be giving away a £110 closer token on the live stream. So you need to be here to have a chance of winning that.
That'll be level 5.
Like always say, plenty going on online as well. We've got the Easter Beast coming out, Knockout Sunday, a new series. Always the cash game package rate race for the live stream cash game as well. Free rolls every day. Online qualifiers for the minis, the 400s, deep stacks. Whole host going on. And qualifiers for GUKPT main events all the time as well. And if you do qualify for the GUKPT main event through one of those satellites, you are entered into the last longer as well. Give yourself a chance to win another seat when you go and play the event. All information for that can be found on grosvenorpoker.com. And the hijack makes it 1.2 over the king 3 off limp of Terry. Terry happy to limp call.
Check. Bet 1,000. Pass.
Good afternoon, Gary. Watching on Facebook. First time in Vegas a week ago. Myself and Mr. Martin Coyne cashed in the 300 Venetian Survivor, 2,500 each. 7 got paid. Nice to do it with a good friend. Nice one, Gary. Good effort. Always nice to get a bit of cash. And just remember, if you win over $5,000 in any one go, you'll need an ITIN. You'll need and most places now in Vegas sort it out, but it's literally a tax number, so you don't get taxed because you're UK based. You don't get taxed on poker winnings, but if you don't have an ITIN, you will, and it'll take you a few weeks to get it back. So if you are going out to Vegas for the first time and you cash over, I think it's $5,000. You'll need an ITIN. Most of the clubs nowadays help you out with it and get you one straight away.
See, I might 4-bet this spot as bin tower. I think this is a very good spot to 4-bet ace jack. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Makes it 3.68. Reason being, like Radu's raise here, it's so small. It's 2x Terry's open. So what it looks like, that Radu's just trying to get heads up with Terry with a mediocre holding. Like if Radu was towards the top end of his range, he's probably going to go wider because he knows Terry's fold to 3-bet. It's going to be close to like near 0%. So once he goes that small size, bin just works it out perfectly and realises that's exactly what he was up to there, and 4-bets the ace jack in the cut off. Really nice from bin, and flops top pair, top kick up. Going to struggle to get any sort of action from Terry though. And it's really important to, when you're at tables that aren't the norm, to be able to make them adjustments and understand why you're making them adjustment, why you are making them, and just little stuff like that. The small raise from Radu, knowing that Terry's not really going to look into it, but then the better players at the table probably will. And this pot just going to be going the way of bin, because Terry's cards should be going in the bin. How are we doing? Cocramel on Twitch. Great stream always. Greetings from the Netherlands. Thanks for tuning in. And some chip counts from around the room. Chip leader, Joe Hindry, 60k. Murph's up there with 50. Tai Huang 42, Phil Ivy's in the mix, 35k. Phil Corrigan, Midi, Ewan McNicholas. Where are all these names coming from? Florian Juta.
Unbelievable.
Got some filled this tower.
Yep. This is like a grand final.
Yeah, you say people are going to play elsewhere and whatnot, but looking at some of the names coming across the bottom there, it's like everyone is here in Manchester supporting leg 3 of the GUKPT this year. Michael happy to open the button with the suited jack into Terry's big blind. King Queen 5 all diamond board. No help there for Michael. However, Terry has flopped the second nut flush draw.
600.
Yeah, no, exactly what I thought, Span. Weren't expecting some of the names seen at the bottom, like Midi, Ewan. Florian in there as well. Cully's on a bit of form after having a very nice few results back in London a couple of months ago. I usually say Friday's meant to be the softer day. I'm not sure that's the case today.
No.
Saying that, it's only a small amount of player names from a well over 100-man field out there at the moment.
Raise 800. Call.
Joe with the ace-9 on the button, raises to 800. Cal versus button open here with the jacks, and the dead call from Terry. Probably just wants to be squeezing this up. Try and get this heads up versus Terry with position, because as I said, Terry's not one that likes to put money in the pot and leave it left behind without seeing a flop. How are we doing, fun guy?
Hey, Rich. Cost Lenny. Richard Lenowski. How are we doing, Lenny? Watching live stream as Fun Guy Slots. There's a bit of streaming and all that malarkey. Pressing buttons. Jack on the flop. Jack 8. Queen. Terry. Insta folds. Check bet fold.
Billion bet, Cal. He went to reach for his chips and Terry's cards a bit muck before his hand had even touched them. There he is. How are we doing, Richard?
Oi, oi.
Change back.
Raise 800.
Ace Queen for Michael K.
Call.
Terry straight into the mix with a 9-7 off on the button.
You got this now. There you go.
And to the flop. Ace, 10, 5, 2 hearts. Not much going on here for Mr. Jordan. Probably just happy to fold to the C-bet from Michael, who did have top pair decent kick up. We need to come up with something, Tao, what we're going to do for this giveaway after the dinner break.
Absolutely, yep.
How are we going to do it?
You will think really hard because it's an £110 token.
Gully says the card game again. We don't know what we're doing yet, Rich, but we have got a few tokens to give away this weekend. Kind enough for Tom to throw some tokens at the stream for our viewers. Might have to be the card game. Might do that today as it's day one. And we're going to see a lot more flops than we would later on in the tournament. It's going to see Joe 3-bet here with the Ace King after Radu opens the Queen Jack suited under the gun, raises to 800. And Joe 3-betting 3x sizing to 2.4. And when it comes back to Radu, has to continue this one. Queen Jack suited, lovely little hand, suited Broadway, great playability. Yes, we are out of position, but we are still way over 100 big blinds deep here. So we can happily call here, see some flops. We might take the tight approach here. Usually you check back at the cards as someone leaning towards fold. Be surprised if he folded this one. And makes the call. Heads up to the flop.
We're in a flop, Queen 10-4.
Now flops the Ace King of Joe. Queen high rainbow board. 3-bet situation. Joe happy to continue. Won't need to go too large in this 3-bet coup.
Bet 1,300.
So 1.3. So just between 20 and 25% continue size. Radu should just be calling here. Joe still has the Ace Queen in his range, Aces, Kings, Pocket 10s for a set, the one combo of Queens from our perspective as we hold a Queen in our hand. So should just be calling here as Radu. Ace of Spades on the turn. And might be a card that's decent for us to check here as Joe with the Ace King. Put ourselves in a world of hurt tower if we bet here and get raised with our Ace King. It's a very nice candidate to check behind. As well as that, Radu's going to have 4s, he can have 10s here, as well as King Jack and Queen 10 suited, which we're behind to. 10 of hearts on the river. And then if this is a check from Radu, that's when we should see Joe try and eke some value out of this. Try and get called by potentials from King, Queen, Queen Jack, as well as Ace Jack, which would call flop. Pocket Jacks may choose to get sticky. Like the decision to value bet here now from Joe. Just what sizing do we choose?
Bet 6,500. I think so.
6.5. If Radu really wanted to take a really, well, I guess he can have aces here. Still, Joe can have aces in this spot, but I was going to say we wanted to take a really sexy line. This hand wouldn't perform too badly as a shove, as a bluff. Queen 10 of spades, Jack 10 of spades, not a thing. So removal to some of them 10x combos. As well as that, blocking the King Jack, blocking some boats with the Queen in there. Got some really nice removal. Needs to be aware Joe will have some checks on this turn with the Ace-X, so it makes a good fold. Does Radu. Could have potentially put Joe in the blender there with a rip, but taking the lower variance approach, which is fine. I'm not always going to shove that. Very situational and obviously down to opponent in question.
The next rock is that. For 18 minutes I'll find out if you made a really bad one.
Pass.
Then he had 17. Might have been now. Might have been 8-7.
Raise 800. Pass. Pass.
Here's to 800.
Pass.
Mike in seat 4.
We've got about 40 minutes left until we go on dinner break. This session has gone very fast, probably just because of the table we got in question when lots of stuff's happening that I don't usually see. Like Terry in the mix, been trying to cause some carnage.
3,600. Pass.
Lee with the boots, 3-betting to 3.6k. Michael here with the ace queen makes a very good laydown, but Terry with a 5-2 suited not going anywhere at all. And if he catches a piece here, could be losing Terry Jordan unless it's a large piece.
Seven queen, two downs.
Here's a piece for Terry. Finds a deuce, and don't think he's going to be folding a pair tower, so could potentially see this get all in here on the flop.
Bet 1,500.
No, Terry just going to call, facing the small bet from Lee, leaving himself less than 4k behind.
Oh, the ace of diamonds on the turn.
Top set, giving Lee the check mark. And probably just going to set Terry in now with 4k behind. Can't see any other option for us here as Lee. Set Terry all in.
Bet 8,500.
Terry gets out of the way with the 5 deuce, leaving himself on fumes. Still 13 big blinds. Yeah, some table we've got for a second session of a day one, Jim. It's
amazing,
unbelievable. Like in terms of like obviously good pros. You've got Ryan, you've got Steve, you've got Michael, Cal's in there, Lee. And then obviously Terry's just always that wild card in the mix, and just seeing how the players adjust and factor in their decisions because of Terry being at the table and how they play.
Jim says he'll be straight back for a refund.
Imagine getting your ticket and walking over and seeing this lot. Radu can play as well. Seems like Joe knows his stuff as well in seat 5.
Johnny Kelly's watching the live stream playing pool in Savannah's in Manchester. If anybody wants a game of pool, Johnny Kelly's waiting with his cue. Did you speak to Lee Clough, Johnny? Who's also known as Tower, believe it or not. World champion pool player from Blackpool, Lee Clough.
Yeah, someone's warned me about you, John. I will not be popping over on my dinner break for a frame for any amount of money. I've been warned about you. I'm not falling into that trap. Come down for a friendly game of pool.
Absolutely. We'll get back to Johnny Kelly, because as we look right now, Joe has just looked down at the boots and raised it up. Radu's 3-bet with the ladies in seat number 1. And you're looking down, you've been 3-bet, you've got the boots. We'll make it 6.5. 7.
Yeah, I like the first size and choice tower, 6.5, perfect. That's a nice size and choice, 2.4, 2.3 with position. 4-bet sizing you usually expect to see.
Raise 6,500.
I'm off. I'm having an early night, guys.
You're going to play pool?
I'm going to play pool with John. Tower's got the 4-bet sizing spot on here, 6.5 from Joe. And back to Radu now, with the ladies in the small blind. And we're not loving life here. This is EP versus small blind, and Joe's still choosing to 4-bet even once we 3-bet out the small blind here. So just expect Radu to call. Don't think there's much merit in 5-betting now and seeing a flop.
So just makes the call with the ladies. 3-9-5. Could still end up going in.
Check.
Oh, Radu checks.
Yeah, just playing in flow here, Tower. That's all that is from Radu.
Yep.
Yes, we got an overpair, but we want to be checking this over to the 4-better, who's still going to have kings and aces in their range in this particular spot. And Joe, as always saying, 4-bet situations, doesn't need to go too large here. Opts for the 3K, continuing to 13.6, so around 25% just south of. And Radu gonna have to call and take a turn. Nothing else we can do here as Radu, but pill one off with the ladies. We're still ahead of Ace King in this spot. And if Joe was getting out of line pre, obviously ahead of that.
10 of hearts on the turn.
Now, this is where the decision's going to get difficult for us here as Radu with the ladies. Once faced with the second barrel here from Joe. I don't think he's going to shove here, Joe. I think he's more likely to go like 30% and then shove rivers. Although it is a double flush draw board, so maybe thinking about just going for the 0.9x 90% pot shove, because we can credibly rep some diamonds and hearts. So he is choosing the shove, and this is a gross spot here for Radu. We know what we don't want to see: aces and kings. 6 combos of each, total into 12 combos. What are the bluffs, Tower? Probably only ace king and ace king of diamonds and ace king of hearts, surely. So total into 2 combos. I'm not sure Joe's the type of player that's going to be getting out of line too often here. So Radu in a real tough spot with the ladies, but it's just one of them. Do we think Joe's just going to be running it with like every ace king here, or only specifically the 2 combos I just mentioned? It's a real tough one with the ladies. Does he ever have jacks? That's another question we got to ask ourselves. So it could be in the tank for a while here, Tower.
Absolutely, big decision.
Like aces and kings are obviously the worry. Not really worried about any sets. Don't expect him to ever 4-bet 10s, 9s, 5s or 3s versus our small blind 3-bet. They're all just going to flat. So we're only worried about those 12 combos, the 6 of aces, the 6 of kings. But then we need to try and reach some bluffs. What is there? Not much. Ace king of hearts, ace king of diamonds. Maybe in a weird world, ace queen of diamonds might be in there, but what a fold from Radu.
Big fold.
Really, really good fold from Radu there with the ladies. Fair play to that man. May see a lot of players get stacked in that spot potentially, but Radu sniffs it out and makes a top-notch laydown. Well played, sir.
Indeed. So Johnny Kelly's coming to Pool Club when he comes up to Blackpool. I'll be joining the old Johnny for a little bit of a light refreshments with Natalie and Lee. And Tim Chung's asked if the pool ball's already set up, and Johnny Kelly says yes. That is a big fold. Big fold.
Great fold.
216 today. 216. The number of players total 354.
Yeah, Jim says, can we give him some suited will, that 4-bet bluffs pre-flop, have a gut shot and a flush. I guess maybe a very small amount of time he might rock up with some of them, but the thing is, like, he's only gonna probably like 4-bet them between like 10 and 20% of the time, maybe even less, probably even less than that, with the positions in question. So maybe sometimes we can give him maybe 1 combo because of that, of the suited will, gut shot and flush draw. But I just think the way Tom's been playing as well, he's just not going to be 4-betting at this stage of the tournament as a bluff versus Radu small blind 3-bet, which shows significant strength.
Bet 700.
Put in a bit heavier. It's your flop. If I'm betting on your flop,
$30 minutes to go until the hour dinner break.
numbers absolutely incredible today. The card room does not have an empty seat.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Well, Ben finds aces facing a Terry raise, and Terry's probably never folding for his remaining 3k, so if I'm bin here, I probably make this 1800, just so when it comes back round to Terry and he moves all in, it's not an under raise, and we have the option to 4-bet when it comes back round to us if someone else is in the pot, and Terry actually doesn't shove, he calls for 1.2 with the Queen 10, leaving himself 1.8 behind, and he's going to save him because it's come ace high, so Terry's going to save this remaining 1.8k. Oh, too late, Jim. Already used it. I've used it already this session.
Tim Buckley says, "Count me in for watching Johnny Kelly play pool with Lee Clough, and then straight to a session at Mark Kelly's." That's Blackpool sorted.
That's more like it. Is that all in?
All in. Pass.
It's been emotional, lads.
Pass. Yes, right.
Terry's in.
Give him that deuce.
Terry is in. Oh, he hasn't even looked.
How's he do this? The amount of times I've seen Terry go blind and actually wake up with
not
boots,
looked.
it's like... So Ryan calls the blind man with the Queen 9. Michael with the King Jack.
Pass.
Where are you going, right?
Wait.
Who's there?
Pass.
Who's got the usual?
Ryan giving him some action.
Sits down and looks at ace.
Oh, this will be funny, Terry. What's this drag? It will be funny. That's it. It's the best drag I've ever seen. Punish him. Straight, well, that's straight.
Oh, the Queen, Jack flop. Then he turns about for a sweat.
Oh, just the Queen.
Oh, and he turns about for a sweat.
So 8 or Queen to fade for Terry to stay alive.
And it's not.
6 of clubs. So Ryan doubling Terry up.
Really?
I thought he was going to raise it as well. Good fault, buddy.
I want you still in, so I'm happy that happened.
Go Terry. Well, the comeback is on. There won't be very long till the stack's in the middle again, but
Yeah. You must have looked. You must have looked.
Pass. 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 Raise 1,000.
Ace Jack for Ryan makes it 1k. So more than 3x here.
Raise 2,700.
Michael Kane
Pass.
going to 3-bet the King 9 suited to 2.7. You notice how Ryan sizes up on Terry's big blind tower. That's all it is. He's just making an adjustment there because of who's in the big blind, rather than going for the more standard, like 600-700 that players are open to, sizing up bigger just to eke out that little bit extra value from Terry's defend range. But Michael Kane meets that with some resistance. 3-betting the King 9 suited versus the cut-off open. Very nice hand to do it with. Good hand selection. King blocker in there. It's suited and got some decent playability with position on the opener pre. Times that we are called, but on that occasion, just taking it down. Pete Robbo, how are we doing? What's good? What's good? The boys moving back to Liverpool from the Isle of Man, so look forward to seeing you on the circuit a bit more.
Good old Pete. Are you still streaming, Pete? Tune in every now and again when you're on Twitch. And is there any cash on? There's one table of cash running at this moment in time, and 20 tables of GUKPT Day 1B.
It's a back-to-back ace jack. Now it's Cal in the big blind. Ryan sizes down, raises to 800, just above 2.5x. Terry's in with a 4 tray, and Cal not going to be going anywhere with the king queen. Happy to defend.
Ace 7-9.
Ryan flopping best with the ace jack. Jack of spades in here. Just expect him to start firing. Maybe some of the time we can incorporate this combination with the jack of spades into our check range, but with Terry in the pot, just like the decision to start firing now.
Nice one, Pete. Winner of the World Series again, my boy Robin Poker. Still streaming and dreaming. Living the dream.
Queen on spades now for Ryan.
Check.
After open, Ryan happy to continue. Terry's going to call here with just 6 high. 6 high club draw. No gutter or anything. Going club hunting. Or 6 hunting perhaps, that will do the job as well.
Absolutely.
Check from Ryan, all in from Terry. And Ryan's going to pay him off, give him the action with his double gut shot and overcard.
See you later. It's always a coin at night. Crowd. 9 of diamonds. 7's gone. 9 of diamonds. Don't worry.
A 7. A flop.
There we go, Terry doubles again.
Just the club to sit right down again and move up to 7,000. Terry Jordan still in.
Canil Altis, is there any cash on? There is cash on, but not today at the moment. Oh, hold on, Towers put his finger up to me.
Because we answered it. And so there's 1 cash table running and 20 tables for the GUKPT.
Okay.
There is 1 cash table.
Later on in the evening, when tables start to break and there's more space in the room, that's when we'll see more cash.
Yeah.
Games open. But turnout today is just insane. It's just expectations exceeded again. Some of the names have actually turned up as well.
Yeah, I can vouch for that, Pete. Pete Robbo. Going to try the tag team again. Hope the young gun doesn't mess it up again. I said exactly the same last year. Exactly the same. I said exactly the same. I'm not being funny. I said exactly the same. Don't mess it up. What happens? Tower, we're out.
We bubbled.
We bubbled. There's no we in bubbling. Who bubbled?
I can't even remember the hand, to be honest with you. I usually remember the hand, but I can't even remember the hand.
7-4.
It was not have been 7-4. We'll have another crack this year at the old tag team.
We Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know how to get value for 80 big blinds with kings in the tag team gym.
Exactly.
Just rip it all in.
We were still in after the hand.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's true, we were still in.
We were still in after the hand, don't worry about it.
Bet 800.
Yes, we were still in after them kings were played so well. Good luck in Vegas, Pete. Hope you do come back with a bracelet. Our latest bracelet winner, Mr. Rob Cowan, has just won the high roll of the EPT as well. Come back with another trophy.
Raise 2,400.
So bin, a little check raise on the 853 rainbow board. Don't mind this at all from him. We're going to need some bluffs on this board. We can't just check raise like our overpairs. We'll need some bluffs as well, and this is a very nice candidate to do it with a whole host of backdoors going on and 2 overcards. There we go. Bringing in backdoor clubs. He's got the double barrel in him. The thing is, like Michael's not going to have a whole host of 8x here. Ace-8 off not going to be in there. It's going to be basically the 2 combos of Ace-8 suited and then 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited. Maybe some of the time 10-8 suited. I'm not sure how wide Michael's going to be peeling the gun +1 open. Now, check from Bin. Has he got the double check raise in him, Tower? Can he find the double check raise if Michael fires? Don't often see it. He's not going to be folding after turning
Bet 4,500.
club draw.
4.5.
The problem is Michael's stack size here. And Michael knows he's going to have the 8x here. He'll have the 7-8 suited, the 8-9 suited, the Ace-8 suited going to be in the mix as well. Because Ben just expects him to start betting his 8x, not check raise, like he's more inclined to check raise like jacks through aces for value. Can Bim find the shove? Well, no, he just folds. Just folds. Gives him credit for it. Fair play to Michael Kane. Did have the best hand. Probably thinks he got Bin off of a ace high type holding. .21 minutes to go.
Yeah, now things have opened up, Pete. It is going to be a lot busier for a lot of people in 2022. Good luck defending your title for the scoop. And then Vegas as well. Should be a busy one, and fingers crossed it's a very good one.
Walk over there and then you can have a smoke on that.
Raise 800.
Pass the right, put some burger back, like, it's alright. It's better than the food they give you here. No, it's not a fantasy.
Good places to be.
No, quick, you only got 45 minutes.
Cal tempted the cut off. Going to be happily free betting this one with Terry involved in the mix. Joe will have to get out of the way with Queen Jack. Mr. Jordan. He's called out a turn.
Queen Jack 3. How many threes about today?
Bet 1,500.
10 to Back at 10 to 6
Yeah.
after dinner break, guys.
Yeah.
And make sure you're tuned in because we're going to do the first giveaway of the live stream for the weekend. £110 ticket going to be going to someone that is tuned in.
Hey Rob Adams says new Terry would have all of it or none of it. Well, he's been all in a couple of times and he's survived. Ace King for Mike. Raising to 800. Terry with the 8 deuce, obviously calling. He's coming club. What is it? The deuce?
Backdoor clubs as well.
Yeah, back doors as well. Bin with the ace 4, but Michael's got the ace king. So this could be a bit of trouble for Bin.
Definitely going to lose one street here, Ben. Michael choosing continue for quarter. That looks like 700. Terry going to call with his bottom pair backdoor clubs. And been happy to overcall here with the ace 4. And does pick up will draw on this 5 of diamonds turn. Over Michael now, just going to double barrel. Shouldn't really change much here. Happy to get it in versus Terry's stack size. It's going to be the best hand so often here, even in a three-way situation. 5 shouldn't really change much. Yes, Terry could have beaten some man and 2 pair, but happy to just start firing. 3.5 now, sizing up 3.5 into 4.9. So 70% choice for Michael on the turn. And this is a bit of a predicament here for Ben because Ben will be aware that Michael is going to have ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king here, ace 5 and ace deuce suited potentially, set of queens, set of deuces, all these hands that we're behind to. And there's not too many bluffs here really for Michael. The main ones that come to mind are like king jack, jack 10, king 10 that have picked up backdoor diamonds, but Ben, non-believer, going to call this 70% turn sizing from Michael.
If he hits the 3, will it be? If he hits the 3, will it be wheelie bin?
Wheelie bin.
It's not. He missed. It's a 6. We'll have to save that one.
Michael just got cleared down a bit here now. Just thinking about size choice. Does he think that we can get called by ace 3, ace 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 and jack? And the good thing is for us is Michael as well. Ace X of diamonds is definitely out there at this break. We have the ace king of hearts, so can definitely have in that flush draw with top pair here bin as well, which would call turn. So very nice size and choice. 2/3 pot on the river. Try and get the maximum from these ace X holdings that Bing can still have in the big blind. Just because someone defends out the big blind and comes ace high doesn't mean that they can't have the top pair. A tricky spot. A bin with the ace 4.
You could see a potential call here from Bin.
It could go either way. Tower
Oh,
makes a good lay down.
Yeah, another good fold again from Bin.
A couple of good laydowns he's making there. Need a few. Bin could be dusting it off here.
Just under 15 minutes left of this session. and then an hour break, which will take us to around about 5 to 6. We'll be doing the giveaway around about 6 o'clock when we come back. Jay's got a £110 token to give away.
No, we've got a £110 token to give away.
I'm just got to think of something to do.
Let's make a deal, right? Let's pick someone else.
If we do the card on the flop, we might not be giving anything else away the way it went last time.
Well, maybe we'll add a card every hour rather than every session. That might be the. But it's good though, because if there's no card at the end of the session, everyone comes back after to try and win the token.
Yeah, man, cheers.
You will need an account on Grosvenor Poker Hendo because we will need to transfer you the ticket. So you'll need the client, but you can go on Grosvenor Poker, download the client, it's free to download. If you win yourself the token, don't have to deposit anything, it will just be in your account. Flick it into the closer, win that for a few grand and you're happy. Only takes a few minutes to download.
You don't want to give me 3K? I don't know, Sam, you'd have called me.
How are we doing, Binky Winks? You missed it earlier. There's someone called Kyvon on the table. Tower loved it.
7, 8 off,
That is the Raybon.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I know now.
Just remember, kids.
It's for the closer on the Monday, Binky Winks.
Yeah, the closer starting at 7 o'clock, £110 in. The closer will be there. We'll also have a giveaway later in the evening and also the £250 live stream free roll. If you're a member of online, are you also a member in the casino? No. Karen, you will need a live membership card. So for the first time you will need your photo ID, so a passport, any kind of driving licence, anything with a photo ID on it. For the first instance you turn up at a club, once you've got your card you don't need to bring in photo ID again. But if it is your first visit, give yourself an extra 10 minutes while they take your picture and get yourself a signed in and your card sorted out. And that goes for anybody who's going to Goliath as well. There will be a lot of new members going to Goliath for the first time, going to a casino for the first time. If at all possible, you are going to Goliath and you are not a member of a Grosvenor casino, do it before Goliath. Because the queue at Goliath will be insane and you will thank me later. TJ's all in with the ace, he needs a 6. Or he is out the door. It's been emotional, he's already wandering out. Can't hit the 6 of spades, he's got plenty of outs to be fair.
Yeah,
we can chop it up.
Ace Queen 3.
We can chop it up.
Jack as well.
6 for the win, 3 to chop it. It's a 9 of spades. The flush is there. It's not one of the cards that Teddy could have hit, and he'll be having a re-entry. But yeah, anybody who's going to Goliath for the first time and not a member of the casino, please do it in any casino at all in the country before you get to Goliath, because Goliath will be busy. And if you do it there, you'll only add to the misery.
Seat open, 9-6.
You've got 5 months to do so.
Ten minutes to go.
The clock will appear.
Must have been a 25-minute break.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit. I think it was in between, wasn't it? It was like 2 or 3 minutes in between, so just before the 5-2 mark. And there's there you go, 10 minutes to go exactly. So you're right, with a 25-minute break.
been happy to pill the 8-6 of clubs in the cut-off, facing Cal's under the gun open. King Queen of Diamonds. And looks like Joe's counting out defending chips with the 5-4, happy to come along, getting this price on a call. 5-1.
There's 9-8.
Check. Bet 600.
Continuing for just south of quarter. Been happy to call. With bottom pair and some plausible backdoors for his hand. And that is one of them. Club rolling off on the turn. And looks like Cal going to fire again here after being called on the flop. Definitely a card I could start checking on here, Tower. It's still going to be some ace-x in Bin's range, calling our under the gun open. We'll have ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen that didn't elect a free bet. And Cal still happy to fire here with the king-queen.
Two of clubs on the river, giving the hand to Bin with the flush, the backdoor flush. And now we're checking. Bin's going to fire. Get about 3,000, just half pot.
The size he chooses. It's going to be a tough spot for Cal. There are some hands, but not many that we're now ahead of on this club river. Ace-X of clubs gets there, well, it's already there. 8-X of clubs gets there. Hands like Queen 10, Jack 10 of clubs get there as well. So,
he's well over pot.
Yeah, 8.8 into 5.9 here, Tower. So huge sizing, around 1.6, 1.7x here from Bin. This is a bomb on the river. I think it's just going to be too much to get paid here from Cal with his particular holding.
Fold from Cal. Can't wait for Goliath's Binky Winks. Can I get a picture with you, Tower? Of course you can. Get a picture with Jay, picture with anybody. We'll smile and nod and wave and to anybody else with that kind of people. But yeah, definitely. And Rob Adams, I have a serious question. In TJ's poker career, do you think he's had more buy-ins or rebuys? Imagine doing a rebuy with Terry. Hand in the air. Chips, please. Chips, please. Chips, please. You might as well stay there. Chips, please.
And confirmed price pool for the £10 rebuy is £624,000. It'd literally just be all in every hand he would if he was in a £10 rebuy. He'd be loving it.
Absolutely.
We won't be playing the main event. There's the tag team that we're going to be playing and staff event potentially as well. So we'll see. It depends as well because we obviously need people to fill in for us if we are doing something else out on the floor. We need someone monitoring the live stream, giving some comms for you guys, interacting with you guys because there's always lots of questions from everyone in the chat box when we're at the Goliath. Usually most of them about the parking. But looking forward to it.
Yep, indeed it. Indeed it, indeed. We've got a bit of I'll be doing my Rave On impression.
Yeah.
When the Joker's wild. Rave On!
Now Terry's gone town. Looking at this table, this is a tough table for a second session of the day one. Really tough because Ben seems to be playing well. I don't know much of him. Joe, I don't know much of him either. Seems to be playing very well. And then you've got like Cal's on a lot of form at the moment. And then obviously Steve, Lee, Michael and Ryan, good UK regulars. Radu seems to be playing well as well. So this is actually, since now that Terry's gone, it's turned into a very tough table for what you don't expect to see this early on in the day one. We've always usually got a few recreational scattered amongst a few pros and maybe a wild card in there. But unfortunately for us, we're not going to get to see much of it because we're going on break in 5 minutes time. 945 Rainbow. King on the turn. Giving Ben the best of it. Morbs checks it over. Ben happy to fire. Just a quick fold from Steve Morbs. We don't know yet, Jim. We're not sure who's on the next featured table.
No, we didn't get the, we haven't got the memo just yet. We have not got the memo of the next feature table just yet, but at 6 o'clock-ish we'll be giving away a £110 token for the closer. That is on Monday.
It's a lot easier, I'm just saying that, it's a lot easier to go to the Caribbean.
Yes, Mehmet, Mad Turk is in the building. I saw him earlier on today.
Didn't make it through yesterday, unfortunately, so he's trying again today. Try and give you an update on some chip counts from around the room, but it is so busy. Ah, Mark Pennington sat outside the Craigydon having a pint. Sunny Blackpool it is it? Nice one, Mark. Nice one. Me lovely views sat outside the Craigydon today. It should be a busy weekend with the sun shining. It's supposed to get a little bit cooler though towards Sunday and Monday. And apparently they forecast a little bit of that white stuff next week. Don't know how.
I don't know either after the weather we've had today.
Yeah. Enjoy your pint outside the Craigydon and enjoy the wander down the prom.
Only 3 betting versus Joe's cut-off open here with the ace-10 suited. Makes it 3.2. Nice big 4x sizing. And action back on Joe here with 10-9 clubs who expect to kill this cut-off versus small. This particular hand, very nice playability, got position as well. These players are getting ready for their break in 2 minutes time. Probably this and one more.
8-8-7. Here's the flop.
So 10-9 at clubs here for Joe. Up and down. Facing Lee's free bet. Should see bet this one, Lee, most of the time.
That's 2,000.
For 30%. Around that. Joe with the 10-9. Just happy to call from the looks of things. Got a nice little combo 10-9 here. 10-8 clubs and 8-9 of clubs not a thing, which might be plausible free bet bluff and Lee out the blinds. 5 of clubs on the turn. 10.8 in the middle now. And Lee with the best of it with ace high, but Joe's probably favourite to win this pot because expect Lee to start checking a fair amount now on this 5 of clubs turn. And then if Joe can find the bet, he's going to take this one down. Try and target some ace king, ace queen, these type of holdings. Ace highs, fold out the broadways, king highs. It's always good for us when betting. Ask yourself the question like, can we fold out a hand that's ahead of us? And if the answer to that question is yes, then it's a nice little bluff spot. Especially with this hand when we do have decent equity. 3.3 is the bet from Joe. South of third. And he just has to get out of the way with the ace-10 of hearts. Not much he can do out of position, just handcuffed. And nice little play there from Joe. As we move into the last hand of the day.
The dealer's just said one more.
Buyers, not 10-2. We are back at 5-2.
Yeah, just run a little bit over. It must, like you say, it must have been 25 minutes. Yeah, 25-minute break last time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the one underneath the big screen.
So we're going to get one more hand in.
Everybody else is moving around as the clock is now struck 0. The last hand of this session. Thanks everybody, it's been a good old session. What a table that was, by the way.
Yeah, it was tough table now, Tower. It's one of the tougher ones, I guess, going to be in the room. Cow in the cut-off here. Happy to open pocket 10s. Names isn't at the table. Lee in the small looks like he's got a decision.
Yeah, he's making the call. Queen 8. Okay. Okay. 6, 9, king. 2 diamonds. Lee must have known that I'm going to with the Queen 8 of diamonds.
Well, I guess what it is from Lee, Steve's not at the table, so it's effective button open from Cal, and just knows that Cal's going to be opening very wide once folded to him. But Radu flopping best here with middle, catching a pair, not flopping best. Cal's flop best with the 10s. Radu with middle pair, top kick up. Happy to overcall, it seems. Could potentially fold here as well, but Radu wants to see one more.
Three of spades on the turn. Cal with the
should check through Tower. Can't see it going any other way once Cal's called in 2 spots.
Yeah.
Especially when Lee should have plenty of King X in small blind calling range, King Queen, King Jack, King 10. And probably going to be the same result here. Lee's the only one that could potentially bluff at this. Radu and Cal high enough up showdown to check this one, but Lee's not going to opt to bluff.
Checking all the way down.
And we'll just check through, and Cal will win this one with the pocket 10s.
Radu's checked already.
Oh, is Cal going thin here?
Yeah, Radu's checked.
Oh, feels like his 10s are the best hand. He's right.
Bet 2,700. Pass.
2.7. Lee's folded, gone for his break.
Yeah, nice little bet here from Cal. He's spot on that he's got the best of it. Maybe he makes the assumption that Radu's going to start leading some King X here.
Gets a bit of value as well.
Yeah, called by the ace-9. Well played by Cal. And that's it, guys. We'll be back in an hour with the giveaway as well. So make sure you're back, set and ready. £110 token to give away. I'm going to rack my brains in the next hour, see if we can come up with something to do, make it fun, make it interactive, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Enjoy the dinner break. See you in 60.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3-bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh,
so it's
my
word.
word.
What's there? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing Tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. I'd already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off Tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. Fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
no way
he's gonna 5-bet. Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu. is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff tower. We just, no way. Do you know what? If Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace jack. This is just a leveling
Not the
war
lot.
between
He's not putting the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet
Sold that, baby!
10. How'd you like them apples?
Sold that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. Mitch with the boots. Do we always raise aces? Can you deceptively play aces in a cash game?
Yeah, you can. So I think we're going to almost always 3-bet light, but versus 4-bets we're going to have some flats. But in this situation, especially versus Jamie, big blind versus Jamie straddle. Yeah, so Jamie's in the Jamie's in 25 here, so no straddle. So does have position here. And like I said before, look out for the dynamic between Mitch and Jamie, because I'm sure that they've played countless hands together in a live cash game setting over the years. So there's going to be that dynamic factor there, and I'm sure we may see some levelling wars and might even see Jamie get involved here, Tower, because of that, and he's happy to pill with position. It's a lovely spot here. Mitch, literally 1.4 SPR, we've got aces. So just 2 bets and we can get all our money in, and this is just the perfect flop to just go bet shove. We're just going to shove on the turns, maybe not a queen, but small bet here, shove turn, what I expect to see, Tower, and I think Jamie will pill one with his gut shot on overcard, dependent on size Mitch chooses. Yeah, 550, nice sizing, 25%, like it a lot, just to set up a very nice turn shove with the SPR we're going to be working with on turn if Jamie does make a call. And Jamie getting just sub 5 to 1 here with the king 10, can't see him folding with his gut shot and his overcard with position, so happy to make the call and take some turns.
3k in the pot, king of hearts on the turn, dangerous card for Jamie as well.
Yeah, so now like 2/3 pot Tower, so should just be going in from Mitch here because of the stack size in question. Like if we were deeper, we'll mix some checks in some of the time with the aces here, but because of particular stack size, we go that small size of the flop
all in
to shove this turn. Now Jamie in a bit of a predicament here with the king 10, only 2.2k back, so he's 2.2 to win 5.3. About 2.5 to 1 the call for Jamie. It does have top pair and obviously equity to a gut shot, but Mitch repping a very strong range here. You can have sets of queens, you can have a turn ace king, aces in there as well. I'm not sure 9s are going to be in there too often, just don't think he's going to be 4-betting that. But Jamie here getting this price, really difficult spot. And announces call.
He announces call and he's in a bit of trouble. Still got 22%. Do we run it once? Do we run it twice? Five of hearts. Oh, the card's gone up, which means we're going to be running it twice. And a 9. So Mitch scoops.
Yeah, nice pot from Mitch, 7.6k. Yeah, already sporting a 4.6k profit. Half hour into this cash game. Yeah, I'll let you do the honours for the minute.
What have we got?
I'm padlocked off now. I'm filling now, I'm filling. I'm in for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
He's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have Obviously, the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price. As well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy. And I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited. But we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
what's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a 300
5-5-10
2040 80 160 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The player that Vinny is catching a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5-5-10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop, Tower, if you're looking at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny Lewis smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you've got kings.
But it's what they do, it's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raised it to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button. Jamie 3-betting the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with the cold call, and Jagger calls, goes in the action with the 6s.
Flop time, 935, Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after 3-betting this particular hand. And gonna see him continue here, Tower, just so often here with the Queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads-up coup to check this one, potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the King 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s, Tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the third option and raised this one up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call, Tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the Queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah. We know what Vinny can do. And we know he likes the overs. And he could still flick it in.
950.
Capped it out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the Queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, Tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued running it with 6s. Might have raised for protection purposes on the flop. Jamie can just continue a lot of high cards like Ace King, King Queen, Ace Queen, these type of hold-ins. And obviously Vinny, a wild card, can have any 2s. So may have been raising the 6s for protection purposes. But once we've been called in 2 spots, I think this is just shut down central for us, for Jagger. And there's the check. And if I'm Jamie, I'm probably going to be checking this Queen 9 of spades behind. I'm just searching for showdown, trying to get this one to showdown with this 370 bigs in the middle already. Well, probably going to fire small. I see him reaching for chips here, Tower, but if he's reaching for chips, I'm probably not going to opt for too large a sizing, no more than half, just so we can check back some rivers. So it's going to go call from Vinny, fold from Jagger.
There you go. Should be a snap fold from Jagger. And that's exactly what he's done. So we're already up to 7,000 in the pot.
Yeah, so unless it's a queen or a 9 on the river, it should just go check, Tower, because Jamie's chose this size basically to get a free showdown with position, gets to dictate the action on the river. And it's the deuce of diamonds.
Complete brick.
All in.
No!
Oh, we've only slung in the triangle.
Wow, Vinny just sticks it in with the King 10. He's actually got the best hand. This is the most insane value rip ever, Tower, and it might work as well because he can credibly rep hands that have missed here. Backdoor hearts, hands like 7-8, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts all in there. If he's calling King 10 off on the flop, he's going to be calling hands like Jack 10 of hearts, Queen Jack of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, these type of holdings. Ace 4 of hearts, well, Ace 4 of hearts is a will, but like Ace Deuce of hearts in there, these type of holdings. But this is a really interesting spot here for Jamie because you never expect Vinny to have a king. You've got to remember it's gone bet, call, raise, call on the flop, so there shouldn't really ever be a King X out there for Vinny. I know we can see he actually has the King 10 here, but the only real King X that Vinny should have on that flop should be like King 9, maybe King 5 suited in there. So it's a really weird spot here for Jamie, the way this hand's played, and rips it for 3.3, getting 3-1 on the call here with our Queen 9. But like, what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no King X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than King 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective, yeah, he can probably have more King X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like it's King 7 suited, King 6 suited, King 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these one pair holdings for value on the river? And
he's called. He's made the call. Vinny's in front, ladies and gentlemen.
Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the King 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
I said, when we see how you get unlucky. I said, so he's just part of the day. He never complains when he loses, never complains, and he just gets it quietly and just sits to the bar and then reciprocates every hand if you want to. If you want 6 hours at the bar with Spand, he'll tell you every hand. That's what he does. But he gets it quietly. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my days, let's go back to the table. What's happening here?
So Rich,
fireworks.
10s, jacks and ace queen. Rich opening to 200. Colin 3-betting a hijack to 500. JP.
Oh my days, Thomas!
Saw Thomas yesterday and sitting here with ace king in the small blind, and this is really early on here.
What, second hand? Is that early?
Yeah, it's just like...
It's not level 4.
Going to see a 4-bet pot.
Makes it 2.2.
A really big sizing. Don't usually see 4-bets going into the 4x remit, but this is huge from Thomas. And it's going to be coming back to Colin with the jacks. Not going anywhere. Happy to make the call this deep, even if we are up against aces or kings or queens. Potential to make a set and win a huge pot early on.
Yeah, on JP coming in.
I think JP can fold now. Tower with the ace queen.
Looks like a Dallas Cowboys top, to be fair.
Once this 4-bet comes in, we're just with 2 players in the pot. Never going to be good here of ace queen, unless it's like up against jacks and 10s specifically. I'd be surprised if he made the call, but no, it makes the good lay down. But we've got 52 bigs in the middle. Second hand of the day.
10's folded. Ace queen folded. Jacks against ace king. King in the window as well. Boom. King 8-4.
Yeah, lovely flop for Thomas here. Not worried about anything. 8s and 4s not going to be in there in this 4-bet situation, we don't think. So effective nuts for us, assuming our opponent isn't slow playing aces. So happily continue here with the ace king. Don't need to go large. Could go as small as 20% here. on the King 8-4 Rainbow, really dry board, and does opt for the small size in 1.8 into 5.2, so around 30%. And Colin here with the jacks. Bit of a predicament, may choose to just let this go now after seeing the flop. Like, we're obviously behind to all the value 4 bets now. Ace King getting there, already losing to Queens, Kings and Aces, but he's going to take one off. Does have position.
Queen on the turn.
So only thing this changes for Thomas here now, Queens does get there. If Queens are going to be peeling once on the flop, could definitely have Queens here, Colin, in his range, where this hand's played pre-flop. So that's why Thomas has checked this over to him. Just expect to see a check behind, but in Colin's mind, like, what do we beat here in this 4-bet situation early on? There's no hand I can really come up with unless Thomas is just completely airball him. Wow, he's going to fire tower. So effectively turning his jacks into a bluff here in a 4-bet coup. Thomas just can't go anywhere. We literally lose to the 3 combos of pocket queens, and that's all I can really come up with. Maybe some king queen suited in there, but there's only 1 combo of that because we hold the king of diamonds. So really struggling to find hands that we're losing to here as Thomas. So have to just call. Keep some bluffs in there with Colin. That looks like
that's not a 10.
No, it looks pretty clean.
Oh, it's a 9.
9 at hearts. Well, backdoor hearts does come in now, tower. So we do go behind Ace King of Hearts here as well. Both players had Ace King. Wow, Colin shoved.
He's ripped the lot.
Oh wow.
And a snap shove as well. Trying to show a lot of strength.
You just don't expect anyone to ever bluff here. This early on in the day, it's the second hand of the day. And Colin just turning his jacks into a bluff, and like value-wise, we don't beat anything here as Thomas, and you usually make the assumption in these spots, second hand of the day, that no player is capable of having a bluff here. And what bluffs have they ever got once they peel on the King 8-4 Rainbow? There's not many. Like Ace King of Hearts we lose to, set of Queens we lose to, but that's about it, Tower. Maybe the 1 combo of Pocket Kings that just chose the flat pre. But this is a tough spot here for Thomas. Prefer to have the Ace or King of Hearts in our hand. I think could just see him fold here, Tower. I think I'd like the fold because don't know anything about Colin, and I'm just going to make the assumption that he's never bluffing here, and I'm just going to give him credit for Ace King of Hearts, Pocket Queens, or maybe that 1 combo of Pocket Kings, and it's a horrible spot. And maybe like King Jack.
Would you not 5-bet with King's pre?
I think this deep, I'm happy to just peel the 4-bet, because if we 5-bet and get 6-bet, it's horrible. We hate our life, especially with position. I think I would have been happy flatting Kings to the 4-bet.
So in that scenario, you're also flatting Queens as well.
Yeah. Like this deep tower, when we just start the day, I'm not going to want to get 200 odd big blinds in, even with Pocket Kings pre-flop level 1. This is a sick move by Colin.
Will you show ever fold? Colin just said, take your pick. I love it.
Looks fairly comfortable as well, Tower. Like he looks like comfortable, just the way he's sitting there and talking.
He's edging towards the fold.
Yeah, it's horrible, Span. I can't see how we can call unless, as I usually say, some significant live read.
Right, he makes the pass.
He does make the fold. Shows him the jacks, and well played, to be fair, from Colin. Very unorthodox line with the jacks there, but gets the job done and takes a just sub 30k pot, second hand of the day.
Wowzers.
Let's hope the day goes like that.
Absolutely. Have we said good morning to anybody?
No, we haven't. Concentrating on the hand. Morning, Acevo. Good morning, Steetles, Mr. P-Man, Dark JF. Tuning in, Roy, Football HD.
Well, it's already started like that, Roy, hasn't it?
It's 10 for Ian. raises to 1.3, under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so
my
word. What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7?
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be start
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. I'd already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No way.
Is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something
here? 20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff Tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling war between the two players.
He's doing it
again!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Damn! 6-bet
Solve that, baby!
10! How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money, but wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. Mixed with the boots. Do we always raise aces? Can you deceptively play aces in a cash game?
Yeah, you can. So you can tell. I think we're going to almost always 3-bet light, but versus 4-bets, we're going to have some flats. But in this situation, especially versus Jamie, big blind versus Jamie straddle. Yeah, so Jamie's in the Jamie's in 25 here, so no straddle. So does have position here. And like I said before, look out for the dynamic between Mitch and Jamie, because I'm sure that they've played countless hands together in a live cash game setting over the years. So there's going to be that dynamic factor there, and I'm sure we may see some levelling wars and might even see Jamie get involved here, Tower, because of that, and he's happy to pill with position. It's a lovely spot here. Mitch, literally 1.4 SPR, we've got aces. So just 2 bets and we can get all our money in, and this is just the perfect flop to just go bet shove. We're just going to shove on all turns, maybe not a queen, but small bet here, shove turn, what I expect to see tower, and I think Jamie will kill one with his gut shot on overcard, depending on size Mitch chooses. 550, nice sizing, 25%, like it a lot, just to set up a very nice turn shove with the SPR we're going to be working with on turn if Jamie does make a call. And Jamie getting just sub 5 to 1 here with the king 10, can't see him folding with his gut shot and his overcard with position, so happy to make the call and take some turns.
3k in the pot, king of hearts on the turn, dangerous card for Jamie as well.
Yeah, so now like 2/3 pot towers, so should just be going in from Mitch here because of the stack size in question. Like if we were deeper, we'll mix some checks in some of the time of the aces here, but because of particular stack size, we go that small size
all in
to shove this turn. Now Jamie in a bit of a predicament here with the king 10, only 2.2k back. It's 10 for Ian. But it's what they do, it's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising it to 60, Ryan folding the ace 5, and Jamie here on the button.
Call.
Jamie 3-betting the queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with a cold call, and Jagger calls, goes in the action with the 6s.
Flop time, 935, rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after 3-betting this particular hand. And gonna see him continue here, tower, just so often here with the queen 9 of space. There is some argument in a heads up coup to check this one, potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the king 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the 3rd option and raised this one up. Wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah, we know what Vinny can do, and we know he likes the overs, and he could still flick it in.
950.
Capped it out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued running it with 6s. Might have raised for protection purposes on the flop. Jamie can just continue a lot of higher cards like ace king, king queen, ace queen, these type of hold-ins, and Obviously, Vinny, a wild card, can have any twos. It may have been raising the sixes for protection purposes, but once we've been calling 2 spots, I think this is just shut down central for us, for Jagger. And there's the check, and if I'm Jamie, I'm probably going to be checking this Queen 9 of spade behind. I'm just searching for showdown, trying to get this one to showdown with this 370 bigs in the middle already. Well, probably going to fire small. I see him reaching for chips here, Tower, but if he's reaching for chips, I'm probably not going to opt for too large a sizing, no more than half, just so we can check back some rivers. So it's going to go call from Vinny, fold from Jagger.
There you go. Should be a snap fold from Jagger, and that's exactly what he's done. So we're already up to 7,000 in the pot.
Yeah, so unless it's a queen or a 9 on the river, it should just go check, check, Tower, because Jamie's chose this size basically to get a free showdown with position, gets to dictate the action on the river. And it's the deuce of diamonds.
Complete brick.
All in.
No!
Oh, we've only slung in the triangle.
Wow, Vinny just sticks it in with a king 10. He's actually got the best hand. This is the most insane value rip ever, Tower, and it might work as well because he can credibly rep hands that have missed here. Backdoor hearts, hands like 7-8, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts all in there. If he's calling king 10 off on the flop, he's going to be calling hands like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, these type of holdings. Ace 4 of hearts, well, ace 4 of hearts is a will, but like ace deuce of hearts in there, these type of holdings. But this is a really interesting spot here for Jamie because you never expect Vinny to have a king. You've got to remember it's gone bet, call, raise, call on the flop, so there shouldn't really ever be a king X out there for Vinny. I know we can see he actually has the king 10 here, but the only real king X that Vinny should have on that flop should be like king 9, maybe king 5 suited in there. So it's a really weird spot here for Jamie, the way this hand's played, and rips it for 3.3, getting 3-1 on the call here with our queen 9. But like, what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no king X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than king 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective, yeah, he can probably have more king X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like his king 7 suited, king 6 suited, king 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these 1 pair holdings for value on the river. And
he's called. He's made the call. Vinny's in front, ladies and gentlemen.
Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the king 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
I said, when we see how you get unlucky. I said, so it's just part of the day. He never complains when he loses, never complains, and he just gets it quietly and just sits to the bar and then reciprocates every hand if you want him. If you want 6 hours at a bar with Spand, he'll tell you every hand. That's what he does. He gets it quietly. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my days, let's go back to the table. What's happening here?
So
fireworks.
Tens, jacks and ace queen. Rich opening to 200. Colin 3-betting a hijack to 500. JP.
Oh my days, Thomas!
Saw Thomas yesterday and sitting here with ace king in the small blind, and this is really early on here.
What, second hand? Is that early?
Yeah, it's just like...
It's not level 4.
Going to see a 4-bet pot.
Makes it 2.2.
Yeah, A really big sizing. Don't usually see 4-bets going into the 4x remit, but this is huge from Thomas. And it's going to be coming back to Colin with the jacks. Not going anywhere. Happy to make the call this deep, even if we are up against aces or kings or queens. Potential to make a set and win a huge pot early on.
Yeah, on JP coming in.
I think JP can fold now. Tower with the ace queen.
Looks like a Dallas Cowboys top, to be fair.
Once his 4-bet comes in, we're just with 2 players in the pot. Never going to be good here of ace queen. Unless it's like up against jacks and 10s specifically. I'd be surprised if he made the call, but no, it makes the good lay down. But we've got 52 bigs in the middle. Second hand of the day.
10's folded. Ace queen folded. Jacks against ace king. King in the window as well. Boom. King 8-4.
Yeah, lovely flop for Thomas here. Not worried about anything. 8s and 4s not going to be in there in this 4-bet situation, we don't think. So effective nuts for us, assuming our opponent isn't slow playing aces. So we happily continue here with the ace king. Don't need to go large, could go as small as 20% here. On the king 8-4 rainbow, really dry board, and does opt for the small size in 1.8 into 5.2, so around 30%. And Colin here with the jacks. Bit of a predicament, may choose to just let this go now after seeing the flop. Like, we're obviously behind to all the value 4-bets now. Ace king getting there, already losing to queens, kings and aces, but he's going to take one off. Does have position.
Queen on the turn.
So only thing this changes for Thomas here now, queens does get there. If queens are going to be peeling once on the flop, could definitely have queens here, Colin, in his range, where this hand played pre-flop. So that's why Thomas has checked this over to him. Just expect to see a check behind, but in Colin's mind, like, what do we beat here in this 4-bet situation early on? There's no hand I can really come up with unless Thomas is just completely airballing. Wow, he's going to fire tower. So effectively turning his jacks into a bluff here in a 4-bet coup. Thomas just can't go anywhere. We literally lose to the 3 combos of pocket queens, and that's all I can really come up with. Maybe some king queen suited in there, but there's only 1 combo of that because we hold the king of diamonds. So really struggling to find hands that we're losing to here as Thomas. So have to just call. Keep some bluffs in there at Colin. That looks like...
That's not a 10.
No, it looks pretty clean.
Oh, it's a 9.
9 of hearts. Well, backdoor hearts does come in now, tower. So we do go behind ace king of hearts here as well. Both players had ace king. Wow, Colin shoved.
He's ripped the lot.
Oh, wow.
And a snap shove as well. Trying to show a lot of strength.
You just don't expect anyone to ever bluff here. This early on in the day, it's the second hand of the day. And Colin just turning his jacks into a bluff, and like value-wise, we don't beat anything here as Thomas, and you usually make the assumption in these spots, second hand of the day, that no player is capable of having a bluff here. And what bluffs have they ever got once they peel on the king 8-4 rainbow? There's not many. Like ace king of hearts we lose to, set of queens we lose to, but that's about it, tower. Maybe the 1 combo of pocket kings that just chose the flat pre. But this is a tough spot here for Thomas. Prefer to have the ace or king of hearts in our hand. I think could just see him fold here, tower. I think I'd like the fold because don't know anything about Colin, and I'm just going to make the assumption that he's never bluffing here, and I'm just going to give him credit for ace king of hearts, pocket queens, or maybe that 1 combo of pocket kings, and it's a horrible spot. And maybe like king jack.
Would you not 5-bet with kings pre?
I think this deep, I'm happy to just peel the 4-bet, because if we 5-bet and get 6-bet, it's horrible. We hate our life, especially with position. I think I would have been happy flatting kings to the 4-bet.
So in that scenario, you're also flatting queens as well.
Yeah. Like this deep tower, when we just start the day, I'm not going to want to get 200 odd big blinds in, even with pocket kings pre-flop level 1. This is a sick move by Colin.
Will you show ever fold? Colin just said, take your pick. I love it.
looks fairly comfortable as well, Tower. Like he looks like comfortable, just the way he's sitting there and talking.
He's edging towards the fold.
Yeah, it's horrible, Span. I can't see how we can call unless, as I usually say, some significant live reading next
he
week.
makes the pass.
He does
He's
make the
show
fold, shows him the jacks, and well played, to be fair, from Colin. Very unorthodox line with the jacks there, but gets the job done and takes a just sub 30k pot, second hand of the day.
Wowzers.
Let's hope the day goes like that.
Absolutely. Have we said good morning to anybody?
No, we haven't. Concentrating on the hand. Morning, Acifo. Good morning, Steetles, Mr. P-Man, Dark JF. Tuning in, Roy, Football HD.
Well, it's already started like that, Roy, hasn't it?
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a free bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. Free bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so
my
word. What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7?
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing, Tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be. I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off Tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
no way he's gonna 5-bet. Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff, Tower. We just, no way.
Do you know what? If Ian 6-bets here with ace 10, Tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream?
It's like I'm camping out, this is me, it's 60 degrees in the day, and it's like, love this, it's fucking highest day when you wake up in the morning. I've stopped scraping the frost off my car in the morning, you know what I mean?
Good evening.
Good evening.
We are back, everyone.
Watered and fed.
Yep, nice little hour.
Chili con carne.
A couple of things happening this session. Andy Hill's going to be joining us for 2 hours.
Is he?
We're going to do an hour with myself
Is
and
he?
an hour with the Tower.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to shout him in.
And as well, we got the giveaway, £110 token, and the deck's out. The deck is
We've
out
decided
and
to do
ready.
the deck.
What else is there to do? Everyone loves this game. It keeps everyone tuned in, waiting for it.
Yeah.
And I'm just giving them a shot.
If it's not gone in the first session, by the time I come back, when
every hour.
me and Andy's going to do the second hour of the session.
So every hour, when Tower comes back in an hour's time,
Yeah.
if it hasn't come, we will pick another card. Do you want to do the honours, Tower?
Yeah, I'm just going to change it. I'm just going to change it because unfortunately, poor old Middy
Midday.
has been putting Dave, I told you 20 minutes ago it's midday, not midday. And unfortunately on the screen for the next half an hour it's going to be midday.
Midday.
So don't tell him.
Classic Mr. Blacklaw.
Please don't tell him. Old sausage fingers doing the action tracking. Midday. Right, let's do a card.
Pick a card, Tower. Any card.
Pick it up. Hold it up so people can see. I'm not cheating. Yeah, got it.
Show the camera then.
I've got it. Ta-da!
5 of diamonds.
The 5 of diamonds. I'm going to watch the first hand. See if he comes on the first hand, we'll do it again. The 5 of diamonds. How do you get into the draw?
Right, so if you don't know the rules, we play this game a lot. When the 5 of diamonds hits the flop, and only the flop, first person, fastest finger in the chat box who writes the 5 of diamonds will win themselves £110 token for the closer on Monday. 5 of diamonds is what you're looking out for, guys. Every 10-15 minutes I will say the rules again for people tuning in a bit later after the dinner break. But on that note, we're going to say bye to the Tower. I'll need my card back, please. Thank you. And we're going to send him on his way for an hour. Enjoy.
See you soon.
And Andy Hill's just coming in now to join myself. How are we doing, Andy? All good?
Not bad.
Not
Given
bad.
that I'm not in the event,
Yep.
I'm all right.
Yeah, what's just nothing going your way today? Running bad?
It'd be very charitable to say that's why I'm out. I bluffed 2/3 of my stack on the second hand of my tournament, and just was grinding 60 big blinds, 70 big blinds for just didn't do very much for a while, and at a certain point that number of chips became 30 big blinds, and I put it in on the button with something that wasn't the best hand. So overall, I can say I put it in very bad many times though.
Final table though in the mini earlier on this week.
Yes. Where I also put it in very bad.
Well, cooler. It was a cooler, massive cooler, especially when the man had aces twice before already. Because you can't have aces.
You can't have aces again.
So, cash up on the week, sporting a profit.
Yeah, it's. I really enjoyed it. It's all been. Actually, I really enjoyed today, even though I had a bit of an early shower. Really good banter at the table. Really good fun. It's good.
Got to play a bit with you on day 2 as well. Been the first time in a while. We're going back to like 2017 last time.
Kind of put you in your place a couple of times.
Yeah. I got you back once. I did get you back once. The last time before the table broke on the come a 10 on the river on King Queen Jack. King on the turn, you led turn, and then the river come a 10.
Yes, I forgot. So I'd blocked that hand out of memory. I was thinking about, I totally crushed Jay. I forgot about the hand where. Did you have it, or are you going to tell me?
Jack 10. Yeah. So obviously a river, I have to bluff that river. Yeah. So it's one of them.
I don't think I'm beating much of your range.
Yeah,
I can't say I feel very regretful about that.
That's literally the only one of the few hands that you go.
I think it would be. I could call and be right, and it would be a bad call. Like you give me a slap for that. Maybe I should hero because I was quite near the top of my own range. So anyway, whatever.
On to the action. Feature table. After we just finished this hand.
Midday. I love it.
Midday. What is Dave?
It reminds me of one of the James Bond films has Mayday as one of the characters. It makes me think of Mayday.
That's a midi. Gonna fire here. With just 6 high. Club draw has completed. He's going to have more flushes defending out the big blind. And Lee in a bit of a spot here with the jacks. And pays it off. And he says you're good. And Lee taking that one. So feature table we have got for the next 2 hours, everyone. In 1's going to be Chris Howden. In 3 is Lee Wang. 4 Ido Alon. 5 is Tom Middleton. Midi. 6 Min G. 7 Derek Reed. 8 John Gilchrist. And in 9 is Stu McNally.
Quite a fun pack table. Lots of regulars on the tour. A few bona fide beasts.
Yeah, Stu, obviously Midi. Chumman run very deep last year in the event in London.
Last time it was last year.
You venturing away from the UK at all this year for poker, Andy? I know you like to travel and play.
Yeah, so I don't have anything booked at the moment, but I've got a lot of stuff earmarked, sort of filled my calendar with lots of Hendon Mob queries. Yeah, I've got a few things lined up. I'm thinking about doing Vegas maybe at the end of the series.
Yep.
I haven't played the main for a few years now, and it's sort of eating away at me a bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back on the travel. Now it's a little bit safer.
Yeah, Martin, it has to be on the flop. 5 of diamonds. This beautiful card here, 5 of diamonds. What you're looking for. 5 of diamonds needs to be typed into the chat. First one in. We have a bit of software that collates all of our chat boxes through Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. So you may get first in on, say, YouTube, for example. But if someone beats you by a millisecond on Twitch, ticket will be going their way. So just to let you know regarding that. If it's a tie, I might have to give out 2. We'll find out. How are we doing, boss? Ian Bosley, yes, lads. Both the best in the business. Cheers, mate.
Paying me in donuts.
And how are we doing? Apocalypse and Roland the Wolf on Twitch. I'm guessing not the Roland the Wolf, but
could be.
Could be. Could be tuning in to Manchester GUKPT. As Mint all in blind on blind here versus Derek's effective stack size of 12 bigs, pretty standard. And Derek's going to call this one off, although this will end up in a chop more often than not. Mint is slight favourite. Times that the board does run out. 5, 3, 7.
How did the action go here?
Just blind on blind. Min
oh, of course,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
a 13 big blind
yep.
effective, yeah.
So 9, 8, 5, the flop. And 9 on the turn. So likely to chop this one up, unless we see a 3 deuce, 6 or 4 on the river. And there's the ace, so they will chop this up. Playing aces and 9s with the 8 kick up.
Plenty of big blinds on the table?
Yeah, it's still like a lot of people now coming after the dinner break because I think they don't like the hour break, just like playing through 15-minute breaks because the structure is just so good. When you come in now, blinds 100, 300, still be sitting there with 70 odd bigs. It's just a really, really good structure. Field's really good today though, Andy. Some of the faces I've seen, like there's a lot of like elite players here today.
There's a very wide gamut in GKPTs these days. You know, we get to see some real elite players.
Yeah.
If you ever want to mingle with the best, and you can qualify for very little.
Yep, satellites running online all the time, and what they do now as well, if you win one of them satellites, you get your last longer patch for your first bullet, and if you do outlast all the other satellite qualifiers, you get yourself another seat. So it's a really nice promotion from the online team.
Fantastic. Do you know how many have qualified this time?
I'm not sure on the number. You know who's in the last longer because they've obviously got the patch on, the last longer patch. And
I've had a lot of people come up to me and, you know, excitedly tell me they qualified for 30 quid. You know, it feels like a free roll almost.
Yeah,
no, it's good.
Great. It's really good.
If that helps you psychologically, then you know it's a real tangible edge.
So hijack open here from Ido and Midi 3-betting the jacks to 2.2. And the pocket freeze here for Ido. Be surprised if he let this go. Hijack versus cut off versus Midi. Potential to win a big pot this deep. Times that we do flop a set.
Out of position with the threes, it does reduce the profitability of the peel. You know, especially out of position to a very good player like Midi. When you have the low pair, it's going to be hard to beat that.
Yeah, very hard. Running threes, only way out of this. Obviously the 8-10 chop. Doubt we're even going to get that far though.
When you're peeling with the lower pairs, you and especially out of position, you ideal kind of opponent is someone who's either too aggressive or not aggressive enough. You get with if they're not aggressive enough, you might get to realise the equity of your unimproved pair more often because they don't bluff you enough. If someone's over aggressive, it means that you just make an enormous amount of money the times you do make your set, even when they have missed the flop. The middle ground is you're a really, really good player who's quite balanced. It's going to be quite tough to realise your equity realise your EV with the threes. Solver says call probably, but it's quite thin.
Yeah, it's probably close. Probably sports a small profit over the long run. Only Sabria Bass, evening Jay, nice to see and listen to Annie in the booth. Doing a great job as always. Always good to get insights from this man.
If I was feeling particularly insightful, maybe I'd still be in the tournament.
Are you thinking of like firing the turbo later, or?
I always keep my options open. I'll see if it looks heavy on the pro players or heavy on the fun players.
To be honest, it looks like it's only going to be one table in the turbo because I don't know where they're going to put the turbo at the moment because every table in the
it's busy.
card room is filled.
Rammed.
So Ido, another pair for him, fives this time, opening +2, and Midi beats him into the pot. Snap calls on his direct left with the force. John getting out the way in the small blind.
Did you call it the force? Force. I just wasn't sure if you were nicknaming it the force. Use the force. Well, he has used the force, it would appear.
10-7 for all heart board, Midi with bottom set, 2 overs to the Ido's fives.
It's a fun board.
We check call in with the fives here, always Andy. Was there ever a situation where we just check fold this one?
It can't be terrible to check fold, in my opinion. I don't know whether I don't feel like a solver would ever do that.
Yeah.
Just intuitively, without knowing the spot. But it still doesn't seem ludicrous. I think I call.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
I call.
I'm on this always peeling one here with the fives. Like there are some good turns for us as well. Obviously a 6. There we go.
I don't think I've ever folded that spot, but I can't say that I know what's the best hand you should fold. Whether if you had 2s with the 2 of hearts, is that I couldn't tell you whether that is. Intuitively, that's going to be very thin.
Yeah.
And again, more so against a good player. When the good player has position, that can make an overly tight fold not a big mistake.
So now picking up and down here to go with our 5 of hearts. We've got the pair in there as well. So interesting spot here for Ido on the turn. I think once his 6 rolls off, I'd be surprised if he let this one go. Although Midi has sized up, 90% bet here on the turn, 3.3 into 3.7.
The Rue is the more interesting one. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer call at this point. Now we're straightening. It's what happens on a brick river. Well, what happens on any river really is interesting.
It looks like red jack, so jack of diamonds. Jack of hearts would have been check for sure, but now Midi just clear value bet spot. The way this hand's played, his bottom set. And this is a player that is capable of a 3 barrel here. Andy with like a king queen, king of hearts type hand perhaps.
Tom's smart and aggressive. I wouldn't even be totally surprised if some of the barrels don't even have a heart in. I don't know whether you would always have a heart to blast off, because you kind of want your opponent to be sometimes folding you want to have the right heart in your hand, right?
Yeah.
As a bluff.
And good fold with the 5s from Ido, doesn't get sticky. to be up in Edinburgh, up here in a few weeks' time. This is where we will be. Main event kicking off on the Thursday, but we will start streaming on the Wednesday. Going to be a live stream cash game. Trying to sort the line up for that as soon as possible.
Everyone loves Edinburgh.
Yeah.
GUKPT Edinburgh.
I don't think I've ever not seen you at Edinburgh. It's one of the legs that you're usually always there, Andy. I think it's where we first met back in 2017.
Yeah, I don't know if it was where we very first met. It's definitely the first time we had a lot of drinks together.
Yeah. Because I remember coming back one night and you, Mark Dyson, and someone else was
Al was there.
Al Pearcey, wasn't it? Yeah, all at the bar and ended up having a few beers. And then got drawn on the same table the next day. It was weird. Like weird how that happens, isn't it? You meet someone, you talk to them, and then the next day you're just on the same table. But really nice Edinburgh because lots of stuff to do as well. Like when you get your day off on the Friday, you're back off on the Thursday, or you just fancy a day off in the week. There's so much to do in that city. So
it's a classic win-win destination.
Yeah.
You lose at the poker, go and have some fun in Edinburgh. It's a lovely modern city. You haven't been.
It's like the other end of the spectrum to Luton, isn't it? Like it's not much to do in Luton, so but Edinburgh, like plenty to do.
Right, you go police helicopter spotting. Do you think you're being a bit rude about Luton there?
Mikkel Sophie on Facebook. Nope, you haven't missed it yet. Because the 5 of diamonds hasn't come out on the flop. That is the giveaway. When the 5 of diamonds hits the flop, first person in the chat box to type 5 of diamonds will win themselves a £110 closer ticket for Monday.
Are they allowed to type Equilab style 5D? Does
it
have to be in English?
5 of diamonds. We had
diamonds.
this conversation last time. And if someone types in the 5 of diamonds before the 5 of diamonds hits the flop, DQ, because they could just type it every flop. So we disqualify people. I'll write the names down.
I think we should get like an orbit penalty next time we play a poker tournament in a Grosvenor tournament.
Orbit penalty. You can't type in for another orbit. Yeah, but that's the giveaway.
All in words? All in words?
Words, 5 of diamonds numerically, or 5 if you want to write it in words. It's perfectly fine, or letters, I should say. And all chats are eligible, Shangji Tao. So this is a giveaway for everyone tuned in through Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. I did mention we have 3 chat boxes collated together. So you may see yourself first on Twitch, first one and think you won the ticket. Don't get your hopes up until I confirm the winner, because we'll get what comes through first through all chat boxes.
Digital photo finish.
Yep. So ace of spades on the turn, double pair on the board. 8s of 2-2 getting counterfeited. I'm guessing that's just the seat, not inputting a name yet. It's Oliver White, I think. He's come to the table. Yes. And the queen high of John is good here, and Oliver turning his bluffing with the pocket 8s and gets the queen high to fold. Nice little pick up from Oliver.
Sorry, I did my Indian. Oliver.
Yeah, Middy's name's down as midday, but that does change in about 20 minutes' time.
It's really bugging me. Which character was Mayday?
I've only seen like the recent James Bonds. I haven't seen too many. I think they are from Casino Royale upwards. That was the first one I saw.
I think if you just watch Casino Royale and don't bother with almost any others, you're not doing too badly. A lot of them are rubbish. Casino Royale's superb.
The best bit is the slow roll for like a gazillion pounds, or however much they're playing for, just slow rolling the straight flush, like turning it over. There's actually years ago there was a video on YouTube. Someone done a breakdown of that hand, like an actual breakdown of that hand.
I love it.
Yeah, in Casino Royale, and they're breaking the hand down.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
And they're like,
what is he even doing on the turn? Like, oh, brilliant! I could just imagine. I mean, can you Do they have all the action in?
No, just
because
it's just the hand itself just on the river, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, but the action, it goes all in, raise from Lashif, then Bond rips all in, and Lashif's obviously got like the third nut boat, and they're sitting there going, well, we can't really be calling here with the third nut boat after all this.
No,
action.
at least one of those raises is bad as well. Surely he's going to isolate.
Yeah.
Isn't he, like? A View to a Kill. Mayday was.
View to a Kill.
One of the villains.
Well, of course, it was Doug Polk, says Maroon Poker, probably one of his earlier videos.
Brilliant.
Oh, it's on the turn, guys. 5 of diamonds on the turn. It's the flop.
Oh dear.
So Lee firing for 1.8 here with just 9 high. However, will be a decent board for us out of the big blind this. We'll have some 2 pairs. We'll have the 6-3 suited, ace-3, all 16 combos of that.
Quite a. Is this quite a creative check call lead that we're seeing here? Am I missing something? Oh no, is it small big? No, it's not. That was a strange hand. Did the 9-7 call check call the flop? Was the action correct there?
I think it was check on the flop. Was it check?
I thought it said. It said check call on the action tracker.
Find out.
I apologise if I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah, check call the flop.
It's quite a creative check call.
Yeah, and then led the turn. Check call flop, lead turn.
I mean, you're going to have to lead the turn if you're going to win the hand. Yes, it's flop only for the competition.
Fold. Raise 800. Fold.
The thing is, if you see it muck the 5 of diamonds in someone's hand, you can go put the kettle on quickly before the next hand so you don't miss it. As Chris gets it through. What's the odds of it on the flop if you count for the dead cards? 18 minus 2, 34, 34. So yeah, you're about, if you account for the dead cards, it's about 11.5 to 1 to come on the flop, assuming that all the dead cards didn't contain the 5 of diamonds.
And what are the odds if one of the dead cards?
I'll let you answer that one, Andy.
Well, we were prized for someone who can work that one out. It's not actually 0, is it? I mean, there's always a chance that there's a, as Vicky Corrin once said in a commentary, like they say, she said it really annoyed her when the graphics on these, when the televised poker shows, they say, oh, you've got 0% equity. Come on, there's at least some percentage that an anvil is going to fall down from the ceiling, smash up the table, and the hand's going to be declared dead, and you've realised all your equity, right?
Yeah, Kev, trust you enough, you can be in the comp, sitting at the bar. The Tower's out there in the card room, he's on watch around the feature table, making sure no one's cheating live. Queen Jack, raise and take for Lee.
Wasn't there a great story from the World Series of Poker last year? Because they notoriously, with their bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger events at the World Series of Poker, they've got a lot more inexperienced dealers because they're drafting in so many dealers to make up the numbers. And there was a really funny one. I don't think it was a Negreanu hand or something, but apparently the dealer it turned out when the two players got it all in on the flop, one of the players was drawing dead, so the dealer just swept in the cards and didn't bother dealing the turn of the river. I mean, if you said that to someone who didn't play poker regularly, you might not think that was that weird, but that's the protocol is you always deal with it. And it's, I mean, I guess in terms of protocol, the justification for that would be if there was an error, like there was 2 6 of diamonds in the deck, that if the 6 of diamonds came again on the river, the protocol states that everyone takes the chips back and restore it, the situation back to how it was before the hand started. So that's the theory.
So likely he's flat here with the kings. Facing Derek's shove for 13 bigs, a6 off under the gun. Maybe a bit too loose in this structure.
Yeah, well, it's a bit too loose end off. I mean, you would, for that to be a correct shove, you would have to be up against the nittiest table ever. You know, people folding, they'd have to be folding ace jack and ace queen and stuff to justify that shove. So.
Still does have the 3 outs. So now 5 outs. 6 now working as well. Same scenario, 6 or ace to survive.
And that was a bad shove. It's a 7.
7 of spades. I'm joined by Andy Hills Perry on Twitch. Andy Hills joining us for the next 2 hours. The tower's going to come in about 45 minutes time. We're going to do an hour each with Andy. We have a giveaway running as well. If the 5 of diamonds hits the flop, first person into the chat box that types the 5 of diamonds will win himself £110 closer seat for Monday. Going back to like the dealers and the WSOP, I think that was the case with a lot of events last year. I spoke to a few people and a few players, and like the standard of dealing over there, like they said, wasn't like up to notch because they just people that had just started work and they've thrown them into like 10Ks and 5Ks. Dave Dockey actually said he was playing at a PLO event over there last year, and the dealer at the table couldn't figure out the pot, and no one else at the table could figure out the pot. So Dave was doing the pot for the whole table in every hand.
Every hand. I mean, I can understand. I've seen some of the ones where an inexperienced dealer just you can see they're having a mental a breakdown because there's a complex. I've played like a Omaha high-low, and the pot's got to go. You know, when it goes sort of between 3 players, but not evenly. I can understand that being, you know, giving you a meltdown if you're an inexperienced player, an inexperienced dealer. But yeah, every pot is a bit different. We're kind of spoiled in Europe. The standard is higher. Standard of dealing I found consistently across Europe, and especially in the UK, very high standard dealing.
It's so hard to get that many dealers like, all at top quality level. That's the problem. It's really difficult to do.
I mean, I'm sure I heard an anecdote about a dealer who got chatting to the players, and he'd applied to be a chef in the Rio, and they said, well, we're short of dealers, do you want to learn to be a dealer instead of being a chef? And so he did a quick bit of training or whatever, and
Well, this is a turn card that's going to be action, because now Stu turning 2 pair here after opening the gun, and John is under repped after just flattening the king queen in the big blind. Check calling flop for a K. Now Stu going to be happy to fire another street here after turning top 2, and John just can't go anywhere with the king queen against Stuart. Going to have to call again here, like Stu can start lining up some barrels with some ace queen, ace jack, queen jack, ace x of spades that could potentially open from this position and see that flop.
Yeah, he can have bluffs, and also the big blind still has plenty of worse hands to be calling with.
And if this is a brick on the river, it's going to be a really gross spot now for the king queen. There shouldn't really be any 7x out there unless it's 7-9 specifically, or 7x of spades. So Stu should be value betting king 10. Targeting a hand like John has specifically here. King X type holding. Sizing, Andy, what are you thinking here?
Greedy, I feel like. I mean, you would go big with a lot of your other and with your you're trying to represent that you've got aces when you're bluffing. So you would go, you go big with your bluffs to represent value, and big with your value to represent a bluff.
Yeah, well, he's chose 60%, and John calls it off, and going to get the bad news. The King 10 got there on the turn. Unfortunate for John.
I mean, we can see, of course, he's high up in his range with the King Queen.
Yeah,
it's just whether you can sometimes size down to target one of the lower pairs, but sometimes you just want to go, well, the only thing that's going to call me, or the main thing that's going to call me, is top pair, so I'll just go for whatever price I think top pair will pay.
Five of diamonds into the muck, so if you want to go put the kettle on, now's a good time. King Jack for Lee, +2, raises to 800. Ace Queen for Ido here in the hijack. Both options available, flat or 3-bet. We're mixing both in, and this time choosing to call. Looks like maybe going to just take the aggressive route here with the Ace-4 suited. Love the hand selection choice. We do need some 3-bet bluffs, as I always say. Can't just 3-bet our value, and this is a very nice hand to incorporate a light 3-bet in with the Ace-4. The suited variety makes it 4k. That will get rid of Lee, and then going to be back over to Ido, who won't be folded, or shouldn't be folded.
And this is exactly why you can't fold Ace Queen, because some dominated things will be doing bluffs. You could easily imagine someone doing the same thing with Queen Jack offsuit or something like that. An aggressive player,
like,
got it in them to do bluff squeezes.
Yeah, King Queen will be in there as well, Andy, some of the time for midi.
Yep.
So plenty of hands we can have in dominated spot.
More queries about the the competition. It's only happening once, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So there's going to be one shot spotting the 5 of diamonds, and I don't think anyone's been barred. A few people thought had a go at doing it on the turn, but no, it doesn't count on the turn.
Yeah, no one's on the naughty list yet, so you'll still got a shot. Giving away £110 token for you guys. Plenty to give away this weekend as well. I think we're probably going to give away 3 or 4 over the weekend.
Now, has he flopped a flush? Because there's a lot of black cards. Not quite. It looked like clubs to me.
Still chooses to continue, and Ido just snap holds the Ace Queen, and the power of the 3-bet bluff. The times that you're met with some resistance, you always have that chance of taking it down into C-bet. Got the betting lead, still got the strong hands in your range. Right, so the 5 of diamonds, people asking, just tuning in now. A lot of you would have already played this game. We do it quite a lot on the stream when we do our giveaways. As soon as the 5 of diamonds hits the flop, fastest finger first, whoever gets the 5 of diamonds wrote down in the chat box, hits enter, comes through to us, will win themselves a £110 token. We are streaming on Twitch, YouTube and Facebook, so we have 3 chat box collated for us here. So you may be first on one platform, but it may not be first overall, so just wait until we give the results when the 5 of diamonds does eventually hit. If it's not hit in the next 25 minutes, when Tower returns, we're going to pick another card, and then there's going to be 2 cards on the flop and so on every hour until eventually one of those cards drops, so we can give away that token. And no writing in the 5 of diamonds before that, otherwise you do get disqualified, because otherwise you could just write it every time Louis burns a card, the dealer, and just hope it comes on that flop.
And you have to write it in text, 5 of diamonds.
And I was thinking, why is the chat box so quiet? But I've just realised that everyone's sitting there with 5 of diamonds tapped out with their finger on the enter button. I thought it was pretty quiet. I looked how many he was watching, and I thought the chat box is pretty quiet.
Oh, oh, very, very close to getting on the naughty list there, Ian.
Raise 800.
Jacks for midi out, raises to 800. And min here.
Hold. 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 Hold.
It's just called. Oliver out of the way in the big blind, so heads up between midi and min.
Check.
A little bit of action, gut shot over card for min, midi with the overpair here. Like the check from midi, board that going to be better for min's perceived calling range, so opting to check the jacks there, just in terms of range.
It's quite a tell that someone's a good player if they do that check. That's something that probably only the more experienced players realise is quite a good play.
Yep.
Most people by default, especially when they're less experienced, do automatically see bet overpairs in every spot.
Yeah, like I've got an overpair, I have to bet.
You know, there'll be a sort of n bet flop, you know, a 3 or 4 or 5 bet pre-flop, and you go to a flop. There's some spots where an overpair can become a check back, you know, because you're up against too many better hands.
The best ones when like it's 4 bet call, and then it just comes like 8 high, and then there's just like all in for 3x pot, and then and then the other person folds, they show like 10s or something. Like don't want.
What were you hoping was going to happen there? Then?
Don't want to see any more overs.
Yeah, that's the tell of being at the other end of the skill spectrum.
Nothing, Russ. Nothing's to stop that saying about people being there live. I don't think people playing this like 1K are going to be like letting their mates know that when the 5 of diamonds comes on the flop, because
it's not even going to be a guarantee, is it?
Yeah, it's not. It's not even going to be there. Yeah. We've just got to trust everyone on this.
I mean, what's going on? Why is everyone typing it now? Yeah. It's going to be really weird if anyone reads this chat back, you know, just sort of on Facebook or whatever, retrospectively. Everyone's going to think, it's going to look like everyone had poker Tourette's, just blurting out hands.
Ian Roberts, Jay, I'm upset you've forgotten me already. Of course I'm not forgotten you, Ian. You're my hero. You 6-bet ace 10 in a GUKPT main event on the featured table and got better to fold. You are my hero. I cannot forget you, Ian. I would never forget Mr. Ian Roberts.
Fold. 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 Raise 800. Fold. Raise.
It's a fun hand.
1,000. Fold. Fold.
So a lot of people are going to peel this 3-bet with the Jack 10 suited. Stewart's a lot of chips.
Yeah, especially goes to Oliver. Oliver's a very good player. Doesn't need a legitimate holding like he has in this spot. Nice bit of action as well.
Yep, that's an action flop. The ultimate cooler card would of course be the king. But any brick run out could
I just think it's going to be a check call here from Stuart with the Jack 10. Like the thing is, I will say as well, Andy, you don't see in these like 3-bet situations, like on these sort of board tech, like many check raises here, like
no,
almost never. Like in these spots, it's always just usually check fold or check call.
And,
I mean, if there's a board where you have the right to check raise
Yeah.
without being a solver nerd, I would imagine this wouldn't be the worst spot.
Yeah.
You have plenty of
With the
queen,
Jack 10.
queen X, and
nines are with sixes are there
yeah,
for us.
plenty of stuff in your for peeling that 3-bet.
Be good to see you, Ian. Couple of weeks, 2 tickets already for the Goliath, and hopefully see you in Edinburgh. This 7 rolls off on the turn. 10-8 suited, the double gutter does complete.
Normally going to go check fold here.
I think so from Stuart, depending on the size, unless Oliver opts for like third, which I doubt he's going to do on this card. Goes for 2/3, by the looks of it, that looks like 6k into 9.2. 5.5. Stuart just asking Oliver what he has behind.
You can't be considering calling, I don't think.
Do you think he ever folds out some hands that Oliver double barrels?
I guess he's thinking if the stack to pot ratio is just right, maybe it could be good for check jamming. I don't think he would ever be considering anything other than check jamming or folding when we're out of position.
He just folds Andy as expected, spot on. Yeah guys, it's a pretty simple game, come on. 5 of diamonds on the flop, and then you type it into the chat box. It's literally the simplest game in the world. It's really not hard, guys. Try and give some money away for free, throwing money at people and can't get their head around it. And there's some chip counts from the outer tables coming across the bottom of your screens there.
Gary Whitehead, always got chips. My mate Mark Dyson's got some chips.
GUKPT GOAT, Ben wins up. I think he regged after the dinner break up to 32. Riggy's in the mix. Rene, Skullman's back for another bullet. Ben Dobson, who won this event in 2019. Balsi and Bav.
Call. Check. 1, 3, 5.
Everyone's just been slow rolled by the 5 of hearts on Jack 5 deuce. Top pair for Lee, and Midi with the flush draw. Now going to start leading out the big blind.
Raise 3,000.
Interesting raise. Having checked back the flop, he is now raised the turn lead. Now that is not standard.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, he's obviously got it right.
Might be one of those raise to check back river. Potentially Andy taking
Surely.
the lead away
Surely.
from Midi.
I mean, Midi's basically uncapped on the bet and call raise. So it would be, in the long term, it will be overplaying your top pair 10 kicker to keep firing on the river, I think.
Checks it behind.
So he's got the maximum out of Midi there by raising. He found the draw, but couldn't fold.
Right, so Jim's just tuned in. 5 of diamonds is what you're looking for, Jim. I know you've played this game before. When it comes on the flop, then
type in the 5 of diamonds in the chat box. First one in will win it. If you type the 5 of diamonds in before, you will be disqualified. We just lost about 9 players there from the competition because they all put the 5 of diamonds in the chat and they are out. They cannot win the token no more. Put my foot down now, Andy. I've had enough. I've had enough of this. No more chances for anyone.
I mean, I think the case could be made for disqualifying people who said it when it wasn't. There wasn't a fight.
We had this. We had this the last leg in Coventry, and we done this game last leg in Coventry. And it was the tenor clubs, and the tenor spades come out once, and then on the next flop it come out again, and we lost about 30 people in 2 hands.
I mean, otherwise you could just sort of get like program a macro to keep spamming the text box with 5 of diamonds. Automatically.
This is the only way around it. We have to disqualify everyone so it stops people from just putting random guesses in before the flop. I'll tell you what, if it doesn't come out before Tower gets back in about 15 minutes time, we'll let everyone back in. When we pick another card, we'll let everyone that's been disqualified back in. I'll screw this list up. This will go in the bin and we'll let you all back in. It's sunny today, it's nice weather, I'm feeling kind.
Yeah, I've given him a little neck massage. He's chilling. He's chilling out now, like he's winding his neck in.
Jim says, well done in the mini, Mr. Hills.
Oh, thank you, mate.
Blind on blind, King 7. And small blind. Definitely going to be continuing. Chooses 2 in the form for complete. And these are interesting spots now, Andy. When the blinds are 200, 300 now, like you basically need to complete 100%. And it's an interesting dynamic now because like the big blind can potentially raise a lot wider because they know you need to complete close to 100%. The blinds being 200, 300, and it's a level that wasn't about like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, it's come down to a little bit more of a science than it used to be. Now, it's interesting because compared with opening from other positions where the science is has been kind of known for longer, roughly what you should open from a given position has been kind of more or less, people have had that nailed down for a while. Blind on blind, people have used solvers to work out what you should limp, what you should limp call, what you should limp re-raise, what you should limp fold, but it doesn't, it's not absolutely mandatory to do what the solver said. There's a lot of different strategies you could use. You could have a strategy where you never limp re-raised and you could still balance what you did with all the different hands and it still wouldn't be a bad strategy. So this is one of the things about maybe when you hear about something or if you mess around with a solver and it says, oh, this is what you should do, it's not actually the final word in poker. There's a lot of different ways of balancing a range and mixing up your aggression with your passive play.
And the other thing, obviously, with solvers, that the solvers are assuming that your opponents are playing the correct range as well. That's the thing that counteracts it. Like, if you're playing like GTO against a Terry Jordan or something like that, you're
missing a trick.
Yeah, exactly. You want to change your game completely and adjust accordingly. Whereas if you're playing like a midi, for example, on this table, then maybe base it more towards the theory side.
I'll give you an example, like an extreme example. Like I've played, I've been heads up in a few MTTs, and there's been clear against certain opponents. There's been a very clear strategy. I know it's a little bit different from blind on blind, in a full ring game, but I've had some players where my pre-flop strategy was entirely value and equity based because I realised this person never folded to any raise, so I just raised bigger with my strong hands and limped with my weaker hands, and I'm just giving myself an equity advantage, an EV advantage by having better hands when we're playing bigger pots. It sounds very simple, but that is going to be the correct strategy against someone who never punishes you by sometimes folding their worst hands to the raise, or sometimes three-betting three-betting you at the right frequency, and sometimes attacking your limps is the crucial one. If they never attack your limp, then you can, with impunity, just play the literal strength of your hand pre-flop with your bet size.
The aces versus king queen here went open from Lee. EP Stu elected to free bet to 2.5, and Lee made the call. Stu now mixing in a check, like it. Really like this from Stu. Out of position here, checking it over to Lee, trying to induce, and that's exactly what he's done. So if he's playing it in this manner, I'm assuming it's just going to be a check call. Andy?
I mean, it's interesting that you check the flop. It's more standard to bet. I'm not worried about someone having a 6 in their hand. If they have a 6, it's time to die. But maybe he thinks that Lee will bluff too much. Yeah, that is clearly the reason he checked.
And he's spot on the flop as well. And this is what Andy was just talking about, like knowing your opponent and who you're up against. It's one of them situations like what would usually be more often than not a clear bet on the flop. Stuart maybe knows Lee or has been playing with him the first 4 hours and knows that he's overly aggressive and knows that he will just start barreling off in situations. So
another factor is if you think that Lee would never check back an overpair, which is probably a fair assumption, and he probably shouldn't, then you might think that by checking you might miss some value the time that Lee does have something. But if Lee always bets when he has pocket 5s or 9s on the flop, then you not only get value from those by letting him bet, but you also induce bluffs. So that's a very good exploitative strategy, use a faultless exploitative strategy. And this, again, as Jay just said, when you get play against a certain opponent, you have a feel on how they will play. You've got to exploit that rather than trying to play balanced.
Everyone getting trolled by the 5 of diamonds on the river. We've lost another 5 from the competition, it seems, as Lee folds the king queen. Apocalypse. So in poker, only the first 3 cards are the flop. The 5th card is called the river. Okay.
Do you get disqualified if, like Preston picks, you type 5 diamonds? Does that qualify for a disqualification or not? I don't know. What's the rules?
Well, they've only got 7-8 minutes until we move into the next level, so we will pick another card anyway, and then I'm going to let everyone back in because I'm feeling kind, and then I'll leave it over to Andy and Tower to deal with you lot in the chat box. But look out as well, guys. It's not the only giveaway we're going to do this weekend. Tom has been kind enough to give us 4, maybe 5 tickets, all £110 as well. So over £500 being given away on stream this weekend, which is great. Really nice from the online guys to throw those tickets our way.
Hello, Dark Angel.
Hello then, Donna. Now, Donna is the giveaway, please. Honestly, last time we done this giveaway in Coventry, she was in the Twitch chat box. She was writing everyone's names down, finding out who's disqualified for us.
Good. He's on the naughty list.
Yep. No, it's a £110 token for the closer on Monday on Grosvenor Poker, 25k guaranteed. But that will stay in your account, and the closer, you don't have to use it this Monday. It happens every GUKPT festival on the Monday after we finish. As Anthony Gardner comes to join us at the table. Come on, you Spurs.
Is that who you played for?
Yeah, ex-Spurs centre-half, played for England.
Cool.
Cap for England.
I knew he was a footballer, but I don't know anything about football.
Yeah, played at the top level.
Oh, wow.
Used to go to White Hart Lane when I was a kid and watch him play. It's crazy, like when you think of stuff like that. Now he's sitting here at poker and I'm talking about him play poker, and it's crazy how things shape their way in this world sometimes. Nice flop from Midi, flopping nut flush draw on the ace high board.
Bet 1,500.
After peeling the free bet with a king three of spades.
Call. Check.
Midi turning will draw to go with his nut flush draw and queen clubs on the river. And this is quite an interesting card because could potentially see Midi lead this because he should have a lot more queen X here than his opponent and just bombs it. Oh no, he sets John in. John's got 4.4 behind, so just setting John in. And John going to have to let this one go with the king and nine of clubs, but very nice from Midi, winning a pot with the worst of it yet again. I say yet again. Oh, there we go.
It would be an ambitious hero call.
Enjoy yourself, Preston Pixie, off to see some bands. Blind's going up in 5 minutes time. That's all right, that's all right, it's fine. Well, it's all right for Midi as well. Missed the
Mayday.
Midday. To be honest, if the table was a clock, he would be sat at midday. So
you're right.
You go.
Great
Yeah.
point. Great point.
Raise 800.
Raising once more with the ace 10. Makes it 800 to go.
Call. 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 Call.
Anthony calling the sevens.
Check.
Ace 9 deuce, 2 diamond board. Top pair for Midi here. And choosing to incorporate a check here. Now probably when I'm going to see him start firing. Fires for 1k. It's not getting sticky, just lets it go.
Went to showdown 111%. That's the commitment I like to see. You know, you can't push me around, matey.
Right, after this hand, guys, this is going to be the last hand before we draw another card. So what I'm going to do, because what we had last time, I'm not any people on the last hand before we drew another card, everyone just typed it in before the flop because it's the last hand they knew they got back in after.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no competition this hand. Hope it don't. I
love it.
I hope it don't come on. Hope it don't come on this flop. But we're freezing it for this hand, and then we'll pick another card after this hand. Everyone else is back in, and then you'll be hunting for the 5 of diamonds or whatever, and he picks out the deck.
I love it. You spotted the loophole in your own. I like it. Good. However, we do reserve the right to arbitrarily ban people. Like, it's our competition, our rules. We might just go, nah, stuff that guy.
Midi opening once more, raises to 800 with the 4s. Min just flats the ace 10, and John shoves here with the ace
5
king.
of clubs. 5 of hearts. 5 of spades.
And Min calls it off for 13 big blinds. It's so going to come on this flop now, you know, don't it? You just know.
Has he not gone yet?
No, it's not going this hand either.
It is.
Awesome, thank you. So this is a slightly loose call with the ace 10. The 3-bet jam has to be quite punty for ace 10 to be a call here. I mean, people do that. Like, you know, people, even though they've got 13 big blinds still, they might feel, because they're so much shorter than everyone else, they might punt because it's the re-entry period, maybe they're thinking of coming back in. Sometimes an inexperienced player feels frustrated or because they're short stacks, but in reality, ace 10 is a little bit thin unless you think your opponent is jamming in the ace.
Did pick up more outside on the turn. Spade would have done the trick, but does double John up. So let's chuck the camera on so you can see us pick the card. Got a deck here, freshly riffled. I'll give it one more riffle. And Mr. Hills is going to do the honours for us.
Hold it up so a little bit higher. Yeah, there we go. I'm not looking.
So 5 of diamonds and the deuce of spades. So you have to type the card that comes out. Obviously the deuce of spades can't hit and you can't type the 5 of diamonds. So whatever card comes out, whether it be the deuce of diamonds or the deuce of spades or the 5 of diamonds, then you win the ticket if you're first in. And now everyone's back in. And on that note,
no Apocalypse. Both of them don't count.
Yeah.
It has to be the 2 of spades. Forget everything that happened before. Has to be the 2 of spades. Has to be on the flop. Has to be written out as a full sentence.
So 2 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Hopefully when I come back in an hour's time, £110 voucher, we'll have someone to give it to.
We've got 2 cards now, haven't we?
Yep, 2 of spades and the 5 of diamonds.
I'm sorry, I've said something misleading.
Oh, no,
it
no,
really
no,
is both.
No, yeah, it is both.
Really is both.
Yeah, it is both. It is both.
Okay.
So
this competition is too complicated for me.
There you are.
Okay.
There you are. They're the cards. What you're looking for, guys. 2 of spades, 5 of diamonds on the flop.
I apologise, Apocalypse. I apologise.
Swap over. You shove me on there.
I'll leave the cards there for you boys so you don't forget.
Grant, you go that way.
I will be watching.
You're telling me he's going to be watching? You didn't have your donut?
Oh, that's my donut?
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's a chocolatey one.
Exactly. We don't pay in cash. We don't pay it in cash, we pay in donuts. Oh, the 2 of spades! Oh, amazing! Who's going to write it? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, Jay, come running back then. See you later. I come running back then. Oh, dear, loved it. Loved it. Has Middy got his name spelled right now, then?
I quite like midday. As Jay pointed out, when you see the camera angle that's looking from that side, from behind Lewis, from behind the dealer, he's actually in the noon position, so midday was quite appropriate.
Yeah, I like it. Like it. Yeah, the 5 of diamonds or the 2 of spades. Don't write it down too early because we won't take your bets and we won't take no...
And guys, from this point, we're getting hard line. Before we said we've let you off on typing it when it didn't come out, but we can't.
Cards.
We can't give the reward to someone who's already typed it. They're just spamming the chat box with it,
timed?
regardless. So we have, unfortunately.
I'm guessing it's timed. The cards are the 5 of diamonds and the 2 of spades for £110 token. Yellow card, says Gully Math.
So if you call it out before it comes. If you call it out on the turn of the river,
From
you call
now.
it out before the flop comes, call it out on a flop where it wasn't there, you're going to be disqualified. We have to be hardline because unfortunately there's a lot of people are spamming the chat box with it.
Now I am sat in position, I'll be writing the names down. Dark Angel has got it spot on. Cheers, Donna. £110 token. The numbers, by the way, oh my days. I was speaking to Razor Kev yesterday as we were walking out last night, and I says there is no way we will get close to last year's day 1B, because last year's day 1B was the first time everybody come out of lockdown, first time we were playing poker, couldn't wait, there was nowhere else, we couldn't go abroad, still couldn't fly. 284 runners on day 1B last year, which was insane. And I said to Kevin, there is no chance.
Everyone thought that was the peak, didn't we? We thought that was it. That was going to be would it still be good this year, but we didn't think.
I said to Kevin yesterday, there is no chance at all we will get anywhere close to 284 just for day 1B. We're on 273 for day 1B.
Amazing. Oh wow!
What a flop!
What a flop!
Ace 9 king.
So I was
set over set.
I was just about to say there's 4 cards that John really doesn't want to see on the flop. I'll take that back. He really, really does want to see the 9 on the flop when he's got the ace.
Set over set. Yeah, we know you're all right, Donna. We know you're fine.
Okay.
Set over set. A bit of a set up.
It is an interesting spot for the aces. In principle, you know you want to put a lot of chips in, but the problem is it's very unlikely your opponent's got an ace in their hand. So, as we can see, when your opponent's got a set as well, it doesn't really matter how you play it. If you bet, you're going to get called. If you check, they're going to bet. But it's all about the other hands in the ranges. So we might be able to get a zealous bluffer to put a lot of chips in with a worse hand. But someone who's got a bit of a hand, like a king, is probably going to put 1 bet in and slow down.
Bet.
Oh dear, this is big trouble for Stu. And John's quite shallow now. There's 9k in the pot and he only has 8k.
And it's such a dry board as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's going to check a call here rather than check raise. There's nothing. I think he's going to call, not shove. But there are arguments for both. Yeah.
And they're in, and they're in. Yeah, set over set. And Stu just can't believe it. Stu McNally.
Really think it depends if you think Stuart's going to carry on pulling the trigger with his bluffs. That's because he's not super likely to have many. A lot of his ace-x hands might go bet and check back the river. Having said that, he did peel in early positions, so he probably, with ace queen or better, he probably does go bet shove. So it's whether you can get him to bluff.
The 6 of diamonds means we get a full double set over set. That is as cold as it comes for Stu. John survives, gets a full double. Saber Earbest says, Andy, what would be the one bit of advice in terms of study you could a player with a good understanding of the game to work on?
It's a bit of a tough question. I mean, if you that could mean a lot of different things, you know, having a good understanding of the game already. I mean, none of us have a full understanding of the game. I certainly don't. So poker is a sort of leak finding game, you know, working out what you're doing wrong. And the thing is, if you knew what you were doing wrong, then you wouldn't be doing it, you know. So, I mean, I'm aware of some areas of my game that certain boards where they kind of recur, and I think, I should maybe study that part of the game to work out, you know, what to do on these very connected boards in a 3-bet pot, or what to do when a good player flats me in position, you know, sort of hijack versus cut-off or something like that. So there's lots of spots that are more complex than others. But everybody's got different leagues, you know, so it's what a lot of people do is they get sort of coaching where someone more experienced can look at some of their hand histories and go, well, this is a pattern I'm seeing. You're c-betting too many flops, whereas you should be checking some of them. So yeah, it's a bit of an open-ended question, that I'm afraid. We're seeing the aces again.
We are indeed.
One area we can all improve our game is get dealt aces more often. They're the best hand. And
well, John's he just folds a legit ace queen.
Oh wow!
Just to a small 3-bet. A 3-bet and a call. Got rid of ace queen. In fact, the 6s fold as well.
I feel like unless you get some sort of read, folding the ace queen there is probably a mistake. It's a little tight to be, you know, folding to a 3-bet with ace queen. You need some sort of read that someone's got a very nutted squeeze range.
I see 1101. Because you've instantly typed your hand slipped, we'll let you off. Nobody else? 12 of spoons. How are we doing, Fizz? Fizz is going down to play the seniors on Sunday.
Are you old enough to play the seniors?
I'm just.
I'm not sure if that's a rude question.
I don't mind. I don't take anything personally.
Have you ever played any of them?
No. They always fall on the weekend we're working.
Of course. I've played poker with you at some point somewhere. I know
there'll be a 25-25,
yeah.
or there's some team event that we play together, or
yeah. Seem to have delegated explaining of the composition to Dark Angel now.
Yeah, Donna's great.
I don't envy you, Donna.
Donna's great. I wish we could mod Donna and make the mod and Donna. They'd be great for the team in the background. They really would. I don't know how we can go about it, but we keep saying we need mods, and Donna and Mick the mod are great for the job. We will get it sorted eventually, Donna, honestly. And Mick the mod does his things as well. He always helps us out in the background. Yes. There you go. Paid in kind.
That's good.
Paid in donuts.
Good,
you can't beat it.
It got good when we got to the sort of squidgy bit in the middle. You have the same one, yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It had a sort of slight a nod to Cadbury's cream egg about the sort of central squidge.
You know, when you look on social media and you see somebody making a cake and whatever it is, somebody made a cake out of Cadbury's cream eggs. They used 50 cream eggs.
Oh my god.
50.
I've got a confession to make. If I have half a Cadbury's cream egg, I'm like, I don't really need another half. I know you could beat me on this.
You know how they complain that there's seven spoons of sugar in a can of Coke and they complain about it? Imagine what's in a cream egg. They don't advertise that, do they?
No. Is there much else there apart from sugar?
7, King, 8, 2 hearts.
I'm surprised John has 5% of equity there. I have to squint at the board to work out why. Back doors only.
Back door. So that's what they are up and down this session. In the seat draws all the way around. Chris in seat number 1. There are the stacks all around the table. Good to see Anthony Gardner back playing. He was wandering through, so it must have been a re-entry for Anthony in seat number 7. Are the tickets only valid for this coming closer tournament? No. If you are you're not able to play the closer, it'll just be a ticket in your account.
I've got a feeling Grosvenor have been quite kind of improved the policy with tickets to become more generic. You know, £110 ticket.
Nearly everything now.
Yeah, £110 ticket is £110 ticket. It's not £110 ticket.
It's nearly getting towards like tournament dollars now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which I think is fantastic for the player. And if they want to add a little bit extra and play a bigger tournament, then that's fine.
The same goes for the £250 tickets. We have 25-25 series. We also have the mini mains at the GUKPT festival. So same buy-in. Tickets are interchangeable.
Yeah. 6, ace, 6. Were there any aces and kings in that pack that we chose? Was it a short deck?
Now this is a bit of a setup.
2 pair and Anthony Gardner flopping trip 6s.
normally we just call in position here. You play it the same way you would play your flush draws or a weak ace.
Check.
I mean, Anthony can't be expected to have too much 6x in his range here. There's not that many combinations of hand with a 6 in. Not everybody cold calls the 7-6 suited in this position, and even if they do, the only combos that you could expect someone to have would be 7-6 suited, 6-5 suited. Maybe possibly. I would think it would be a bit of a loose call, but ace-6 suited maybe. Some players would be a little bit of a loose call pre-flop. So there's not that many combinations, and when it comes to 5 and an ace on the board, that cuts down the combinations even more.
Yeah.
It's a good fold by the ace-jack there. Of course, ace-jack is folding, losing to other stuff as well, so that's quite a good card for the ace-jack to go away.
Carey just joined in. What's the 5 of diamonds and 2 of spades game? If it hits the flop, a 5 of diamonds or a 2 of spades, the first person to type into the chat box wins themselves a £110 closer token for the event on Monday online. Jay got the nod for a couple of £110 closer tokens to give away, and this was one of them. Any more events for you this week?
Well, I'm here all weekend, so I'll be playing the side events. Sure, always fun. Overwhelmingly recommend to anyone who's fancies some live poker this weekend. Always great value. Trophy equity?
No, and a flag. How many flags have we got this year? Have you travelled much since coming out of the pandemic?
I had my first international poker trip just before playing the mini main here.
Yeah.
Made another day 3 actually.
Sweet.
But had another disappointing finish. But we keep plugging. I'm planning more. I've got a load of stuff earmarked.
Yeah, excellent.
Got a few European things I've got my eye on. Nothing's booked yet. And I want to go to Vegas.
Oh, sweet.
Late in the series.
Yeah.
I want to play the main.
Yeah.
Maybe get there a few days before the main, I think.
Jay's doing exactly the same. He wants the satellites. He said he wants to play the satellites for the 50k, the big one, and the.
You mean the main event?
There's a 50,000. No, I think there's a 50,000 event, isn't there?
He wants to play.
No, he wants to play the satellites to get into it.
Really? The 50k?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose what will the satellites start at for 50k? 1k. 1k satellites.
Interesting game selection. Cool.
Oh yeah, he's not going down there to play the £2 rebuy in Harrods.
No.
Good if someone watched this.
So those 2 cards on any flop, yes. Yes. Yeah, we've given him London off. He will not be in London for the GUKPT. That's in the beginning of July. Ace 2-4. How unlucky was that for everybody? Ooh, went the. Who's getting eliminated by Donna? Who's getting eliminated by Donna? Yeah, we had a £110 token from online. Tom gave us the nod, and that was it. Then it came up with the. It's good. It keeps people active and watching the flops and ready to type in. And now there's 2 cards. It's a little bit harder. Unless you've got 2 laptops open, and you can work out which left and right finger can work.
You're broadcasting the hacks now. Unfortunately, we are being hard-lined about this now. If you type it in before the flop comes, or if you type it in when it wasn't on the flop, we can't reward a spammer. So, unfortunately,
Yeah, that's what I'm street.
Just don't do it.
There's a lad, his dad used to do it in that space. Dean and Mark. He used to deal with self-done Tony's. Well, not a fortune. In terms of
Right,
yeah.
How do they get caught?
Probably the same club.
Yeah, he's a little
He's a
trick.
master trade.
Oh, I think I can work out what it is.
Kings for Ollie in seat number 2.
Oh, we're seeing some premiums. Well, you should get action on your kings a lot when you're in the small. The big blind should call a raise with a very high frequency. Interesting, check. I'm guessing that Oliver was going for a check raise there. Maybe he thought that Lee bluffs too much. It seems to be a read that,
Do we get
that
bet
Oliver
in?
made before.
We'd love to get
Sorry.
bet into when we've got quads. But see, back in the olden day, you'd always wait for the guy to bet into you. So you'd check, wait for the bet, check, wait for the bet, and now people just lead as if it doesn't really matter. We've just got the quads and I have to lead, and before we've even got the chips over the line, unfortunately there was a fold.
Aces again? What?
Wowzers.
It's an exciting table. We've seen quite a few disciplined folds. We've seen King Queen here, King Queen offsuit here, which always used to be considered a fold against an early position open. Things obviously, people working with solvers, which are very loose, has changed things. But we saw the King Queen open fold, fold to the open, and we saw it was an early hand where the King Jack off didn't overcall, which over the years of playing GUKPTs, that people just used to just automatically call those hands, and it was only the sort of experienced online players that considered folding them. So it used to be a sort of tell you weren't that experienced. And there's a whole mixed bag nowadays. People who play in a very old school way, people who play in a sort of conventional online way, and then you've got the people who looked at what solvers do and are sort of imitating that.
Yeah.
So the ranges do vary quite a lot.
So with the blinds at 200, 400, we'll quickly go straight round the rooms just to see that 278 players in the mix at this moment in time, which is unbelievable. Some good stacks will be building around the room. Oh, card protectors. Do we have card protectors?
An elephant.
It is. Have you got a favourite card protector? Did you ever have one?
I had a phase of taking a little. It's like it looks like a cross between a hedgehog and a lion. So I called him Lion Hog, and he flashes. So if you tap him on the top, it's got an LED inside. So yeah, I've got my only card protector that I've used several times has been Lion Hog.
Nice to see. Ronnie Towell was the guy with the hood who had 120,000. Riggy's in there. Aleem Kanji. Is that Carl Pickles still there? Using a vape. Tut tut tut. Get outside with that vape, you.
Is Dems the rules?
Well, they should be.
So in your opinion, or is that what the rule is?
The Stu Rutter's back.
Know.
Coventry champion back in the day, over 100,000 chips. Going along nicely. Big Sheffield Wednesday fan is our Stu Rutter. So back to it. Thanks for the pan.
Yeah, and you know my feelings on vaping. It's classed as a cigarette, should be used in the smoking area. But some clubs let them smoke, and especially with this day and age when you're blowing your own breath into somebody else's face, you don't know what you've got. And what's just happened around the world.
Now, if the vape gas could disable, like, you know, harmful viruses,
Yeah.
that'd
That'd be amazing.
Because it does.
I'd start.
I will say it smells. I do think vapes smell nice. The second-hand. You know, I don't actually find it that unpleasant, but of course, I agree with what you're saying. Of course, the sentiment about viruses. Now, if it could kill that,
absolutely. So we are 6 players short of last year's record.
Well, it's going to
with
be
4
that
levels to go
and a turbo. And a turbo.
No, just the day 1B. 284 for one flight.
Got it.
It's just incredible. We are Wednesday. I'm not saying what we sing at Rotherham, but there you go. You might just sneak into the playoffs, Ash. Oh, I'm just about to get a massage. Cara's just coming. It's the only reason she comes up back here, does Cara. The only reason. Oh, she's off. What are you doing?
Hold. Raise 1,000. Hold.
Just amazing numbers. It's like some of the tables today have just been like, it's like the who's who. It's like a grand final. You've got bracelet winners, EPT winners, and you've got WPT winners. There's former GUKPT champions, massive cash game players.
This is an action flop.
And an action flop of Queen 9, 7, 2 diamonds, top pair, flush draw, and an under pair for Ollie.
Oliver's got an easy getaway here, but top pair's never folding, and the combo draw is always doing something here. I think on his stack he's just going to do something aggressive. There we go.
There's the min raise.
There he is. I was waiting for the min. Min puts in the min. But I mean, you're basically just going to be raising to commit with so many outs. It's pretty much unexploitable. The shallower the stack, the easier the decision with that hand. And again, by the same token, the top there can never fold.
So we've got it all in with the flush draw.
Lee does actually have some of the outs that Min hopes to hit, so that's why the top pair is a little bit of an equity favourite. However,
instant service with the flush.
I think that's a drawing dead situation.
Absolutely. We can just see a straight flush there.
Yeah, if you squint.
Yeah. 10 of diamonds making up the straight flush. So Lee down to 30, Min back up to 22. Just over 30 minutes to go of this session. Will we be giving away, or will we get to 3 cards by the time Jay comes back? Are you up in Edinburgh?
Yes,
Do you
I'll be
fancy
there.
any of that?
Do I fancy any of that?
Fancy any of
You
fancy
yes.
any of that?
Yes, I do. I fancy all of that.
The Mini Online is starting the festival on the 7th of May, then the 8th it starts live in the club with the Cash Out Satellites, the Mini Main Day 2s, the PLO and the Cash Out Satellites on the Wednesday. We've got the live stream cash table on the Wednesday night as well. Thursday we do the main event with A, B and C on the Turbo on the Friday night. 200 on the Saturday, and Sunday this guy will be entertaining us on the final table.
It'll be nice.
There you go. Plenty going on in Edinburgh, great city, fantastic place to play poker. If you fancy it, come and join us 8th till the 15th of May, live in the club.
I wish I hadn't bothered going to Edinburgh said nobody ever. Like, nobody, everybody who's been is like, oh yeah, I want to do that again. The day someone said to me, they were saying they were planning on doing quite a bit of the circuit this year. You know, they had a good result. And of course, the National League compels people to put in some volume to try and maintain their position in points. And he said, I'm not sure if I'm going to bother with Edinburgh. And I was like, what are you serious? Like, everybody, consistently has that down as one of the must, the ones you cannot miss.
Five of clubs, six of diamonds, nine of spades, nine of hearts. Evening, Cat. Looking forward to see you in Edinburgh. Looking forward to seeing you in Edinburgh too. Where's the most obscure flag you have, and which flag are you hunting for that you've still not got? Good
flags.
questions.
Yes. Well, there's loads I'm hunting for generally, but there is a pecking order. There's some I kind of like. I've got quite a lot now, so I'm not trying to get the most in the world or anything like that. But I'd like to get some of the slightly obscure ones. The most obscure ones I have at the moment are I've got like San Marino and Aruba, which are not particularly common ones. I've got a mate who's hunted a lot of flags, a German guy called Lars Jürgen, and he got the Liechtenstein flag recently, which. They have a few poker events there, so it's only recently became a place where it was quite, easier to get a flag. I feel like, I've got the Ukraine flag actually. I'm quite happy with, quite pleased that I managed to get that before before bad things happened. It's not going to be so easy to get that anymore. About 2 or 3 years ago, I got the Ukraine one. I got a trophy from Ukraine.
Awesome.
Oh, I've got Jersey. I've got the Jersey flag. That's quite fun. There's not many events in Jersey, but I've got one there.
45,000 has chipped Daddy, his midi in seat number 5. Not the biggest stack to be having coming up towards the end of level 6. Cha-cha, 23-2. Uh-oh. Nice to see that, I was looking on social media earlier, that Sky Poker Tours made a reappearance.
Never heard of it.
Back down in Brighton today, in the Rendezvous. Not seen TK for a while, hope he's well. And the Sky Boys, hope they are well.
It's interesting now, post lockdown. One of the major poker rooms / tours having disappeared now.
Yeah.
So it's a different dynamic now.
Yeah. $20. Just confirming that the next break will be 20 minutes long. Dealers needing breaks as much as we do. Eight-eye flop, 8-4-3. One bet will win. Oh, maybe not. Floating.
So nowadays people are opening pretty wide from the hijack. So if MIDI has the hijack open as being one of the sort of modern wide ranges, Ace 10 is going to be good a lot, but it's still at the thinner. It's going to be at the thinner end of calls, but he has position, and I don't have any reads. How do you say his name? Is it Ido?
Yeah,
Ido?
yeah.
I don't know how you say that. Sometimes you make your decision whether you call with the lower sort of echelons of your range. It just depends on your opponent, whether you think they're kind of balanced in their turn barreling or not. If you think they've got little leaks in their game, you might call a little wider or a little tighter.
So you walk for poker, you don't know it. Just good on that. I prefer not to. I want to know what sort of a killer is by the referee.
Raise 1,000. Fold.
Right, you said you lived in Alabama. Oh, it's not.
There was a damn
Pronounced Ido.
Ido. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Where's he from, our friend Edu?
Bet 1,200. Fold. Fold.
We've not even been close with these flops, Andy. There's been no excitement. Isle of Man born in Israel. Like it. Like it.
That's an interesting
Interesting turn of the
interesting
ace.
card.
Yeah, brings the flush draw. And there
Oh,
it is.
there it is.
Boom, there it is.
Bet 2,000.
Will you be doing Dublin there in the Irish Open?
Possibly not. I haven't got anything booked at the moment, but just the way my diary is panning out, I just don't think I'm going to make it to that one. But definitely Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of European things earmarked. One possible new flag.
Excellent.
I used to play loads of them. Playing like something on. Yeah, I did. Not much in there, I just put it in.
All eight with the King Queen off. 22 minutes to go, as you can see there with the clock, until the end of this session. We need the 5 of diamonds on the flop, ladies and gentlemen. We need to get excited.
5 of diamonds, 2 of spades.
That's correct. Either one, not both. If it comes 5-2 and it comes 5 of diamonds on the flop with 2 of spades in the window as well, then what do we do?
We haven't actually determined that. Maybe we should decide now, in case of that rare possibility.
Yeah. It could happen.
I guess it's just going to be whoever gets one of those cards first,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Bet 1,200. Fold.
No flush draw for midi. Bets 1.2. Ollie comes. Oh, he didn't. He didn't call. I thought he was calling Mr. Ollie, but he didn't. so he folded.
Not the same, the usual suspects that seem to be playing hands together over and over.
Ollie's definitely folded. We're on to the next hand.
Middy's still basking in the glory of his
Somebody
semi-bluff
press the
with the best
button.
hand.
We're on to the next hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Middy's opening with something. Raised to 1,000.
Sorry about the graphics, ladies and gents. This is the last hand. Wow.
That's 1,100. Call. Check. That's 2,500. Call. Check.
So, Middy involved in the next hand.
So this is played out fairly straightforwardly. Middy bluffed the flop with ace high. That's his board. He's going to have the best hand a lot there, or they can represent a king or better. Min has bet in position on the turn with top pair. He had the best hand. He was trying to get value, and indeed he did. Middy picked up a pair and the nut flush draw and check called. Makes lots of sense to do that. He now has some showdown, but he's got a problem if he keeps betting on the turn. He's often going to get called by better hands. So he's got a bit of a messy spot on the river. It's less likely that Min has a king now that it trips up on the river.
A 30k stack at this stage of the game as chip leader on the table, I find bizarre. We're in level 6 of the day. Is that not shallow?
How many big blinds?
30,000 is a stack. So like 80 bigs. Starting stack's 20.
Yeah.
To be chip leader after level 6 on our table with 31,000 is surely very shallow, isn't it?
It doesn't seem like a big chip lead.
No.
Everyone needs to try harder. Book your eyes in. The ideas up.
Yeah, where's the aces versus kings?
Fold. Fold. Raise 1,000. Fold.
Come on, the 5 of diamonds. We need it to flop. Jay's going to be. He won't know what's happening. We'll have a third card soon. Is it an option to flick in today too? Tomorrow for yourself?
I probably won't do that. If I play again, I might do the turbo this evening.
Yeah.
That would probably be my choice. I'll decide based on. I just when re-entering tournaments, I just do it on how I feel.
Yeah. Do you look at the price pool and think, well, this is still juicy? I might. The value might do it.
I think about. That's not the main thing I think about. The main thing I think about is like how much value there is in terms of I want to play against. Less experienced players and not more experienced players, so I think about the tables.
That's one thing that won't happen in this one, unfortunately. There's names on every table.
So I look at who's sat down or who's in the queue. Look at other things like personally, I think about my own psychological game. Am I in a good place? Am I feeling confident? Am I going to feel really disappointed if I? Because poker is very volatile. You can bust in the first orbit. So how am I going to feel if I bust in the first orbit? So if I'm feeling on top of my game, confident, whatever happens, in a good place, then I'll go for it. Keep it fun, as I say.
Absolutely.
And try to be honest with myself. If I'm feeling disappointed about an earlier bust out, is that going to affect me?
Well, currently there's 280 players playing day 1B. 162 are still left in, and the prize pool is £462,000. We have day 1B buy-ins all night. The turbo will start at 9 p.m. At this moment in time, is there any room for the turbo? that's the question you've got to ask yourself around the room. And then obviously day 2 buy-ins as well.
With the card competition, so Donna has said in the chat that it'll be the first of the 2 cards. So I guess we should stick to one thing, right? So I guess that seems as good a rule as any. So if it comes sort of 5 of diamonds and then the 2 of spades, we'll say it's the 5 of diamonds. So
obviously the box on the left-hand side is box number 1.
Yep.
And then 2 and 3. Yeah, I like that. Nice one, Donna.
Left to right makes sense.
Thank you very much. Donna's giving out tips because Facebook's behind Twitch.
Who'd have thought? Elon needs to up his game, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Can't he afford some better servers?
You don't have any idea how much riding on this, Mr. Musk? Jack's for Edu. Oliver has got the snowman.
I don't think he's folding.
No.
He's got position.
Here it comes. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Is it? There it is. No, is it? What is it? Oh, no.
Have you tricked some people into getting disqualified by saying here it is?
Is it there? It looks like it. Is it? Is it a 4 or a 5?
Someone's taken a gamble there and said it just in case it's there.
It's a 4 of diamonds. Oh, that is unbelievable.
You got some people disqualified there with your enthusiasm, Tower.
There's certainly Kevin leads. Certainly, there's no black cards on that flop there. That was close.
There's a bit of excitement there.
Yeah,
some people decided to take a gamble and just say it just because you were shouting a lot and
I thought it was
verbal tick.
It was close.
Yeah, this is a messy one for Oliver. He's got every right to think he'll often be good here, but of course he has run into the overpair. So he just calls. This is how we play this spot. We've got position, and the stack to pot ratio is still too high to be just shipping the flop or anything like that.
2 of hearts on the turn.
So now there's 2 diamonds and 2 hearts on the board. Now, experienced players still have some bluff jams here. So you can't just go, well, I'll see what against some players you can't just go, well, see what he does on the turn.
Yeah.
If he checks, my 8s are good. If he doesn't, then if he shoves, then I know my 8s aren't good. It's not, but it all depends on how Edo plays. If he's if he's perceived to be more aggressive, then Oliver might have to call off the 8s here. It's not a terrible run out for the 8s.
All in.
Roughly pot-sized jam.
Yeah, they're in.
So it's a horrible spot with the 8s. You know, we know we can be up against an overpair. We don't have any. We can barely be said to have a useful blocker of any sort. So you know, nearly every combination of diamonds and hearts is possible. It's just a question of how aggressive you think Ido is. So if you think he doesn't have enough bluff 3-bets or bluff turn barrels, then 8 does become a fold.
Yeah.
And he has folded. Correct fold.
So 280 players for day 1B. Never getting to last year's numbers. Never ever getting to last year's numbers. Who's ever going to? There'd never be that many players coming to play Manchester this year. Last year was an anomaly where everybody wanted to play. We're 4 short. 4. Amazing. We're actually up on last year's total figures because of day 1A being bigger. So day 1A was already bigger than day 1B, and last year we're already going to be up on last year's figure. We are potentially going to be over the 500 mark.
Now, Oliver has a loose image. He has been in a lot of hands. Now, we can see they've all been legitimate hands. You know, often they've been near the bottom of his range, you know, opening the king-queen off, early position, etc. Yeah. But if we think about it, he raised and peeled the 3-bet with his 8s. No one got to see at the table got to see his hand, so people will only know about stuff that happened 30 minutes ago or more.
Yeah.
So you've got to always be aware of your own table image in these spots. He looks a bit loosey-goosey, but you know he's of course playing solid hands. He's just had a lot of legitimate hands to play. That stuff is more important if there's people at the table who are perceptive but don't know your game. You know, if you're up against someone who's good, but maybe you don't have history with them, they might now think he's a looser player than he actually is.
Yeah.
Of course, the more experienced players will probably come to the conclusion, you know, by Occam's razor, it's more likely that Oliver is just being hit with a deck.
They now know they're all being watched by you, Don, and nobody's typed it in because it was the 2 of clubs. There's been no misclicks. You don't want to get donnered. 1.5 to call for Stu McNally, who does call in C number 9.
So in peeling that 3-bet, I guess he perceives that Oliver is getting out of line. I mean, that could be the premise, you know, as I was just saying, that Oliver has a loose image. That could be why Stuart's made this. That is quite a marginal call with the ace-jack offsuit out of position. I'm not saying I would never do that. It depends on your opponent, but they have to be getting out of line for that to be. It's not a standard call.
Yeah. Well, Stu McNally gets there on the river with the jack, and we'll come to a great question from Alan Lancaster when they've just checked. They have just checked, so Stu's going to win the pot. Good question here, Andrew. Playing a local tournament tomorrow, £50 buy-in plus re-entries. The players are quite what you'd call low level and very open, and will play any 2 random cards that are dealt to them just to get into the action. Any advice? Is it best to tighten up, or just getting back in for very serious illness after 3 months in hospital, 5 weeks? I see you. Looking forward to it over the past year. Come on, Tower, help me out. Well, Andy will tell you exactly what to do. Any advice to playing loose aggressive players on your table?
So you'll probably find they're not that aggressive. Like normally, by experience of playing the lower buy-ins, £50 live comp, they're probably more loose cally rather than loose aggressive. But in any event, when people play too loose, there's an old adage, if you like. There's an old rule of thumb in poker, which is that it's still applicable. That as a rule of thumb, if people play too loose, you want to play against the trend of the table. So playing a little bit tighter than them, or sometimes a lot tighter than them, can be the optimal way to exploit that. And by the same token, and this doesn't really happen so much, but if you get a table that's playing too tight, maybe because it's the bubble or something like that, of course you should go the opposite way. You should take advantage of that by playing more aggressively and more loose. So you should pick up more hands without any resistance. But that's the rarer occasion. So, and I've got a lot of experience of playing. Even, I mean, you're talking about a 50-card bind. I mean, some of the binds I've played around Europe. You get, Italy and so on. You get a lot of really loose passive players who want to see every flop, and they're not very discriminating. They don't care if someone's 3-bet. So you've got to kind of see into the future in poker. Are they going to call your 3-bet, or if you raise, are they going to in quotes respect it? You want to play kind of against the trend of the table. So if they're all going to call your raise, just wait for a better hand.
What was on the flop? 5, 2, 6. Unbelievable, you missed it. I got the ticket.
Well played. Bravo.
It was me. I got the ticket and everything. Oops. That looks like we're on a 30-minute delay. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. Luckily for us,
Jay, you still got the list behind him.
luckily for us, we just mess up. Can you hear us? Yes. Luckily for us, we're on a break in 3 minutes' time, which means when we come back from after the break, because the break would have been at 5-2, which is in 3 minutes' time, we'll be back with 3 cards to win £110, and then we'll add them in every 30 minutes. In fact, we might even do it every 15 to get this over with. So as you can see, unfortunately, whatever has just crashed, it has just. Is it all back working now? Is it all back on? Who can we blame? Boothie? Dave? Simon? It just went off and now it's back on. So as you can hear us. The clock's there. Then we can see it's 29 minutes. We are on a 20-minute break as well, so we're not actually going to miss that much action.
And I was just about to give away. I was just giving away the cheat code of poker, wasn't I?
You was.
The cheat code is to maximise your winnings and win all of your all-ins.
Yep. So it was a great question as well. Thanks for the question regarding that, and Andy answered it perfectly. Unfortunately, you didn't hear it, so I got all the information, and I'll win my next tournament. So everybody's back in the draw. We'll give you that. Everybody's back in the draw. So we're going to draw the third card for when we come back. And as soon as we come back, straight after the break, we will be 3 cards in and the first flop might come out. So, Mr. Andrew, do the honours. Make it a picture card, please. They're always on the flop.
That one looks like a picture card. I can see the one I want.
You can see it.
That one.
That's
it.
That one.
That's
Go.
the one I wanted.
Yes, it's a great card. What is
and
it?
And it is...
The 7 of clubs. Is there any pictures in this card? Oh yeah, there's a queen and there's another queen. So the 7 of clubs is now been added to the list of the 2 of spades, the 5 of diamonds, and the 7 of clubs. Now how are you going to work it? You've got 3 things to type into your chat boxes now, ready to press your button. Oh yes. How many more breaks have we got? We've got this one right now until the clock strikes down in 27 minutes time.
and then the next break will be at 10:20. So 10:20 will be the final break of the day, and then 2 hours after that will be the close of play. We could still be here. There might be 40 cards on the deck. So the 5 of diamonds, the 2 of spades, and the 7 of clubs. As you can see, 27 minutes to go. Thanks to Mr. Andy Hills for his 2 hours of input. Thank you very much, young man.
Pleasure.
Good luck with whatever you're doing. If you're going to flick it in again, good luck. If you're not, good luck in the 200. If you don't play that, you can't play the seniors. So you're stuck for this week. You need to sort something out. You need to make sure that you're playing some cards because you're good at the game.
I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be playing something.
That's all right. And wherever you see him in the world, he'll be flag hunting somewhere because I'm pretty sure that Malta will be on the list. I'm pretty sure it will be. The final table the last time we were there, didn't you? Yes, he did. Final table the last time we were there. So we are ready for. We're going to go for the break. It would have been a break now anyway. So we will see you back when the clock strikes 26 minutes, as you can see. Thanks to Mr. Andy Hills, and we'll see you back with the 7, the 5, and the 2. Show you the cards; they're still here. The 7, the 5, and the 2, and we will be back for. There we go. The 7, the 5, and the 2. That's what you're looking for on any flop to win a £110 token. Back as soon as that clock strikes 0.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so
my
word! What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
no way, is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff Tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling war between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it again! He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! 6-bet
Solve that, baby!
10! How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow, wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. Mitch with the boots. Do we always raise aces? Can you deceptively play aces in a cash game?
Yeah, you can. So I think we're going to almost always 3-bet like, but versus 4-bets we're going to have some flats. But in this situation, especially versus Jamie, big blind versus Jamie straddle. Yeah, so Jamie's in the 25 here, so no straddle. So does have position here. And like I said before, look out for the dynamic between Mitch and Jamie, because I'm sure that they've played countless hands together in a live cash game setting over the years. So there's going to be that dynamic factor there, and I'm sure we may see some levelling wars and might even see Jamie get involved here, Tower, because of that, and he's happy to pill with position. It's a lovely spot here. Mitch, literally 1.4 SPR, we've got aces. So just 2 bets and we can get all our money in, and this is just the perfect flop to just go bet shove. We're just going to shove on the turns, maybe not a queen, but small bet here, shove turn, what I expect to see Tower, and I think Jamie will pill one with his gut shot on overcard, depending on size Mitch chooses. 550, nice sizing, 25%, like it a lot, just to set up a very nice turn shove with the SPR we're going to be working with on turn if Jamie does make a call. And Jamie getting just sub 5 to 1 here with a king 10, can't see him folding with his gut shot and his overcard with position, so happy to make the call and take some turns.
3k in the pot, king of hearts on the turn, dangerous card for Jamie as well.
Yeah, so now like 2/3 pot Towers, so should just be going in from Mitch here because of the stack size in question. Like if we were deeper, we'll mix some checks in some of the time with the aces here, but because of particular stack size, we go that small size
all in
to shove this turn. Now Jamie in a bit of a predicament here with the king 10, only 2.2k back, so he's 2.2 to win 5.3. About 2.5 to 1 the call for Jamie. It does have top pair and obviously equity to a gut shot, but Mitch will reckon a very strong range here. You can have sets of queens, you can have a turn ace king, aces in there as well. I'm not sure 9s are going to be in there too often, just don't think he's going to be 4-betting that. But Jamie here getting this price, really difficult spot. And announces call.
He announces call and he's in a bit of trouble. Still got 22%. Do we run it once? Do we run it twice? Five of hearts. Oh, the card's gone up, which means we're going to be running it twice. And the 9. So Mitch scoops.
Yeah, nice pot from Mitch, 7.6k. Yeah, already sporting a 4.6k profit. Half hour into this cash game. Yeah, I'll let you do the honours for the minute.
What have we got?
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm going for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we got a gut shot for Andy We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. And Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag. 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus. But what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be a very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy raise pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the Jack High. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on.
He's 10. He's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3.
I said, when we see how you get unlucky. I said, so it's just part of the day. He never complains when he loses, never complains, and he just gets it quietly and just sits to the bar and then reciprocates every hand if you want to. If you want 6 hours at a bar with Span, he'll tell you every hand. That's what he does. He gets it quietly. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my days, let's go back to the table. What's happening here?
So Rich,
fireworks.
10s, jacks and ace queen. Rich opening to 200. Colin 3-betting a hijack to 500. JP.
Oh my days, Thomas!
Saw Thomas yesterday and sitting here with ace king in the small blind, and this is really early on here.
What, second hand? Is that early?
Yeah, it's just like...
It's not level 4.
Going to see a 4-bet pot.
Makes it 2.2.
A really big sizing. Don't usually see 4-bets going into the 4x remit, but this is huge from Thomas. And it's going to be coming back to Colin with the jacks. Not going anywhere. Happy to make the call this deep, even if we are up against aces or kings or queens. Potential to make a set and win a huge pot early on.
Yeah, on JP coming in.
I think JP can fold now. Tower with the ace queen.
Looks like a Dallas Cowboys top, to be fair.
Once his 4-bet comes in, we're just with 2 players in the pot. Never going to be good here of ace queen, unless it's like up against jacks and 10s specifically. I'd be surprised if he made the call, but no, it makes the good lay down. But we got 52 bigs in the middle. Second hand of the day.
10s folded, ace queen folded. Jacks against ace king, king in the window as well. Boom, king 8-4.
Yeah, lovely flop for Thomas here. Not worried about anything. 8s and 4s not going to be in there in this 4-bet situation, we don't think. So effective nuts for us, assuming our opponent isn't slow playing aces. So happily continue here with the ace king. Don't need to go large, could go as small as 20% here. On the king 8-4 rainbow, really dry board, and does opt for the small size in 1.8 into 5.2, so around 30%. And Colin here with the jacks. Bit of a predicament, may choose to just let this go now after seeing the flop. Like, we're obviously behind to all the value 4-bets now. Ace king getting there, already losing to queens, kings and aces, but he's going to take one off. Does have position.
Queen on the turn.
So only thing this changes for Thomas here now, queens does get there. If queens are going to be peeling once on the flop, could definitely have queens here, Colin, in his range, where his hand played pre-flop. So that's why Thomas has checked this over to him. Just expect to see a check behind, but in Colin's mind, like, what do we beat here in this 4-bet situation early on? There's no hand I can really come up with unless Thomas is just completely airball him. Oh, he's going to fire Tower.
4,200.
So effectively turning his jacks into a bluff here in a 4-bet coup. Thomas just can't go anywhere. We literally lose to the 3 combos of pocket queens, and that's all I can really come up with. Maybe some king queen suited in there, but there's only 1 combo of that because we hold the king of diamonds. So really struggling to find hands that we're losing to here as Thomas. So have to just call. Keep some bluffs in there with Colin. That looks like
that's not a 10.
No, it looks pretty clean.
Oh, it's a 9.
9 of hearts. Well, backdoor hearts does come in now, Tower. So we do go behind ace king of hearts here as well. Both players had ace king. Wow, Colin shoved.
He's ripped the lot. Oh,
wow.
And a snap shove as well. Trying to show a lot of strength.
You just don't expect anyone to ever bluff here. This early on in the day, it's the second hand of the day. And Colin just turning his jacks into a bluff, and like value-wise, we don't beat anything here as Thomas, and you usually make the assumption in these spots, second hand of the day, that no player is capable of having a bluff here. And what bluffs have they ever got once they pull on the king 8-4 rainbow? There's not many. Like ace king of hearts we lose to, set of queens we lose to, but that's about it, Tower. Maybe the 1 combo of pocket kings that just chose the flat pre. But this is a tough spot here for Thomas. Prefer to have the ace or king of hearts in our hand. I think could just see him fold here, Tower. I think I'd like the fold because don't know anything about Colin, and I'm just going to make the assumption that he's never bluffing here, and I'm just going to give him credit for ace king of hearts, pocket queens, or maybe that 1 combo of pocket kings, and it's a horrible spot. And maybe like king jack.
Would you not 5-bet with kings pre?
I think this deep, I'm happy to just pill the 4-bet, because if we 5-bet and get 6-bet, it's horrible. We hate our life, especially with position. I think I would have been happy flatting kings to the 4-bet.
So in that scenario, you're also flatting queens as well.
Yeah. Like this deep Tower, when we just start the day, I'm not going to want to get 200 odd big blinds in, even with pocket kings pre-flop level 1. This is a sick move by Colin.
Will you show ever fold? Colin just said, take your pick. I love it.
Looks fairly comfortable as well, Tower. Like he looks like comfortable, just the way he's sitting there and talking.
He's edging towards the fold.
Yeah, it's horrible, Span. I can't see how we can call unless, as I usually say, some significant live read.
Right, he makes the pass.
He does make the fold. Shows him the jacks, and well played, to be fair, from Colin. Very unorthodox line with the jacks there, but gets the job done and takes a just sub 30k pot, second hand of the day.
Wowzers.
Let's hope the day goes like that.
Absolutely. Have we said good morning to anybody?
No, we haven't. Concentrating on the hand. Morning, Acifo. Good morning, Steetles, Mr. P-Man, Dark JF. Tuning in, Roy, Football HD.
Well, it's already started like that, Roy, hasn't it?
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3-bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh,
so it's
my
what's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
I'd
be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. Fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
no way
is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff tower. We just, no way. Do you know what? If Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace jack. This is just a leveling war between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
no
again!
Way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Damn! 6-bet
Solve that, baby!
10! How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him.
Oi. How are we going to do it then? We're going all in. What's happening here? This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be it. We're going to see a flop. We're going to see a flop. We're going to see a flop. We are going to see a flop. Can you remember the cards? We've got a flop returning. Oh, wait, apologies. Because the action tracker was still connecting, we lost in the first hand. Phil Corrigan, wasn't it? Phil Corrigan was in the first hand. Everybody's back in play. No typing in the cards. What are the cards, Jay?
Here we go. There they are. You see them there.
The 3-card trick.
5 of diamonds, 2 of spades, 7 of clubs. If one of those hits the flop, put it in the chat box. Get yourself £110 voucher. Potentially, you've got to be first in. Any guesses before that, you're out.
And you reckon we won't need to add a 4th card in 30 minutes time?
I don't think so. Well, like assuming none of them are in the 18 dead cards, full ring, 16 at the moment, but it's around just under 4 to 1 for one of them to hit the flop if you've accounted for none of them being in the dead cards. There's the chip counts.
From the break, Ronnie Taller we saw on the last pan, 130,000, Stu Rutter on 100, Francis Oberdon, well done Frank, 100,000, the Mad Turk Yusul Eminoglu on 90.
Dyson and Rennie Z stacking up nicely as well.
There the chip counts, Chris G, Chris Johnson.
Chris Johnson. I just saw that.
Oh Jesus.
So in featured table we have got.
Who have we got
for the next session? In one is Joe Hindry, 888 champion. Leg 2 that we done this year in 2. Leg 1 888 champion. Bav Catry. So 2 888 champions this year sitting next to each other. 3 Colin Paddington's back. 4 Shangboy Yu. 5 is Boz. 6 Kaivon Hakimi. 7 Ozan Ajibiki. And Majid Nadim's in 8. And we've just lost Phil Corrigan in 9.
How did he get down to 300 chips?
I didn't even. He just said I had 300. He said I was on the featured, but I had 300.
Yeah.
He lost you. Oh.
There's no 5 of diamonds. Who's typing in? Chef Brad, you're out. Ha ha! You don't need £110 token. You've got too much money anyway. Any idea how much he charges for a burger, that Chef Brad? Oh, my days. You could buy a Southend United striker for the same price as a burger.
How much he charge for a burger?
Oh, I can't tell, I dare tell you.
6 quid, 7 quid.
You'll be bothered very soon when we ban you just for being an arse.
No one. I don't think there's a single soul banned on our Twitch channel yet.
Not yet.
Brad could become the first.
7,500.
Span's got the hammer down and he's typed in too many.
So Bav here, loving life, just praying that Colin has a king. But unfortunately for him, not the case.
The C4 says, what about his amazing photos? Yeah, he took quite a few photos, put them on his social media, on Facey. Always good. He does like a click of the old camera. You know, 15 years ago, a C4, did you take a camera out with you and have them to have to develop the films? Do you remember them days, ever? No? Haven't you got to a Photoshop proper camera shop?
Yeah, I do remember.
With a reel?
Yeah, I do.
Take it in and say, excuse me, can you develop these, please?
And they used to come in like an envelope.
Yeah. I remember them days, yeah. Well, it went too long ago then.
Because you've never met the old dear Tower, but she is the worst with a camera. She does not take pictures. Everything, anything. Like, oh, you'd just be popping out like to a game or something. Oh, let's take a photo. You look nice. Post it on my Facebook. All the relatives from Ireland can see. She is the worst with the camera ever. She must have taken millions of pictures in her life, my mother. And we've all, like, upstairs, there must be boxes and boxes of all these old envelopes with all the developed photos over there. It's like...
I remember buying a camera especially for going to the great Niagara Falls when I went to Canada. I bought a camera especially and I think I wore it out.
So flop time open from Ossen, flat from Majid.
We are looking for the 5 of diamonds, the 2 of spades or the 7 of clubs on the flop for a £110 closer token. Evening, Mel. We're up to Scotland very soon.
Be good to see you, Mel.
Absolutely. See you for cuddles soon.
Going to try and drop some pounds in the next few weeks for preparations for Edinburgh, because you end up putting some weight on up there. All the goodies we usually have sat in front of us.
You'll have worked it off playing Aberdour.
Yeah, boys. Hilly course, lots of hills.
No, but it'll still be a 6-mile walk.
Yeah. I don't mind the 6 miles. But it's when you go on a hole like that.
Well, to be fair, if you do a 6-mile walk, you can eat what you want, whenever you want. You do it 5 days on the trot. A Seaville's going to bring in celery. I actually like celery a lot.
Oh, I think it's horrible, Tower. Yeah, I agree. It's like
I actually love it. Stick it in some red pepper hummus.
So Joe opening here with the ace-4 off into the big blind of Sheng, who has pocket jacks, so 3 bets to 4k, and Joe will just get out of the way. Joe plays really well. Speaking to Andy Hills when we done our hour together about Joe on stream, and he's just saying doesn't seem to ever put a foot wrong, doesn't really leak many chips, make any mistakes, and obviously shown in the last couple of weeks, or couple of months, shipping 2 tournaments back to back. If he could do the treble, that would be something that would never be done again.
Poor Camille, when she was a student, which wasn't yesterday, her summer job was working in a 24-hour photo development place. I just imagine how many photos you nosed at. And just imagine what you saw.
Yeah.
Like the window cleaner back in the day.
What's that here? 10-4 of diamonds. Under the gun +1. And Madge flatting on his direct left. Don't really have much to say about this open here from Osan, although it's going to get punished because Bav just got an easy 3 bet here after an open and a call with the ace king, and makes it, I'm guessing it's 5k. And both players get out of the way. No flops for you guys. 7 of clubs, 2 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Keep your eyes peeled. If you do see one of those cards on the flop, type it in the chat box, and if you are lucky enough to be the first person in, we are going to give away a token.
We are. That's where we're going next. Bit of a break for the team. Longest break we've had on GUKPT since we started. There is a festival in London. There's the Irish Open over Easter. Obviously Reading got moved in the middle of April because of it clashing with basically Easter. Easter Sunday would have been the first day, and then Easter Monday, and then the kids on holiday, so they changed it around, so that's in July. But that is where we're going in Edinburgh, and we can't wait. We're ready for it. Love Edinburgh. Cash game on the Wednesday. We'll let you know when we get there on when the cash game will be running and what time it finishes and what we're doing on the Thursday. Not gone yet, Dennis. It hasn't. All 3 cards. We've now got 3 cards. The 5 of diamonds, the 2 of spades, and the 7 of clubs.
Not a bad first 3 cards to peel in Paducah.
Well, exactly. Exactly. And I want the 3 of hearts for that one, and they'd be great.
Or deuce to 7. And 10 of hearts on the turn. So 5s of Matt best here, but not going to love his hand on this board.
You just do Facebook for us, Paul. Thanks, Tim. The 8-hour remit for Facebook will get rectified in about 30 seconds time. Have a flick back again, Tim. Just caught PK before he went out doing the social on the main. But he should be back up and running more or less instantly. Now, apparently. There's an 8-hour time slot for live streaming on Facebook. And we started at 12:30 and it's 8:30. So there we go. Tim should be up and running now if you want to check it. The numbers are just absolutely amazing. Really, really just surprised everybody today.
Action on Boz, King 3. Happy to open on the button. Raises to 1.2, and versus Boz here, I'm happily going to 3-bet ace-10 off tower in the small blind. Boz button opening range can be fairly wide, obviously flat and fine as well, but I'm probably going to have a mixture of both, but more 3-bets than flats.
Indeed. Good luck, Dennis. If you whatever you're playing on the clients, good luck, young man. And we'll see you in Edinburgh. Plenty of satellites running, plenty going on online as well, isn't there? Over the next few weeks.
Yeah, we've got loads going online, Tower. We've got the 25k closure on Monday, which starts in a few weeks' time. The 75k guaranteed East Beast. We've got a new series, Knockout Sunday, if you like your PKOs.
Yeah.
There's also a €3 million Grosvenor Poker Festival from the 24th of April to the 9th of May. We've got the cash game package rake race, which is always on. If you win that one, you get a seat into our live cash game stream. Andy Cooper has won every single one so far, so can anyone knock him off the top and see a new face potentially in Edinburgh for the live cash game stream. And National Poker League points up for grabs as well in the Easter Beast if you guys are going to be playing that one.
Indeed.
So we get to see a flop second time.
Flop time.
King of Jack 4.
Just set for Osam.
Yeah, going to be loving this Osam just because this is a board that expect Joe to hit as well. Going to have a lot of strong King X and Joe actually not choosing to continue. Checks behind. King of Diamonds on the turn. Now Osam happily going to lead out here, and Joe's probably just going to fold here. Tower. This is a board that's good for the small blind calling range. King Queen, King Jack, King 10, all going to be in there, as well as some Queen Jack, Jack 10 that can comfortably lead this turn. After a flop goes check, check in the King pairs.
So level 7 of the day.
Yeah, so the race starts on Monday, 28th till the 3rd of April. You win a £1,500 package to play on the live stream in Edinburgh. 1k cash plus £500 in expenses.
288 in the main event today. Just today. 288. 138 yesterday. Incredible, Brad. Absolutely incredible. We were saying at the bar yesterday, there's no, as we were walking past it, to be fair, there's no way we'll hit last year's numbers, because last year was an anomaly. First time back after lockdown, first time everywhere, so you couldn't travel anywhere. Now we can travel. Now there's places opening. Now there's other tours going on. Other events in the country. There's other events in Europe. There's plenty going on in Vegas. Islands going on. And yet we beat last year's Day 1B. I'm astounded. But it just shows the GUKPT, the testament to it, the schedule, the clock, the structure. Just fantastic. And we've got Jay. Things just get better and better and better. It's amazing. How are we doing, Peter? Pete Whitehouse. There's a lot in at the minute, Pete. Chip leaders on 130,000 in the room. 288 today. 138 yesterday. There's a turbo that's starting at 9 somewhere. Might be the car park.
No, he didn't make it to day 2, Dennis, and he didn't bag up.
Jamie Nixon's back in the room today. Jamie Nixon maxed out last night, but he's back in again today.
And what we'll do for you, Ant-Man, after this hand, we'll show you the schedule for Edinburgh in a few weeks' time. Just going to cover the hand here. Bav opening 9s, Osam peeling the A7.
Oi, oi!
We got a winner!
We got a winner!
We got a winner! We have a winner!
Boom! We're going to need to know who BRM170 is.
So I've wrote it down, we know who's won. We've just finished his hand, and then we will sort out and just clarify that he was first in over all 3 chat boxes. But I'm pretty sure.
Have we got any £30 tokens?
I think, yeah, we could probably.
Maroon Poker was second by a Nats Cockler. Can we?
I think we can.
Yeah?
I think we can.
Cool. BRM 170.
Like half a millisecond out, Maroon Poker.
Maroon Poker, you've got yourself a £30 token.
Yeah, I'll
send
throw one.
Jay
Yep.
your details on Twitch. If you want to put it into the chat box, you can. Well done, everybody.
Joe's just placed so well, Tower, like value betting the spot here and finding it on this board with the ace-10 leading turn, now leading river. Really nice here from Joe. Finds a value bet in a spot where a lot of players would just insta-check and could potentially get paid off here. Right, Osan. Does pay it off. Very well played, Joe Hendry. Really nice from him. That's just a elite value bet, that is, Tower. That's really, really good from him. And there's the 5 of diamonds.
It went.
It went.
You said it'd go this session.
Yep.
You said it'd go this level, and it has.
So BRM 170 has won the 110 close the ticket, and I'm going to wangle a £30 ticket for Maroon Poker. And what I'm going to do as well, because I'm feeling really nice today, Donna, send me your details as well, because I'm going to throw you a £30 ticket as well, helping out with the giveaway.
You can tell it's not his money.
You can certainly tell that.
So just send me a whisper on Twitch, Dark Angel, BRM and Maroon Poker with your alias. All you do, BRM, if you click on the username and then you click whisper, I'll type something in the chat now.
He's been sat with fingers on send for an hour. I love it. Love it. Let's send Jay a message on. Have you got it?
Yeah,
have you added him as a friend?
Yeah, I'm logged in on the GUKPT
He's whispered
account, so
to you.
Whisper on the GUKPT.
Pete Whitehouse has got some news. After his surgery, they're taking all the cancer away. Not sure if you can see me, but
that's great to hear, Pete. And he says he's going to be at the Goliath, so we will see you there, Pete.
Well done, Peter. Don't get triggered happy on social media. That's all we say. Well done, Pete Whitehouse. Keep clean, and we will see you at Goliath. We're never going 8-way. Please tell us we're never going 8-way.
6-way, it looks like. Yep, 6-way. Boz opening, getting called in 5 spots. How often do you say that at this stage of the day?
BRM doesn't know how to send a whisper.
Look, 7 of clubs.
Two of spades going to be on next flop.
Jack 7-4 rainbow board. So don't expect Boz to ever see bet here, being the original opener.
No.
It should check to Kyvon, and Kyvon wants to be betting here. 6-way, no need to get tricky with our top pair in multi-way situation here. And probably just going to fold through, and Colin will probably make the call with just Boz behind him. Like Matt's probably going to call. Actually, I didn't see Matt's got Jack 8 of clubs as well. So Matt with top pair and some backdoors on the button. So Case Jack rolling off on this flop. Now Colin can fold here with the Jack 10 tower. Like once Kyvon bets into 5 players and Matt calls here on Jack 7-4 rainbow, like, oh wow, he does overcall Colin. Yeah, like this is a spot we can just comfortably fold the Jack 10. Not many situations or scenarios where you'd fold top pair to 1 bet, but you do get these kind of scenarios where you can make the hero fold. Like just overcalling here, it's just so difficult for us ever to be in front in this situation, especially on the rainbow texture as well when there's less bluffs out there. So Queen of clubs on the turn, so Matt does improve to flush draw. And just sticks the lot in here. So turning his Jack into a bluff effectively here, trying to fold out some King Jack and Ace Jack perhaps.
That's probably the thought process of Matt here, especially once it checks through. Maybe we're worried about Colin having a set, but he might choose to raise these multi-weight. It's a bit of a different scenario to a heads-up pot, where more often than not you're going to flat. Wow. Oh my God, Tower. Colin's going to call, and now the ace-jack will fold. How has this happened? So Colin might actually win this pot after calling flop in a spot which should be a fold. And it's a crazy game, this game, how things can pan out sometimes. There it is. There's the fold with the ace-jack, and Colin will see that he's in front. And Clivon will see that he folded the best of it here.
Absolutely. Oh, if I folded ace-jack in that situation, he's saying.
So Matt needs 7, 4, 8 or club here. 7 or 4 will chop. And it's the 5 of hearts. So
miss.
We lose Matt Davenport.
Unlucky Matt.
And how's that worked out in that manner? The house the Jack 10 called, and the ace jack has to fold after the Jack 10 calls, but I'm just guessing Colin, not much experience in multi-way situations and understanding how hand strength is going to decrease. But fair play to him, put the chips in and was right against Matt Davenport's shove. But Clivon there, unfortunate for him, did have the best of it. Yeah, thank you, Donna, Maroon Poker and BRM. I've got all your messages. I will let Tom know.
Well, he knows how to send a whisper now, does he?
Yeah, and we will get all them tickets sent to your account.
Cheers, Donna. Donna's having to nip out. It's Friday night. She's gone off dancing and everything.
Oh, I've just seen your whisper. It's not with your username. Just when you got a chance, Donna, message me on Twitter and I'll get it sent across. I've just seen it now. Jack 9-8, all spade board here. Clivon choosing to check his top pair after opening. Don't mind it on this board at all, with the gut shot in there as well. And it's a well-timed check because Osan has flopped the set. Looks like Colin's going to come along with his up and down, and the Clivon will call here as well, getting this price. Should be calling. I know we can see he's not in the best of shape, but we don't know that. We're sat there at the table. King of spades on the turn. So no improvement for anyone here. Bav's not actually in the hand, guys. Bav folded on the flop with the 7s, so action on Colin here in the big blind. Checks. I'm not saying I'm not going to love this card. The big blind Colin can have all the flushes here defending, and Clivon may have a few too that he chooses to check flop with, but once it checks through, if it checks to us on this river, this isn't going to work for Colin. He may get Clivon off the jack, but Osan never folding the set of 8s here for this price. 4-1 on the call. Just happily flicks it in. And Colin mucks his hand.
Sound is cutting out on YouTube. Hopefully YouTube sorts itself out. Just give it a refresh, Ian, and fingers crossed it sorts itself out.
And if you missed out on the ticket today, guys, we are going to be giving away some more tomorrow. Got countless money to give away. It's not mine, so we'll throw it at everyone. So we'll be doing another giveaway tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. Aye. I tell you what, I guess I'd have a big cuddle in front of everybody if it happens, and it's happened.
But what we'll do tomorrow, we'll come up with a different game. We'll change it up. I'll have sleep on it. I'll go in the lab, think about the best giveaway possible.
Nice
as we see 4-bet here.
Good thinking, I like that.
With deuces. How often do you see a 4-bet with deuces? Never. Yeah, BRM, all done for you. I've got your alias and I've got Maroon Poker's alias as well.
Awesome.
And 4-bet with the deuces works. Fair play.
What's happening at Wembley tomorrow, Brad? London United are at Wembley next Sunday if you want a ticket. You want to see the Mighty Millers at Wembley next Sunday, Brad? That's when you need to go to Wembley. Watch a good game. Naz Jav said it seems okay for me. Good evening, Naz. And Big Jim said it's okay. It must have just been a bit of a tweak from Ian. He's had a refresh and all is good.
That's your card.
So Majid. Cards not registering. And hardly any of that so far in the tournament. Might be time for a new deck. Opening to 1.6 and raise and take. And as that happens, we're going to head on to an outer table.
Who's on it?
Let's have a look.
Let's have a butcher's. Malou!
Well, we got an all in.
There's only one Ali Malou.
So all in and a call here. 32k all in.
Is it Ali?
For Ali Malou.
Come on, Ali. What's he got?
So Ali's all in.
We're schooming in on the jacks.
Matt Perry with the ace king and Ali Malou's jacks holding, but will possibilities now. Well, just fading the wheel now for Ali. And does fade the wheel, makes jacks full. 32k all in there for Ali Malou. Doubles up to well over 65.
Boom. Come on, Ali.
Put the finger up to the camera as
Good old Ali Malou. Good to see him back in the poker room.
So Ali doubling up through Matt Perry. Nice to get some action every now and again from the outers.
Aye, Rotherham United in the Papa John Trophy, the pizza trophy as it's called, for the League 1 and League 2 teams. Second time they've been at Wembley in that. Won the last one, 1996.
Yeah, Colin, nice one to open. Raises to 1k. Fine to open 6-5, suited in the cut-off, once folded to. But Avon gonna call out the big with ace-8. And a nice board for Colin to continue on here with his gut shot. And may see Kaivon call once here, getting just under 4-1. Ace high will be best hand versus some of the cut-off opening range, and there's potential to rep some boards later on, defending out the big blind. King of spades on the turn, and really nice this from Colin. Like this a lot. Double barreling here on this king of spades, which is meant to be a lot better for us, and that's just a really nice poker there from Colin. Nice pick up for him.
Cheers, Donna. Thanks for your help with the giveaway. I'm pretty sure sometime this year you will have that little sword next to your name on the channel. We are going to get it sorted. I think we've had a little talk about it this weekend, getting moderators, and I think you and Mick are going to be the two picks.
Indeedy, indeedy. Was Boz in the cash game the other night? Yes, after the live stream had finished, Boz sat down. He didn't do it on purpose, he just rocked up, fancied a bit of cash, and in he came.
G raises to 1.2 under the gun. And Shane here with the ace 9 and 2 just flat. Don't mind this at all. Versus the gun open. Hassan with the ace deuce. Call him.
King, Jack, 10 flop.
Some Majid here, flopping top pair, up and down. Really nice one to check this particular combination with the Queen of Spades, and Majid's done exactly that. Really nice check from him in this tower. A lot of players might just come out betting thinking they got top pair and a straight draw, but we need some checks, as I always say, with top pair, and this candidate is a nice one to do it with, especially if you've got a player like Hassan in the pot who's capable of just smelling weakness and then just attacking that, and that's exactly what's happened for us here now. We get this bet out of Hassan that we wouldn't have got if we just started firing flop, would have gone fold, and beat out an extra 2.4k value. River is the 9 of spades.
Action killer.
Yeah, well, Hassan now giving up, and Majid will go for value here.
Yep.
Try and get some calls out, some 2 pairs perhaps. But you do see the merit of checking a hand like this on this board after being the opener. Especially when you've got an aggressive opponent in the pot that is capable of firing away. Already seen Hassan 4-bet deuce here, saw him open 10-3 suited early position, so definitely a little bit of a wild card here on our feature table. Likes to play, likes to get involved, loose aggressive style.
Liking it. Numbers incredible again. Give you an update as we head towards the breaks in another hour yet, but
hour and 20.
Yeah,
well, hour and
20
25.
past 10.
Yeah,
about 20 past 10 for the final break of the session.
How many do you reckon left at the end of the day, Tower? If you had to guess now.
90.
90. I don't think you'd be far off with that. I think that's a really good line. Showing the 6s, raises to 1.2, and Majid defending the King Jack in the big. Ace Queen 8. A board here, which Shane, you expect him to continue a lot of the time in terms of range. In terms of hand strength here, not the best with 6s on this board, but we're happy to bet and just try and take this down now versus Majid's big blind defend range. But Majid are not going to be going anywhere. Tower with the gut shot, backdoor diamond draw to the nuts. And in some rare scenarios, we might also have the best hand, the nut height. Do turn the best hand, Jack of clubs on the turn. And I think Sheng will know now that he's just never got the best hand with 6s. Only thing we do beat is like like 9, 7 of diamonds, 5, 6 of diamonds, although we block that. Like some low diamond draw, only real hands that we're ahead of here. As Sheng. Just expect this to go check, check now. I think Sheng's not going to bluff it with 6s. Shows the pocket 6s. King Jack for Majid is good. Some chip counts across the bottom of your screen with some notable names. God, there's some names coming across the bottom here. Dan Shelton, Dave Doherty, Ben Windsor, Dave Maudlin's in the mix. 14k.
Turned up and halfway through level 1, did Dave? We bounce it.
Ace of spades for Majid. Looks like happy to just call this one in the small blind. Could definitely mix in a free bet some of the time. Majid happy to take the passive approach and got a lovely flop.
Ace 3 5, 2 spades. Top pair, no flush draw.
And we're just going to put our check call boots on here, Tower. Put the seatbelt on, strap in against Ossan. What I've seen from him already, I think this is a board that he could definitely go to town on. And here we're Majid, we just want to keep the bluffs in, but chooses to raise, and we're going to lose our customer, unfortunately. Ossan does have a wheel draw, backdoor fourth nut spades, but surprised to see him continue here unless he thinks Majid's at it. Might float, try and take it away on a later street, because he does know he is going to have a stronger ace-x here as Majid didn't free bet. So it looks like he is getting floaty with position. King of clubs on the turn. Majid might slam the brakes on here, happy to check call. It looks like firing once more. And now Ossan has to get out of the way with floating to hope for the check, I'm guessing.
The gun +1, Sheng.
Yeah, I think off 25 bigs, Tower, it's fine to just let Queen Jack off go.
Yeah.
But I guess Sheng's happy to open it, comfortable in his post-flop abilities. Like off at 50 bigs, yeah, might start opening this wide. I guess we aren't full ring, we're only 8-handed at the moment. Sheng happy to get involved, and Majid going to pill here on the bottom with the 7-5 off, and that's going to bring Bav along in the big blind, defending the ace-10 as he should be. Eight, 9, 10 rainbow. So Sheng, this is why you open it under the gun, Tower.
8, 9, 10, that's exactly why.
Flops the stones here and just has to bet. Like some players might elect to get trappy, but the boards where we flop the nuts that are good to start firing on is where we unblock continue range hands like 10x, the two pairs, 10-9, 10-8, 8-9. We've got no removal to that, so we can definitely get called in lots of spots by lots of different hands. And Sheng probably going to get called in both spots here. It's starting to get a little awkward for Bav after Majid calls as well, but top pair, top kicker. Dicey spot. Bav Katri here. Staring Sheng down. It's probably a fold. I don't make myself, but Bav looks like he might hero fold here. Wow, what a fold.
Good fold, Bav.
What a fold. That's some fold, because like Sheng could be continuing like Queen 10, Jack 10, King 10. And then Majid can have like a hand like he had. So fair play to Bav. That's some boss laydown. That's like a really class fold there. Like how he finds it, I don't know, because I admit I don't think I can find that fold getting that price. probably call and then just pass turns, but really, really nice that from Bath. 5.5k from Shane the turn and just a quick fold from Majid. Obviously, as Bav, we've got to worry about Majid's range as well. It's not just the original opener, so maybe for Majid's going to have some Queen Jack himself, which has a 9 on dead, just flat in position. But still, it's a top-notch laydown, folding top pair, top kicker to 1 bet in a three-way coup out of the big blind as well, where our hand's a little under-repped. Yep, start with 10k, and once you got 100k, that's it. Acapella on Twitch.
Yep.
Everyone starts with 10k. As soon as you hit 100,000 chips, call the floor. They'll clarify it, you're over 100,000, and then you've got your seat. Off to the bar you go. So when you get into the main event, the starting stack is 20k. 20k starting stack for the main event.
I was just looking for the actual structure, but I can't actually see it. As in the clock. What is it? For the cash out satellite. There's not one running tonight. No, it's just a turbo tonight, isn't it? Previous tournaments. There we go. Cash out satellite. The structure is a 30-minute clock, 10,000 chips. After level 60 goes to 25 minutes, and it's pretty much a standard structure. 1-1, 1-1-1, 1-2-2, 1-3-3, 2-4-4, 3-6-6 till the break. A very standard structure, 30 minutes, and then 25 after the buy-ins are finished. And yesterday there was £9,375 in the prize pool, which meant 7 seats and £625 to 8th.
Span said he was at the bar before and after the cash out Saturday the other night. I bet you don't meet Razor Kev. Yesterday when I come in, about midday, Razor Kev at the bar, pint in hand, finished up for the night at about midnight. Razor Kev still at the bar. Been there all day. He'd been there all day. Ace King from Majid, 3 betting to 3.2 over the open from Osan, and Colin cold calling the 5s here out the blinds. Probably want to let the smaller pairs go here as Colin, but I guess he thinks he's deep enough to potentially go set mining. However, we're not closing the action. There's a chance of 4 bet behind us from Osan, although he has been playing super aggro. Flopping best on the A7 deuce all heart board, just going to be bet fold fold, going for the half pot sizing, just north of. Can you do that? Are you allowed to do that?
What's that?
So if you bink a seat in the satellites and the first half hour,
yeah,
you get your seat, you go to the cash desk, can you then buy in for another 10k chips and try and get another seat? Or is that it, Bob, after you get your seat, no more?
No, I don't know. I don't see why you couldn't. I know, was you on about Phil Tate?
Yes.
Who's the quickest man to ever win a seat?
I don't actually know. I wouldn't be. I don't see why you couldn't, because you're just another player. You're not going to sit down with the extra chips and you want to carry on playing or anything like that. You'd be literally an newbie. I'll try and get the official lowdown on that.
That's a good question.
I don't suppose they expect anybody to win a seat after 22 minutes. That's all. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's not come up as a question. But if you want to play 2, I will ask the question. I don't know if Jim's actually watching the live stream. I know he's got his back home now. Jim McShane. Instantly. Yeah, you can re-enter cash out satellites after winning. If it's obviously in the reg period.
And BRM got a question now as well. Say, okay, that's a good point. What happens?
Yeah.
If let's say, because he says if you get to 200k after like a big pot, if there's a freeway all in, everyone's got 70k, you scoop it, and then you end up with 210k. What's the rule in there? Do you get 2 seats?
I would say not. I would say you would get 100,000 chips taken out of play, and the other remaining chips would get evenly split around the table, and it might make somebody else go over the 100,000 mark. I don't think you get 2. In fact, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't get 2. There you go. Pokemel asked the floor when he played it and said that if it was still in the rebuy time, then you could rebuy into it. Yep, absolutely spot on. Nice one, Mel. So if it's in the re-entry period and you've already won a seat, then yes.
Yeah, value bet on the end here from Sheng. Check call in the flop. Once turn goes check, check. Feel comfortable that our Queen Jack's the best hand here, so happily going for value. Maybe Bav might get sticky with some ace highs, but we can target 7s through 10s as well as potential 6x. But Bav actually shoves here, setting Sheng all in. And after check, check on the turn, repping a 3, which he can have. He'll open all 16 combos of ace 3 on the button. He'll open king 3 suited, queen 3 suited, maybe even king 3 off. Jack 3 suited going to be in there. Some like 3-5 suited. These type of hold-ins. So that potentially could have a 3 here, but then again he could also have a nutted hand pre queens, kings and aces. I'd love a value shove with queens, kings or aces here facing this size from Sheng on the river. And now Sheng just in the blender tower. This is really not nice with the queen jack against an opponent that's more than capable of having a bluff raise all in on the river for our stack. And a lot of the time, like a 3 makes sense, like continue like ace 3 off, check turn, river trips, and now go for the lot versus a jack. Doubt we're ever checking straights on the turn. Like we open 5-7 suited, but we're not going to check turn. We're going to continue barreling unless it's specifically 5-7 spades or diamonds. So sets are probably going to barrel turn as well. So I'm guessing here Bav is just going to have a 3 for value, or like I said, he could be going for the thin value versus a jack with queens, kings or aces that may mix in a check some of the time on the turn. We may not find out. A very interesting spot here for Sheng, because like I say, it's the check on the turn, the key component in this hand, and he does make the call. It was a bluff from Bav. So Sheng finds the hero with the queen jack, and that was a hero because it's all we're beating.
Here's 5 of spades it was.
Yeah. Oh, how's Bav not double barrel turn? I'm really surprised didn't double barrel turn. You get like the Jing card for us, we pick up heaps of equity. Didn't think backdoor spades would ever be in there, because they're some of the hands you expect to double barrel in that spot. But fair play to Sheng, making a very big call for his tournament life. Only beat a bluff, and I talk about how infrequently those spots are bluffed. The raise on the river.
So we've got the official ruling, and I was correct. The 110,000, if it's a 210k pot, the 110,000 is split between the rest of the table, as we thought.
Okay.
So yeah, and as as it has been
I
done by Span as well. The 100,000 gets taken out, the initial 100,000, which is the player, and then the rest gets split around the table.
Okay.
So spot on.
Yeah, really tough call for Sheng there. Span could have gone either way. Really not a nice spot. Like I say, we don't beat anything other than a bluff, and not many people rock up with bluffs in those spots. But we know Bav more than capable. Very good player. Will have bluffs in any given spot, just like he'd have value in any given spot. And they're the most difficult to play against. But Sheng sniffed it out and made a great call with the Queen Jack. In 5 minutes time, blind should be going up, come back at 20 past.
So the number's incredible again. 295 today. Is that a record for a day one? I think London had 303. I think, if I can remember. I know Jim's listening and watching. But I do believe the biggest flight ever, I think, was 303. Don't know why I remember that, because I don't remember anything.
We're going to surpass that, you reckon?
Because anything I say, I have to fact check by PK, and then he nods. But I think that is around it. We're just getting very, very close to breaking all records again. And there's $500,000 in the prize pool. Woohoo! £500,000 in the prize pool, ladies and people. Amazing. Has the turbo actually started? With what, 3? 20? 20 people. Amazing. Good luck, everybody. I tell you what, Span, I was never thinking 280 for day 1B would ever get reached. I'd never get met ever again. I'm amazed, Span, amazed.
I didn't think, do you know what, I don't know if Kev's watching, but Spam, when he set that line of 515 when we just started on day 1A, the comms cam weren't on, but I'd done like an emotion of putting money in my pocket to Tower, because I just thought it was locked. I thought there's no way we are getting more than 515 runners here in Manchester, and it does it every time when we're at GUKPT. We say a number we don't expect, and it's just crazy, and love this from Boz. Everyone knows how much of an advocate I am of this off of sub 20 big blinds. A lot of the time our free bet is going to get called, get through. We're just trying to get the maximum here. Win the same amount as we would have done if we did free bet there. I love the flat from Boz with the aces. Just always think when you're sub 20 bigs there. It's a great hand to flat, bit of deception, and it also protects you when you flat like some 10-9 suited and stuff as well. People are aware you're going to have some flats in your hand. People may be less inclined to squeeze behind you if they're aware that you're going to be flatting some strong hands off that stack, as well as some like the hand just mentioned, like the suited connectors.
Odds Bodkins, Tower better get back to the hotel and prepare for Tower's treble. You're not wrong, Jay's not feeling it tomorrow because it's League 1 and League 2 only tomorrow, and he's no idea of anybody who's in League 1 and League 2. He said to me on the...
No, I know Rushton and Diamonds.
He said to me...
who went bust
years ago.
He did say the other day, how's Rotherham United doing? He said we're 7 points clear. He went, what league? I'm like, we're not now. We're 1 point clear now. It's all gone Pete's on. Yes, there'll be a Towers treble on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow. There might even be a Jays treble if he can find the leagues. He normally doesn't stroll past the Championship. But we'll be up. And don't forget on Sunday for day 3 here in Manchester, the book will be open for the remaining players. Look forward to that. And if you want to do a prediction game for the golf and the Masters, Poker Mel's doing one on her Facebook page. Mick the Mod says he's not coming home till 3:05. Save yourself a tenner.
And the ace queen getting there on the end. But it is 4 hearts on the board, so probably going to go check here. Mel asked the last hand, button open, small blind call, big blind folded, 6 deuce suited. Like I'd happily defend there. Most players would happily defend there, but if people aren't comfortable playing out of position with holdings like that, even defending out the big blind, it's better to just let them go. They're going to get like sticky in spots where they should be folding, and it takes all of that out of question. Most players will just defend in that particular scenario with the 6 deuce of hearts, but players that are on the tighter side, we'll see it hit the muck. Bev now going for 7.2k River Bluff to 11.7, around 2/3 pot here from Bav, trying to rep King, Queen, or even the Jack of Hearts. What? Oh, wow, that's just madness tower from Osan. It works. I don't know if he had a read, but that is madness, because Bav can quite easily have the King of Hearts in that spot. So it's a spot where we never want to raise unless, like I say, we have a significant read. It's just going to be called to bluff catch or let it go. It's one of them situations. Where does he find that jam from? Like, in a situation where our opponent can have the nuts, and definitely have the nuts there, it's not the best spot to bluff raise. But in this scenario, Bav just with 7-8 off has to let it go. But if we think Bav's at it, much better to call there, because once Bav bets that spot there, he's basically repping a Broadway heart, Jack, Queen or King, or he's just going to have an air ball. Unless we thought we could fold out the Jack or Queen of Hearts, fair enough, but still maybe a bit wild, but worked really well for Osan. Just rarely ever see them fall to a flush board, bluff raised on the river. It's just usually always it on that particular board texture. But fair play to the man, absolutely fearless. Definitely one to watch, Osan. Very entertaining, plays a lot of mixture of hands in different ways. So Majid defending, ace-3 suited, facing the low jack open from Colin. Flopping the nut flush draw versus top pair, top kicker, so action alert here. Colin choosing to continue. .5 into 4.1, 60% continue choice. And Majid here with the ace-3 of hearts just says, I'm all in.
Madge must be, well,
this is
flush draw.
Tal, we're 85. We're 85 big blinds effective. This is a single raised pot. We are 85 bigs effective. This is a huge pot.
It's turned into a monster.
And Madge is drawing to just a heart because the ace is no good for him. Running straight possibilities as well, perhaps. But how is this? It was a cooler flop, but I didn't expect it to get in for this amount of big blinds. And Colin just calls it off with a top pair.
Well, there's 92k in the middle somehow.
A single raise pot, and it's just all got in on this flop.
The Queen of Clubs on the turn is no help for Madge, but we do get a double up if we fade a heart. And we do. We do. The Ace Jack gets a full double somehow.
Yeah, Colin Paddington finds
and
the call.
Majid is down to 12,000.
Nice from Colin, up to 92. It's just gone.
Late entries reopen, anybody?
It's just gone bet 5 big blinds on the flop, all in for 85 bigs effective. Like, I understand that it's a quarter flop, top pair, top kicker versus nut flush draw, but you still don't expect all the chips to go in on that street.
No.
It's when they're that deep. But Colin now loving life with his stack.
Amazing.
That's what we want to see.
Absolutely.
Big pot poker. Sitting on 18 bigs, opens +1. And Colin here calling on his direct left with the A7 of clubs. I think versus 18 big blind open. Well, open off of 18 bigs from Bav under the gun +1. Could definitely muck the A7 of clubs, but Colin now got some chips, feeling the heat from the deck and getting involved. Jack 3-5 2-heart board. Gut shot for Paul, who defended out the big blind. And this one's checked over to Colin. He doesn't have much here with the A7 of clubs, so checking it behind, seeing the turn for 3. King of clubs, which probably Bav going to start firing now, Tower. Don't know what he's got, but this is a card. Expect Bav to have lots of delayed C-bets on. But checks it over to Colin, who is going to take the initiative. Once checked to him twice. Feel fairly confident that this will get through a lot of the time. Don't think neither player's got a jack because of the flop action, nor a king, but Bav is going to call.
We don't know his holdings just yet. He might straight them into the boxes just so we can see, but
I'm going to say I'm going to go with ace queen or ace 10 Tower. That's probably my guess.
That looks like a 10.
Pocket 10s, maybe?
It is pocket 10s.
Shed. Kind of watches.
Colin with 88k. Chip leader on the table.
Really nice stack to have at this stage of the day for Colin. Been getting in the mix, making correct decisions at the right time. Blinds are now up. We are into level 8 of the day. Just under an hour before the final break.
Indeed it. Live stream's going to be finishing around about 12:45 tonight.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to watch, Brad. Like, I think for viewers' perspective, like, you don't want to see 9 good regulars just going at it, heads up pots, like doing what they're supposed to do all the time. It's nice when someone comes into the mix and starts mixing things up, taking different lines that you're not used to seeing, and sometimes that can even be difficult to play against when someone goes against the grain. Ace 3 of diamonds for Bav, raises to 1.5 under the gun, and Joe here with the 8s. Well, I was about to say here, I would have probably just shoved here as Joe with the pocket 8s. The solvers will say to shove this spot just over 20 bigs versus gun open, pocket 8s in the big. It will say to shove, but Joe obviously happy and comfortable in post flop abilities just to go post, and he's flop top set here, so loving life, following for 2.3. That makes the good lay down. Yeah, I don't know. I know Joe's predominantly a cash game player. He's been playing a lot more tournaments this year. He might not.
Did you find what happened with Tim Chung stack last night?
No, I didn't, Mick. I didn't find out what happened with Tim Chung stack. Exactly, Brad. Players play their money. They can play exactly how they want.
Absolutely.
Just here to give insights on ways to play hands potentially. Never going to agree with me all the time. May not even agree with me ever. So boss is in. 13.4. Just rips the ace jack of diamonds. 22 bigs. I'm not even sure about this one, Tower, with the ace jack. I think with Boz's capabilities, stack size might be wrong, but much better to open that one under the gun for 22 bigs. I think when you're as good as he is post flop, definitely want to get some value from big blind defend range and potentially win a bigger pot that way. Never getting called by ace 10 for that amount of big blinds. Times we are called, we're hoping to be in a flip situation. I mean, you never know, stack size might have been out, graphic error. Thank you very much, Span. I knew something must have been up. Colin linked, that's why Boz shoved. That makes a lot more sense. I thought he just opened with 22 bigs there with the ace jack, but thank you very much. I was scratching my head for a moment. Yeah, just love to play. If everyone played the game the same, it would be boring. And that's why poker's way more popular than chess. Exactly. Sometimes the worst player wins. Very rare you get that in chess, especially at like if you play a grandmaster versus like an amateur. The grandmaster will never lose like 100% of the time, whereas if you play a recreational who's probably only been playing a year versus one of the elite in the world, the recreational will win eventually, whereas in chess it's just never going to happen. The grandmaster's never going to lose, which is a great thing about poker, and that's why so many people love it. Everyone's in with a shot of winning. If you run well on that one day, or 3 days in this case, you do have the chance of taking it home. Obviously percentage wise you're less likely than the pros, but you still have that chance of shipping a lovely score come the end of it. Now raises to 1.2. Boss hands in with the ace deuce of diamonds. Happy to make the call. And see a flop.
7-9 flop, 7-4-6.
Yeah, nice flop here for Boz over pair to the board. Just checking here in terms of range. Turning double gutter now with the pocket eights and check once more. 9 of hearts on the river. And Boz checks once more and the eights are good. We've got value in any given spot there, and I think that's to do with Rossan. I'm guessing what I've seen from Rossan, Boz will be playing with him most of the day. He probably knows he's can be quite erratic in spots, and just thinks that once check two, he's just going to take the betting lead. But didn't fall into the trap there. Nice check behind with the ace deuce.
I think we need something like 15 to beat last year's numbers in total, and there's a turbo going on.
And day two binds.
And day two binds.
We're there.
We are there. Well done, Kev.
Hang on. We had 472 entries last year. He's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
Oh, sorry, Kev.
It could be close.
Yeah.
Hamish, probably around £125,000 we're likely to see up top. Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, it's usually 25% to the winner. There's a spook in the building.
Yeah, what is that?
1 minute.
There's a noise coming. Sounds like someone's walking behind us. Is it fireworks?
If it's not, it's the machine gun. No, that's fireworks. There's definitely some fireworks going off in the outside. Is it a celebration or something?
I don't know.
Has there been a wedding?
Span says, what was the explosion yesterday?
The gas bottle. It was a gas bottle in the kitchen area. Good job Tony was here yesterday, because he went running into the kitchen and the gas bottle had emptied itself, or it had something had happened with the gas bottle, so he had to quickly run out because it didn't sound good.
King 4 of spades for Paul raises to 1.2. Bath choosing to 3-bet.
There are a few Asian weddings near Benny Road. Well, that's definitely fireworks from some kind of celebration. Definitely.
That's just like an RPD. That's one long clip if it is a machine gun.
Nobody can afford a full tank of petrol.
Akapeliki says, I think 90% of poker players in the main event are decent, but the gap between that 10% is what makes profit for pros in the long run.
Of this session. As you can see, every single table in use in the background. It is an amazing sight yet again here at Burnham Road.
Ace 10 diamonds for Shank, raises to, can't be right, Tower. Not opening to 5k, is he?
No.
Oh, he is opening to 5k. There's 4 whites and 2 greens there.
Oh.
Must have been a misclick, surely.
Yeah, especially at 3-6.
Yeah, I think maybe he meant the 5 blues with the 2 greens, making it 1500. That would make a lot more sense. Made it 5k there, Shank. The thing is, most poker players think they're great, but need a reality check. Lol. I think that's where you get to a real inflection point in poker, Brad. Like, I think the younger you realise it, the better. When you realise there's countless people out there better than you, and not having your own views on the game, and actually talking to people and taking on board what they have to say, getting new ideas. Not every line is right that you take, and just speaking to people helps so much. Speaking to people that are better players than you, or have better results, better resumes, whatever you want to call it. It can help your game so much when you come to that realisation. Hold on a minute, maybe my ideas were wrong. Let's have a look at it from a different standpoint. And I think once you get to that point, as a poker player, you really do see your game excel when you're always questioning your own plays and taking new ideas on board and different ways to make more EV in any given spot. And I think if you do eventually get to that point, it's where you can really excel at the game. So Majid all in with the 4s and Colin calling it off with the King-Queen. He's got the chips to do it versus this 19 big blind shove over his open. Queen Jack 9 is the board, so could be a losing. Majid, if Colin holds here, just fading 4s, and still the same with the river to come.
The Jack of spades on the river.
Yes, we lose Majid Nadine.
Unlucky Majid, good effort young man, but the ace 3 hearts may be back to haunt him a little bit later.
Like even on stream, like talking and commentating a lot, obviously we probably do 1,000 hands during a live stream GUKPT, and like sometimes speaking to players off the table about why I'd go over and ask them, why do you play a hand like this, shouldn't we be doing this, and then they give me their input on it, and it just lets you look at it from a different perspective and think, oh hold on a second, maybe I was wrong in that situation, and maybe this is the better line to take for more EV against this certain opponent if this has been happening. And it's just all about keeping an open mind in this game. You can't be like set on one thing. Always got to be learning every single day, no matter how good you are. You look at the US Poker Open going on at the moment over in Vegas, and the elite players of the world are over there, and I can guarantee you they're still all learning every single day. And no matter how good they are, they're always striving to be better. And I think once you get to that point, like I say, you'll see a real difference in your game. Mindset's massive in poker, it always has been.
Hi Valerie, hello from New York City. How's New York City in March? We had a major in Liverpool. We have smaller events in Liverpool. We'll show you what's happening all the way up until September very shortly. Leo's in Liverpool always well attended when they do have the 25s and deep stacks.
Clive on. He's been fairly snug, Tower. He's been very solid, hasn't been getting involved too much, picking his spots very carefully. Flop bottom set here, and get some action because Oshan has the up and down straight draw.
Oh, wowzers.
And gets there.
Now then.
Yes, this is going to be juicy, Tower. This is going to be a sizable pot. These guys are mega deep here, over 100 big blinds. And 7k bet here from Kaivon, and Osan probably aware of his image as well. I'm guessing if he's been playing as active all day as he has this session, he might just start raising this here. But looks like he's happy to just flat. Just not set off any alarm bells regarding our hand. And that looks like an ace on the river.
It is indeed.
And this is going to be gross for us as Kaivon, because going to value bet, and then Osan wonder what size he's going to choose, whether he'll go for it. Sizing's all going to come down to the size that Kaivon chooses in the first place here with this set. And I think if Kaivon goes small here, 7k, he's not going to be able to get away from it. Because we've gone 7 into 24, we've gone between 25, between quarter and third pot here. So this is like a really small sizing, could perhaps read into a block sizing from Osan's perspective. And now I think Osan's going to go very large against this sizing, make it look like we're trying to blow Kaivon off of a one pair type hand. And there's the raise and snap call. Raises to 21. He didn't go too large. He only went 3x. And just a snap call from Kaivon, but fair enough. Could have potentially gone broke in that spot if the hand was playing a different mana, even though we were that deep with those two holdings. But snapped it off on the river, and Kaivon up over. Osan up over 110k. Kaivon back down to sub 30k. Band says huge part of live poker is avoiding making big blunders, either due to tiredness, boredom or tilt. Not easy playing for 12 hours for potentially 3 days straight. And Wage Day says very similar to golf at the top level. They're on the range every day working on their game. The more you practice, the luckier you get. Gary Player. How are you doing, Guy? Good evening. Guy Taylor in the chat. Will we see you at all, Guy? I don't think we will, considering we're nearly done for the day one flights, unless you're flicking in day two tomorrow, venturing up to Manchester.
Evening, Guy.
Oh, thanks, Valerie. Glad you enjoy the coverage. Really kind words. I've never been nominated for anything in my life.
Tea-run would be nice. I nominate you for the tea-run. Whenever you like, young man.
We're glad you enjoy the coverage and the free streams. We love it too.
Absolutely. Is there any events at Berry New Road after the GUKPT has gone? Yes, there are. If you look on the Poker Live app, every Tuesday there's a £100 comp. It's dealer dealt. That's the biggest one of the week. We have a lot going on with Red Tooth as well. But always check the Poker Live app because all the local comps are on there. It's a free download. It's an essential part if you want to play poker. And it's always updated to what happens on the Card Room Magic Cock, you see. So just check it out.
Yeah, I'll be there. Guy, I'll see you in Ireland then, mate. See you over there. Going to be plenty of beers flowing, I hope. So, got the nominations here, Tal. Let's see who the winner is. So the winner for the tea run, it's you! Yay! It's you! I was nominated, I didn't win. Off you pop. Tal, going to be on the tee. I can't. I don't go in there.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
I don't have the clearance level to go in there like you do.
Don't worry about it.
Into the old kitchen.
Everyone's going to Ireland. I'm not. I've not worked out how to swim over there yet. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yes, please.
Tea run on its way. No.
So you got Clive on here with the Queen 9 of spades, under the gun +2. It's been fairly snug, so yeah, I was going to say probably expect him to let this one go. Been one of the more solid players at the table. Leaves room for Paul to open in the cutoff with the Ace-4 of spades. Hey, what's Bav up to here? Just pills 7-8 off. Surprised to see this from Bav. Just little things like this potentially lead to bigger mistakes down the streets. I don't know. I have no explanation. Don't expect Bav to ever pill this hand in the small face in an open. 4 diamonds on the turn. Now this is like I say, this is a situation now where we're going to lose more chips. Just fold the small, save ourselves half a big plus, 2 bigs plus another 3 bigs that we've lost here on the turn. Obviously you can always get there, 7 or 8 on the river would get the job done. There is the 5 of clubs. And like from Colin's perspective here, I think Colin would check back the way he plays well. Oh wow, Paul called as well. I didn't even realise Paul overcalled with the 4. Didn't realise Paul was in the pot. Overcalling with the 4 there after bet call on the turn. And that pot goes away, Colin, with top pair, top kicker. I was going to say, could potentially value bet here, Colin. Get some payment from some worse Jack X of Bav that you expect him to pill in the small, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited perhaps. But obviously with Paul still behind us, a bit wary of him, so fine to check.
Here's your trophy, Jay.
There we go.
There you go. There's the first cup Tottenham have got. There you go.
The cheek of it. It's not. We have European trophies, you know. We have FA Cups.
When?
60s?
When?
60s?
You were used to win everything when there was a 1 in the year. That was the thing, wasn't it? 61, 71, 81. There's not been a year with a 1 in it since, obviously. Oh, I tell you what, yeah, we might need a co-commentator soon. How you fixed for the final session? You know about 3 betting and all these.
I know about 3 betting. I was offering some advice earlier.
Good.
Because they were learning.
They were
about
You tell him, Cara. Exactly. You tell him.
Got it. Go on, Cara. You tell him.
Like a Dear Deirdre, but for poker players.
If you want to have a bad beat booth set up, yeah. Come and see Cara across my palm. It's always on.
It's always
Never off. We wouldn't be very good if it was always off.
Well, I've heard it sometimes.
Well, that's true.
That was mean. That was too mean.
That was awful. That hurts. That actually hurts.
That was a lie.
Oh, there's a sharp pain just inside this. Oh, yeah, that hurts.
There's a sharp pain where your heart should be. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah. There's a hole there. It's missing.
Just jumping back to the action here because Midi faced with a river decision here. Colin value betting his second pair, although Midi can plausibly have some ace-x here, so maybe Midi in a bit of a quandary because of that. Obviously hands like Queen X of clubs, brick. I guess Colin's the type to play like 5-6 suited, but Midi does come to the correct decision with the eights, not paying that one off. Yes, that is Tom Middleton. Wayneo.
It is indeed. What's Elmeth doing now? Gully Masters, get yourself on Twitter, lads. Elmeth in full on punt mode.
I saw the.
What has he done now?
I saw the Omaha. I watched the Omaha back, the whole final table with Chino Ream on it, and oh my god, that was some tantrum. But he's the only one that can get away with it, Tal. He's the only one that can stand up and point at someone and be like, "You're the worst player ever. Like you're going to be broke in 5 years' time." All this and.
Can I just say that I've had a beer with Chino Ream?
Have you?
Just
do you know what? I've never met him, but from how he comes across at the poker table, he seems like a top guy.
Super guy.
And he's one of those as well that just goes against the grain as well. Doesn't play like in the standard fashion, and goes against it and works well for him. So we've got 30 minutes just on the left as Paul raises in the low jack with the ladies. And we've got some resistance from Sheng in the small blind with the ace queen. King 6-3, two spade board. Colin is not in the pot. Sheng is in the pot with ace queen. So that's a slight graphic error there, guys. But Sheng does just check fold the ace queen. Colin wasn't involved there with the jack 6, so it's going to be a slight difference in stacks. It was Paul.
Paul drew it in the end. Yeah. Apparently he's already apologised to the guy who he was being a bit bratty to.
I think it should be the guys. I don't think it's one like what I've seen of the US Poker Open. I've pretty much been watching it all every night when I've got back this week, and it's just every event he's in, he just wants to berate someone, whether it be the mixed game, whether it be Omaha, whether it be Hold'em. And that's the thing, right? The good pros know that you'll get them eventually. If you think people are playing bad and they're taking lines that are going to burn money, then just keep quiet and wait until you get that money. A6-3, the flop here, blind on blind. A bit unfortunate for Boz because going to lose one street of action here in a blind on blind situation with two pair. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Check. Jack on the river. So Boz has been counterfeited here. So fires. Try and fold out some. Like we even lose here with Boz to like 5-4 and 5 deuce. These type of hands that are going to call flop. So we're just trying to fold out these type of holdings, and we also fold out the other 3x. And then 5 on raising it up to 3k. Should just see Boz get out of the way here. Tower.
Oh wow.
$6,000.
Raises to 6. So the 3-bet River Bluff. And I guess Roz just don't think Kyron's ever going to have an ace. Shows the 3 deuce of clubs. Leaves himself with 7.7.
And then just a flat. Maybe knew he wasn't getting paid. I have to try and find that Elmeth hand and watch it in the break in 20 minutes time.
Got to go for it, hasn't he?
Cheers, band. We'll check it out at the break. Ace 822, top pair for Osan. 106k. Colin has got 103. The bets 2 should get called instantly, which it does. The 2 of spades is out. I think that's the first time ever.
That was 25,000. Jesus, that was nice. Get the crap out of it. Shut the doors. Hello. Yeah, you bet 25,000.
Just under 20 minutes to go until the end of this session. Numbers yet again in Manchester are absolutely incredible.
That's alright. No, I just wasn't expecting it to be so loud as well. Yeah, I was about to announce it and he folded and he yelled at me. Diamonds, first burn.
298 runners today. 298.
5 off the record then. She was in London as well.
Hi Jerry, yes there will be a new table after the break. Ben Windsor's going to be on it. Ryan Mandara, Stu Rutter with 100,000. And chip leader on the table, Francis Oberdon on 170.
Wow, where's Francis got those chips from?
Yep. They'll be on the feature table after the break, plus others. Is Schoolman still in? Well, if you see somebody walking around in bright orange, you'll know he is. We'll check at the break. We'll get a few chip counts on the screen as well. Yeah, Tom Middleton, 2013.
Do we know if the players have another 25-minute break?
Not sure.
Just for the time that we're back for everyone.
I'm guessing it's 20.
20. So I'm guessing when we leave in 15 minutes' time, we're going to be back at 22, guys. So 10:40, a bit later today because of the extended breaks, because of how busy it's been. We'll be back at 22. So 10:40 when we return in 15 minutes' time. We've got 15 minutes of action left for this table. Colin's put on a bit of a show for us. Breaks up the basis. 1+2. Raising to 1.9. So 3XI's in here, and Boz, just unfortunate, has to shove the ace queen and runs into it. Dry smile from Boz. I'm sure we'll see him have another bullet. Well, Boz now needing running queens or running 4-5 or running deuces. And
that's not
it.
Unlucky Bozette. We think the break's 20, Paul. We think the break is 20. It was 20 to start with, then it was 25. Just to give the dealers a break, because obviously there's no breakers because the day has been that busy. Everybody's been dealing, so obviously the dealers need a break as well. So by the time all the players leave the card room, their break starts. So we just added time on. The dealers certainly need the breaks just like everybody else. Raise to 1.2 from Kevin.
Pass, 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 pass.
Yeah, Wayne, EPT champion in 2013, Tom. Long time ago. You wouldn't think 2013 was 9 years ago. Crazy how it flies by. The year I legally started playing poker. Was it? As Midi was winning the EPT, yeah. That sort of time as well.
Card in the box. Cool. And no raise. Check. 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 Yeah, well, that's what. Check, check. Check.
Joe here turning late, not flush draw.
Merv's coming in.
Okay.
Cool. Versus Ossan.
Jack of Hearts on the river, unknowing to what Orson has got in C number 7.
Well, Murph's got a stack.
Yes.
Jack has, Joe has checked on the Jack river. Just going to check fold with the ace-9 of spades here.
So no, one of the players was asking me a question. That thing is so hot. It's hot everywhere.
Mark Bunting just sent me in a picture towel mentioning about Chino Ream.
Yeah.
In with Chino and Ms. Rocket.
There you go.
There you go. Couple of superstars. Full hit in the cut-off, just limping in. Joe going to ISO this for sure. Definitely not an overlimp for Joe basically, no way. It's got to be a graphic on the tower, yeah.
Yeah, back they come, back the graphics disappear. What time?
586. Babs in the small. No idea what the pre-flop action was now. I'm guessing Joe raised, but I'm clueless as how, guys, what the action was pre-flop, because under the guns in as well when it went limp from cut-off. So I'm just really confused with the action, so might have to bypass this hand. I think Bav with the best of it at the moment with top pair and Rivers trips. So it must have gone open from Sheng, call from Paul, call from Joe. I'm guessing Dave missed the open under the gun, and then it went call in his ear. So yeah, okay, makes sense. So Joe flattered the ace queen, and both Bav and Colin coming in as well. Bav chooses go for value with his trip eights. No action.
So the next break is 25 minutes long, taking us to 11:15. 11:15, and then a 2-hour session taking us to 1:45 in the morning.
Oh, is it 25 minutes?
Yeah. And a 25-minute break. Is that the last lot coming in from Paul, Mr. Grummett? No, it's just a raise. They're on the bow for 16. The Walsall nuts.
I've been getting involved a lot more than what we usually see from him. Colin's happy to call in the small blind with a hand that should hit the muck. And Sheng letting the 8 deuce go. And both optimistic calls from both Bav and Colin here. Paul finds to open the ace 9 of clubs in the high jack once folded to.
Jack queen. Last 5 minutes of this session. I'm going to watch that hand with Phil Elmuth at the break as well.
Paul, Jay, what hands would you call from the small blind in a multi-way pot? Like small blind calling range, Paul. Like good hands to like peel in there. You can mix in free bets as well. But like your Broadway holdings, your King Queen, your King Jack, your Queen Jack, like suited Jack 10, suited Jack 9, suited 10-9 suited. All the pocket pairs, assuming there's not a free bet in front of you, like so deuces through like nines. Obviously, when you start going higher up the remit in pairs, you're going to start mixing in some free bets with the higher pairs as well as some flats. But mainly like suited aces as well, going to be in there that don't incorporate the free bet bluff. But that's like the main range. Like the small blind like calling range, a single ace pot should be the range is pretty easiest to figure out, because a lot of the time it's just going to be the Broadway holdings like ace 10, king queen, queen jack, so on, and then like your suited connectors, 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, suited one gapper, jack 9 suited, and then the pocket pairs. But then as you go higher up the pocket pairs, you're going to start incorporating in some more free bets, mixing the both in. But hopefully that answers your question. Obviously 7-5 off, we do not want to be peeling that to an open in the small blind. We're going to burn money in the long run if we start peeling hands like that, offsuit one gapper that's so low down. Like, understand what Colin might be thinking, that he's got all of the chips and could potentially apply pressure, but just let them go. You can be dealt another hand in 2 minutes, don't need to get involved.
Just over 2 minutes to go until the end of this session. Francis Oberdon coming in with 170,000, Ben Windsor, Ryan Mandara, Stuart Rutter. It is a good one.
Yeah, make sure you give us a follow as well, guys, on Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poke-Up. Live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. If you haven't subscribed or followed either of those channels yet, please do. And if you are watching on YouTube, give us a like as well for the stream. Free streaming service for 5 days. This is day 3 of 5 for Tower and I. We are here all the way through until Sunday, when we will crown an eventual champion.
1200. Pass. 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 Pass.
2 minutes left on the clock. That's midi. Open 7-6 suited. Defending with an unknown holding. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Board at midi with this hand should be continuing almost always as the aggressor. We've got the strong Jack X, we've got the over pairs, we can still have the set of 3s and 5s. And then we've got the equity to the nuts with our gut shot. But it's a call from Kyvan, so we can start ranging him now. Midi picks up double gut shot here, 8, also doing the trick now with makers a straight as well as a 4. So midi might choose to double barrel this spot. We can start targeting some 5x and 3x as well as hands like ace 4, ace deuce. Same applies, we can credibly rep value here as midi. We will continue barreling our Jack X as well as the over pairs and sets. Kyvan, I'm going to call once more.
All important river, the 9 pairs.
thing is, Midi could potentially shove here, tower. Like, there's no 9x that Kaivon can ever have here. Literally can't have a 9. And we incredibly value shove here with our queens, kings, aces, as well as our stronger jack X. And it's an effective shove. He's left himself 4k back. But I love this 3-barrel. It's just a really nice 3-barrel. Picked up more equity on the turn, continued barreling. And in terms of range, our opponent can't have a 9 here. And we can have the ace jack, the king jack, queens, kings, aces, as well as pocket 3s and pocket 5s. And it's just a really nice line. We start applying pressure to all of Kaivon's jack X here. We're going to be in a rough spot. He's going to peel as wide as jack deuce suited, jack 4 suited, all these type of holdings here. And going to be in a tough spot with all these type of hands. So whatever he's got, love the 3-barrel here from Midi, but it has been looked up
Yes,
by
indeed.
Kaivon.
And he's going to show the winning hand by the looks of that. Midi slapped his chips in the
jack.
middle and off he goes.
Got to be a jack, right?
Just a 25-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45 with the final session, which means we finish the final session at 12:45. We will see you then. Enjoy the break. I'm going to watch the Philadelphia clip.
See you then, guys.
See you then.
13 when you come back to, yeah? All I want to do is not sit down anymore. Where it was on the other way. Yeah, I'd be like that though if I was standing up all day. Well, I want to be lying down. My back is caning right now. Since yesterday, too shabby. That's one thing I miss about doing my nighttime Sainsbury's job. Was I do like 45,000-50,000 steps a day. Would you like me to have you to the tray or no?
Lewis, place your button in seat 5, please.
Back at 10 past, please.
This one goes to seat 9.
I said he was going to change it, so I'm just going to leave it there like that.
You alright? Yeah. Rough day. It's a rough day. Oh really? I didn't know that. Are you okay? You getting by okay? Yeah. If you need water or let me know and I'll bring it to the table. If you need water or anything, just let me know and I can bring it to the table for you.
Dirty bastard. Yeah.
Right, do it now.
I'll do it tomorrow morning.
Right.
I said, we see how you get unlucky. I says, so it's just part of the day. He never complains when he loses, never complains, and he just gets it quietly and just sits to the bar and then reciprocates every hand if you want him. If you want 6 hours at a bar with Span, he'll tell you every hand. That's what he does. But he gets it quietly. Oh, what's happening here? Oh my days, let's go back to the table. What's happening here?
So Rich,
fireworks.
Tens, jacks and ace queen. Rich opening to 200. Colin 3-betting a hijack to 500. JP.
Oh my days, Thomas!
Saw Thomas yesterday and sitting here with ace king in the small blind, and this is really early on here.
What, second hand? Is that early?
Yeah, it's just like
it's not level 4.
Gonna see a 4-bet pot.
Makes it 2.2.
A really big sizing. Don't usually see 4-bets going into the 4x remit, but this is huge from Thomas. And it's going to be coming back to Colin with the jacks. Not going anywhere. Happy to make the call this deep, even if we are up against aces or kings or queens. Potential to make a set and win a huge pot early on.
Yeah, on JP coming in.
I think JP can fold now. Tower with the ace queen.
Looks like a Dallas Cowboys top, to be fair.
Once this 4-bet comes in, we're just with 2 players in the pot. Never going to be good here of ace queen, unless it's like up against jacks and tens specifically. I'd be surprised if he made the call, but no, it makes the good lay down. But we got 52 bigs in the middle. Second hand of the day.
Tens folded, ace queen folded. Jacks against ace king, king in the window as well. Boom, king 8-4.
Yeah, lovely flop for Thomas here. Not worried about anything. 8s and 4s not going to be in there in this 4-bet situation, we don't think. So effective nuts for us, assuming our opponent isn't slow playing aces. So we happily continue here with the ace king. Don't need to go large, could go as small as 20% here. On the king 8-4 rainbow, really dry board, and does opt for the small size in 1.8 into 5.2, so around 30%. Colin here with the jacks. Bit of a predicament, may choose to just let this go now after seeing the flop. Like, we're obviously behind to all the value 4-bets now. Ace king getting there, already losing to queens, kings and aces, but he's going to take one off. Does have position.
Queen on the turn.
So only thing this changes for Thomas here now, queens does get there. If queens are going to be peeling once on the flop, could definitely have queens here, Colin, in his range, where his hand played pre-flop. So that's why Thomas has checked this over to him. Just expect to see a check behind, but in Colin's mind, like, what do we beat here in this 4-bet situation early on? There's no hand I can really come up with unless Thomas is just completely airballing. Wow, he's going to fire tower. So effectively turning his jacks into a bluff here in a 4-bet coup. Thomas just can't go anywhere. We literally lose to the 3 combos of pocket queens, and that's all I can really come up with. Maybe some king queen suited in there, but there's only 1 combo of that because we hold the king of diamonds. So really struggling to find hands that we're losing to here as Thomas. So have to just call. Keep some bluffs in there at Colin. That looks like...
That's not a 10.
No, it looks pretty clean.
Oh, it's a 9.
9 of hearts. Well, backdoor hearts does come in now, tower. So we do go behind Ace King of Hearts here as well. Both players had Ace King. Wow, Colin's shoved.
He's ripped the lot.
Oh wow.
And a snap shove as well. Trying to show a lot of strength.
You just don't expect anyone to have a bluff here. This early on in the day, it's the second hand of the day. And Colin just turning his jacks into a bluff, and like value-wise, we don't beat anything here as Thomas, and you usually make the assumption in these spots, second hand of the day, that no player is capable of having a bluff here. And what bluffs have they ever got once they pull on the King 8-4 rainbow? There's not many. Like Ace King of Hearts we lose to, set of Queens we lose to, but that's about it, Tower. Maybe the one combo of Pocket Kings that just chose the flat pre. But this is a tough spot here for Thomas. Prefer to have the Ace or King of Hearts in our hand. I think could just see him fold here, Tower. I think I'd like the fold because don't know anything about Colin, and I'm just going to make the assumption that he's never bluffing here, and I'm just going to give him credit for Ace King of Hearts, Pocket Queens, or maybe that one combo of Pocket Kings, and it's a horrible spot. And maybe like King Jack.
Would you not 5-bet with Kings pre?
I think this deep, I'm happy to just pill the 4-bet, because if we 5-bet and get 6-bet, it's horrible. We hate our life, especially with position. I think I would have been happy flatting Kings to the 4-bet.
So in that scenario, you're also flatting Queens as well.
Yeah. Like this deep Tower, when we just start the day, I'm not going to want to get 200 odd big blinds in, even with Pocket Kings pre-flop level 1. This is a sick move by Colin.
Will you show ever fold? Colin just said, take your pick. I love it.
Looks fairly comfortable as well, Tower. Like he looks like comfortable, just the way he's sitting there and talking.
He's edging towards the fold.
Yeah, it's horrible, Span. I can't see how we can call unless, as I usually say, some significant live read.
Right, he makes the pass.
He does make the fold. Shows him the jacks, and well played, to be fair, from Colin. Very unorthodox line with the jacks there, but gets the job done and takes a just sub 30k pot, second hand of the day.
Wowzers.
Let's hope the day goes like that.
Absolutely. Have we said good morning to anybody?
No, we haven't. Concentrating on the hand. Morning, Acifo. Good morning, Steetles, Mr. P-Man, Dark JF. Tuning in, Roy, Football HD.
Well, it's already started like that, Roy, hasn't it?
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3-bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so
my
word! What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing, Tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be. I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off Tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. Fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No
is
way
he gonna
5-bet? Has he picked up on something
about
here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff, Tower. We just, no way.
Do you know what? If Ian 6-bets here with ace 10, Tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace jack. This is just a leveling
Not the
war
lot.
between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet
Solve that, baby!
10. How'd you like them apples? Solve that! Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds.